saw a father bashing his own son.
And all the parents were arguing with each other.
It was really stressful and it made me just not feel good at all.
I stopped because I was being yelled at and it just wasn't any fun anymore.
If they've got to yell out, they could say like something encouraging, like
Good job.
or good pass.
You're doing great.
You're good, just keep trying and you'll get there.
Just let kids be kids.
Well, here we are for day 6 of 8 at the Australian Athletics Championships. Hi, my name's Matt Lynch and welcome to Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre for some night of brilliant action again, Friday night here. I'm excited. I'm joined trackside by Tamsin Lewis and up in the booth with Ben Offerins. Now, Tamsin, what are you looking forward to tonight?
Well, I can't go past the women's 800, obviously. The heats first rounds are on, and we've got Annalise Ruby. She was an Olympic semi-finalist over the 400, the one lap, and she's stepping up to the 800, but she's not going to have it all her own way. She's got Laura Story, and even though we're missing the Olympian Selma Cajun, we've still got some really good young girls coming through, so it's going to be a great race. And the men's 1500 kicks off as well, and obviously Ryan Gregson, Olympic finalist. I want to see what sort of shape he's in over the 15, and then he's got Matthew Ramsden, who looked really great in the Nitro Series, clicking at his heels. So it's going to be an interesting battle.
And Ben, we've got the bit of distance over here, but what about for you? What are you looking forward to tonight?
For me, always the sprint events, men's and women's 100 metres. Obviously, women's, Toy Whistle, Mel Breen going head-to-head, both after the qualifier, but also both after the win. I know they both want to win here this weekend. And obviously the men as well, Josh Clark, up against the New Zealander Joseph Miller, went 10.18 in Canberra, so obviously he's in form. Hopefully Josh Clark can match him, and I think it's going to be a fantastic race between those two.
Yeah, exactly. And now I work up in Queensland, so I'm excited for the 10,000 metre walk. Dane Bird-Smith, the Olympic bronze medalist in the 20K, he's actually trying to get his dad's record. His dad set the record in 1985 for this 10K walk, and Dane's been trying. He's getting faster every year. Maybe tonight is the night to do it, so stay tuned for the live stream. Beautiful day here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre. Welcome to day 6 of 8 of the Australian Athletics Championships 2017. Ben, welcome back again for another awesome night of athletics.
Yeah, most definitely, and it is going to be a lot better than yesterday. I can guarantee you that. Obviously, yesterday we had the torrential downpour. All day we had to deal with that, but today, sun is out, it's shining. As you can see out there, out in the grass banks, watching the long jump qualifying, plenty of people. It's good. It's very, very good to see this. Stands are starting to fill up now. We've just had a break, but we're back now with the action. A lot of good events on tonight. Some interesting battles will be on, and I'm definitely looking forward to it. So just waiting for it to kick off. Obviously, the wind's up a little bit. As you can see, those flags blustering a little bit. These jumpers won't mind. Obviously, it's just for qualifying, which winds don't come into play with qualifying. So if you're out there,
and it is at their back for this, so hopefully we can get them across the line there and get some big jumping. We've got our men's decathlon out there currently just warming up for the JAV, the second last event, and we did hear earlier that Cedric Dubler, 5 metres 10 in his pole vault, which is actually a 10 centimetre PB. He went 5 metres exactly back at the Queensland Championships, and now he's gone 5.10, so his pole vault is really coming into form.
Yeah, I think he is actually in form all round. Just yesterday, conditions hampered him.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't think you're ever going to go out there and perform to what you're actually capable of doing, and now the sun's out, he's showing that he is in good form, and he's done that with that 5.10 on the pole vault.
Exactly, and he has actually, his qualifier that he did for Rio back here in 2016 actually continues on now for the World Championship. So if he wins, we could see him getting an automatic qualifying position for London 2012.
And I think
2017, sorry.
Yeah, 2012. What era are you in? So yeah, I think that will be fantastic. As you said, first time we've had a decath at a World Champs in a very long time. So I'll be looking forward to that. He'll be hopefully named at the celebration of athletics, the gala event each year that's held after these championships, and we will find out who has been named, the initial selections, in that World Championship team.
Now, Tamsin, it doesn't look like you've got an umbrella down there, but you've got some sunglasses on. What a turn of weather.
Loving the sunglasses today. No, we've got some sunshine, guys. The track is dry, so the athletes are going to be really happy with the conditions. It is a touch windy down here. It's a tail down the back straight. It's actually interesting with the men's long jump qualifying. They've got one pull down the back in the sun, and then they've got another pull on the front straight in the shade. I think I prefer to be in the sun because it's definitely a lot warmer in the sun, but I think the boys would actually prefer to be in the shade.
Yeah, well, depending on the wind too, I'm sure there's a lot more. It's a lot more open down the back straight as well, so the wind would probably be a lot more gusty down the back.
Yeah, I think you are going to get the stronger winds down the back straight as opposed to the front straight. But for me, I don't know. The front straight's got a nicer feel to it, and for me, I reckon that would be where I would situate myself. Make sure I'm down in that pool on the front straight. Maybe a little bit later when the qualifying comes on, we'll get Robbie Crowther down here, and maybe we can ask his opinion on it because obviously he's a much better long jumper than what we are.
Actually, well, I did beat Robbie in 2003, All Schools Championships, 3rd to 4th.
You guys, Ben, would you prefer to be on the front straight because the crowd's a bit bigger?
I just like performing in front of people, Tamsin.
Love it. No, but honestly, the conditions down here are, compared to last night, it's chalk and cheese. It's pretty good, and we've got some great racing coming up. So the women's 800 qualifying should like these conditions, and so should the men's 1500. Like I said, a bit blustery, but it's just qualifying, and I think we'll see a lot of people just tucking in and trying to do those big kick sprint home.
Yeah, just on that. So with these 8s and 15s, what sort of tactics would you employ here?
Well, for me personally, I like to go the front and run fast, but the smart thing to do would be to tuck yourself in and take it as easy as possible because it is a bit blustery down the front straight, and then you'd probably try and tuck yourself in, maybe make a move down the back straight with the tailwind, and then hopefully cruise it in for the big Q, the automatic qualifier. But it's a tough one. You have to still run to your strengths, and so if you're not quite sure of getting that automatic qualifier and you're in one of those positions where you're possibly going to be aiming for that little Q to qualify, you're going to have to make it fast. So there's going to have to be some brave running out there, brave front running.
Yeah. Now, you can give Lynchy and I a little bit of a lesson in distance running. Now, with these 1500s, obviously the wind is going down the back straight with the tails. Yep. Is there the option, because obviously we've got a number of laps out here, to sit off the front? If you're a runner that likes to be off the front, so because you're in your own rhythm, your own stride pattern, all of that sort of stuff, but then have the option of tucking in down the home straight, but then going back out in front on the back, is that something you can do?
Well, you can do that, but obviously you're really hoping on other athletes in front of you to rely on to be able to do that. So you don't want to get yourself boxed in either. You always want to have an exit route. And so that's a pretty tough race plan to follow. And it also means that you're surging. And as soon as you start surging and, kicking at one point, slowing it down, it actually takes a lot out of you. And if you do that, you may find that at the back end when the kick comes, you've just got no kick left.
And that's why I'm not a distance runner.
As smooth as possible. Yeah. You want to just keep as relaxed and as smooth as possible.
The gun goes and then we run. That's probably the simplest way to do it. That's how I found that I decided to choose those events.
Did you have to run on your hand to get out of the blocks and turn left?
I did. I did some 200s. I maybe turn left twice. That was the trickiest bit.
It's a start, Lynchy. It's a start.
It's going to be, it's going to be pretty tough for the hundreds out here. Obviously, we've got a few athletes, Mel Breen, Josh Clark, who are really close to those qualifying times and want to get themselves on that plane to London for the World Champs later in the year. And it is a headwind down here. So I guess what we're hoping for by the time the 100-metre first rounds come round later this evening, that the wind either dies. Don't think it's going to turn round, but if we can drop it down a little bit, maybe. Josh is in great shape, so fingers crossed we see some fast time in the 100 as well.
Yeah, it's one of those things. In other qualifying events, some of the athletes will go out there and just do enough to get through, but sometimes these 100 runners are ones that like to go out there in a heat and put it all out there because they know they've got a day's rest. They're just running the 100 metres. They can freshen up to come back out to run just as well in the next round. So it is obviously disappointing that the winds are ahead on the front straight, so we probably won't see any lightning times, but moving on through to the semis and the finals, hopefully we can get some better conditions, or maybe even the officials might even choose to run some of the semis and finals down the back straight, hopefully.
Yeah, that'd be fingers crossed. That's what's happened as we see just the 12th athlete up in line, Wesley Salisbury from WA. Ben, can you help me? What is that singlet there? Do you recognise that WA singlet?
Yeah, that's the Canning Districts Club back home in WA. It's a club that's been around for a very, very long time, so it's got a very proud history in WA. Plenty of my friends back home have been members of that club, and they have represented it proudly. One member comes to mind, Courtney Carter Courtney Carter is a distance runner. He's now living here in New South Wales. He was a member of the Canning Distance Club, and he still rocks around in the singlet to this day.
I know I've still got my Mingara Athletics Club singlet that I wore quite proudly very often. That's Aaron Booth out there now, the New Zealander.
Next event on the track,
He'll be up next in the javelin. So the second last event for these guys. They're out there with the under 20s as we switch to the track. So up here next is the combined men's and women's 400-metre wheelchair. So from the inside, Jason LaChance, Gregory Luff, Nathan Donaldson, and on the outside, Sarah Jane Clifton Bly. So again, I'll run through that start list. From the inside, Jason LaChance from New South Wales and Gregory Luff also from New South Wales. In lane 4, the maroon, that is Nathan Donaldson. On the outside, Sarah Jane Clifton Bly from New South Wales. And we've seen Gregory Luff and Nathan Donaldson go head-to-head quite a few times this week. They did go in the 800 together, both T34 athletes. Not sure if I caught... There we go. Jason LaChance also a T34. So however these guys cross the line, that's definitely the 1, 2 and 3. And Sarah Jane Clifton Bly, a T33 athlete. And you can see they come around the bend. Gregory Luff with the added advantage of being on the inside has kicked with 150 to go. And as they enter the home straight, he'll find himself with a good lead. He did take out the win in pretty tough conditions yesterday in the 800. We'll see what Nathan Donaldson's got left in those arms and see if he can push his way past. But it looks like Luff just a little bit too strong here over the later stages. That move around the bend will get him to the line there. Just a tick under 68 seconds for the New South Wales athlete. And this is Jason LaChance, wearing the colours of Hills District Athletics Club from New South Wales. He'll take the bronze in that race. And now entering the home straight, that's Clifton Bly, also from New South Wales. And I'm sure she would have much preferred this option than to be pushing around the track by herself. Obviously combine it with the guys event, so they do get a chance to be out there together. And excellent work there from the New South Wales athlete, just getting across 153 low there for Clifton Bly. Are we going to show any long jump qualifying? Because we've got Robbie Crowther with us.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony for the women's open heptathlon. Medals to be presented by Glennis Nunn, Olympic heptathlon champion. First will score 5,817 points. Alicia Burnett, New South Wales.
Now, currently just in front of the grandstand and over the back straight, like we were saying before, the men's open long jump qualifying. And we're joined now by long jump expert to the stars, Robbie Crowther. Welcome aboard.
Thanks for having me, boys. It's quite a good day here today, and I think the long jump, I think I just saw Shemaya James just earlier go through as an automatic qualifier, and also Angus Gould as well. So some good performances out here at the moment.
Yeah. Tom Solomon up on the runway, he got bronze last year.
Yeah, old Tommy, he's Gaz was just telling me a little bit earlier that he was been sick for the last 2 weeks, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes. He's a 770 jumper, and he's got a beautiful running style, and he's penultimate. He's got to work. I think he's got to learn to work a little bit more on that one, but I think he should get through.
He obviously, when you say Gaz, trains with Gary Bourne up there at the Jumps. What do we call that up there? Just the Jumps Academy of Australia?
Yeah, I'd say you would call it. Obviously, you got Henry Frayne, you had Mitchell Watt there, myself, Tom Solomon. So, yeah, I would say. I don't know, he did a 740 jump there. He looked a bit tense in the shoulders there, so be interesting to see what it comes up.
Now, we were talking before with Tamsin about the two pulls. Obviously, one on the front straight, one on the back straight. One's in the shade, one's out there in the sun. Where would Robbie love to be?
Look, I'd like to be over in the back because of the heat and the track, just a little bit of a bounce into the track. And I think the wind's going to be a little bit more stronger over there, so it'd be interesting to see what they're jumping over there towards over here, where it's going to be a little bit cooler on the track. Obviously, you've got to keep a little bit more warm, so I'd prefer to be in the sun.
Now, does my theory of having a better feel to the track here on the front straight, does that have any credibility with the long jumpers, or should I just give up now?
No, you're absolutely right, Benny. I think over here with the crowd and everything, if you're one of those people that love the crowd and get a little bit of a pump up, then I think over here would be the best thing. I normally do like getting the crowd behind me, but in the qualifying round, it doesn't really matter.
Now, just down, while we see some of this long jump, we've got Tamsin Lewis with the winner of the women's heptathlon, Alicia Burnett. Tamsin.
I am, and we're just discussing the last 2 days, the difference between yesterday's rain and today's warmth. Prefer today's conditions?
I would 110% prefer today. It was finally nice to see the blue sky. It feels like I haven't seen it for months. So I was feeling very, very fortunate. I feel like everything in the last probably week and a half, I turned it around, just changed my mindset, and I feel like everything came together. So a big lesson to be learned. So very happy.
And it was a big PB for you.
A huge PB, about 250, 280 points. So I was coming in here just hoping to get a PB, 5,600-ish, get a World Unis qualifier. Came out with 5.8, so couldn't be more happy.
So then the goal from here is to go to the World Unis and try and get close to that 6,000?
Definitely. I have so much to still work on, so for once I finally put all the events together, nearly at where it should be. I've been meaning to do this for years, so still got heaps of work. I got 2 PBs, big hurdles PB, just in the 8, so still heaps of room for improvement.
Well, I think you just got to have a better day in terms of weather on that first day, and then that PB is going to be smashed again.
Oh, hopefully. And look, the winds, I know you can't blame the winds, but when you're running into that wind with the rain, and the 200 was not fun at all. So, I mean, I usually have 100 points there, and then I'm only about 150 away from the world champs. So anything's possible. Just going to keep pushing and see where it takes me.
Great effort, Alicia. National champion, open in the heptathlon, and good luck at World Unis later in the year. And guys, just quickly, Celeste Mucci, she pulled out of day 2. I've heard that she just had a bit of a tight hamstring. She was saying yesterday when we were interviewing her that she pulled up pretty sore. She had a big program, and then obviously yesterday's weather didn't help. So she's also got a big future too, so we hope her hamstring gets better.
Yeah, she's had a big week. She's competed pretty much the first event of the week, the under-20 women's long jump, then did the under-20s straight hurdles, heat and final, and so she's already had 3 events under the belt before she even started the HEP.
Yeah, no, it definitely makes it tough, doesn't it? Obviously, I've only done one decath, and as I said the other day, it almost broke my body. So for someone to go out there and compete in so many events, sometimes it is a little tough on the body. As you get a little older, sometimes you have to get to the point where you need to pick your event and stick with that. And obviously, you can't double up in age groups. Obviously, up next, we've got the decath javelin throw, and your lineup from New South Wales: Alec Diamond, Victoria, Lachlan McPherson, also Victoria, Jared Pagiot, New South Wales, Josiah Becker, Queensland, Martin Clark, Queensland, Dale Hubbard, also from Queensland, Cedric Dubler, from Victoria, Chris White, New Zealand athlete Max Atwell, from Great Britain, John Lane, from Victoria, Hamish Nelson, the West Australian athlete Wesley Salisbury, from New Zealand, Aaron Booth, from Victoria, Christian Patner, New South Wales, Will North, and rounding out the field, Matthew Wecker from the ACT.
So, yeah, they're out in the javelin at the moment, their second last event. And we'll see those boys for that, probably their most hated event, the 1,500 metres to right at the end. And here you go. This is the start list for the men's open long jump. Ollie Callahan from South Australia, Angus Gould from ACT, David Chen, New South Wales, Lachlan Little also from New South Wales, Kota Minamura from Japan, Sam Tolman and Shemai James from Queensland, Nick Van Gelder and Kurt Jenner from New South Wales, Anthony James from Victoria, Thomas Solomon, Queensland, Nathan Deslandis from Victoria, and Evan Clothier from New South Wales. So that would be the first pool that's currently just in front of us. And we can see Lachlan Little out there on the runway at the moment. Now, we've had some rumours. Darcy Roper, he competed earlier the weekend. Well, they're not really rumours, it's confirmed.
It is confirmed.
He won the under-20 long jump again on the first day of competition, but then a crazy virus.
Yeah, that's right, Lynchy. I've been talking to Linda, and he's obviously went off to hospital, and they released him about 12:30 at night, and he's actually feeling pretty good today, and it is his birthday.
So I'm glad he's feeling good on his birthday, but he was apparently spending up to about 2:30 a.m. vomiting uncontrollably, couldn't open his eyes. So let's fingers crossed. As we see, that's actually just his sister there in the background.
That's exactly right.
With the blonde hair. So she's been looking after him at the moment. We had breakfast this morning. She got him a donut for breakfast. That was his birthday cake.
Yeah, donut and a chocolate milkshake. And yeah, as we see, we've got Tolman on here, and they're actually my AIS shorts.
Oh, you've lent them to him for today?
Yeah, well, I gave a bag away with all my training gear, and obviously they were in there, and TD obviously gave it to him. So he's the only things that can fit him at the moment, because he said anything else can't fit around his quads.
I was going to say he's got a big set of quads, and they would definitely not fit on TT and Ang's quads, would they?
No, not at all.
Are they the lucky ones?
Mate, I'm not too sure. I think I only trained in those ones.
Have you not written the PB on the tag of how far they've jumped in those tights?
No, I only competed in the bodysuit.
The bodysuit.
Is that another
of PJ? I was going to say, PJ was a big bodysuit fan. Now, is that a fashion do or don't in the long jump? I reckon it is. It's a do. For me, I don't mind to see a long jumper in the bodysuit. Obviously, Mokwena from South Africa, he loves a bodysuit.
He loves a glove.
Yep. He does. He has a sleeve. He does the sleeve. He does the long socks. There's so many different things that Mokwena does. Another one in the bodysuit, Jai Tarima. Sydney Olympics.
Can't go wrong
How
there.
can you forget that one?
Exactly.
Now, would you hike the bodysuit up as high as Patrick Johnson would?
No, I heard a story that he actually cut the bodysuit, so it did go up a little bit more. So that was never my thing.
I think I've actually walked in. They did a 4x1 out here, and there was a New South Wales 4x1 that I was involved in. I walked into the toilets, and he was actually hiking them up in front of the mirror, just getting into the right height.
That sounds like PJ.
Yeah.
But when you run 9.93, you can do whatever you want.
Exactly.
You can hike those bodysuits up as high as you want if you can do that.
If you run fast enough, everything's a fashion do, isn't it?
But is it? Is there anything that if you don't run fast enough, it's a don't? But then obviously if you go over a certain performance, it becomes a do. Is there a limit? Is there a mark?
What could Bolt wear that's a don't?
I have no idea.
I don't know. We'll find out. Find out a bit later. I reckon we're going around, but we've got Tamsin down there at the long jump for event update.
Hey guys, I'm down here at the pit 1, and we've got 4 automatic qualifiers already. The automatic qualifier is obviously 750, and Angus Gould is qualified. Kota Minamura from Japan. Shimei James, obviously, we spoke to him on the way through. He was pretty happy to get out of here. And Thomas Solomon. So we've got 4 from this pool already.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Kanamura, you going to go and get an interview, Tamsin? Well, we would love to hear how he's feeling with these conditions out here. He's travelled from Japan. It'd be nice to get a perspective of an international competitor. What do you think, Tamsin?
Do you know what? I'd love to, but the 4 of them have just ducked off very quickly. Obviously, they want to go back and get ready for that final. I'm obviously having to talk very quietly here because we're really close to the pit. Right down at the action, guys. It's fantastic down here.
Yeah, you're lucky.
The wind is really strong behind them.
You're lucky the officials are allowing you out there to give us a bit of an update. So we do thank the officials for accommodating you down there.
There's Kurt Jenner now on the runway in the Westfields Sports High singlet from New South Wales. I've got to say, probably the most talented long jump high school, probably I'd say in the history of Australia. Fabrice Lapierre, John Thornell. You don't even have to go further than that.
Yeah. No, 100%. And I heard Kurt just recently went over to the US and did a bit of training over there, and he's also now back here. So it'll be interesting to see. I think he can get the 750, but obviously I don't know what's going on over at the back straight and with Darcy over there and Chris McCodshey, which is probably the favourite.
Yeah, after his 797 down at the ACT Summer Rats Grand Prix and a windy 805. And Liam Adcock would be over there as well, 790 jumper just recently.
Yeah, I like the way he jumps. He looks really good. He's very strong, and he's very good off the board.
Big component of the hang too. He doesn't mind a bit of a hang.
Loves the hang.
What was your technique? You went the single hitch?
I started off with the hang at World Juniors and then went on to the double hitch and then went to Gary and then went back to a single hitch. So it was a lot of big changes in the whole, 12 years. Yeah.
It's a big career. You've got to mix it up sometimes, don't you?
Yeah, you've got to mix it up. So mix a lot.
So here we go, the start list for the men's ambulant 400 metres. Nathan Woods, Terry Price, Alberto Campbell, Lindsay Handy, James Turner, Andrew Simmons, Timothy Foster and Will Stedman. Now we've got a Paralympic gold medalist in there, James Turner. He won the T36 800 metres over there in Rio. And we've got some fashion in the fields here, Alberto Campbell. We've got some different coloured shoes.
Different coloured shoes.
Oh, wow.
Of James Turner. But, again, Olympic gold medalist, Paralympic gold medalist. Is it acceptable? Alberto Campbell's out there rocking a pink headband as well.
Ooh. I don't know. I think he can get away with that.
We'll see if he wins. Off and running now again from the inside. Woods, Price, Campbell, Hendy, Turner, Simmons, Foster and Stedman. Now a lot of different classifications in this field, so we'll have to wait and see who takes out the gold medal. But Alberto Campbell there in the very bright pink headband. It does make it easy to pick him up out of the field there, striding down the back straight. The New South Wales athlete Timothy Foster in the full New South Wales kit, moving very well as well. Running in sunglasses, is that a fashion do or don't? It's very sunny out there down the back straight. As we come around 150 to go, it's Alberto Campbell. He's going to lead the field into the straight. Lindsay Hendy from Queensland also trying to chase him down in the Victorian. Andrew Simmons. But Alberto Campbell, he's a sub-50-second runner. He made the final at the Doha 2015 IPC World Champs, and he's probably hunting down for another qualifier for the 2017 Champs. But he'll do enough to hold on. Lindsay Hendy closing very quickly. But 51.87 there, the unofficial winning time for Alberto Campbell. And that's very pink.
It is very pink. Very bright.
It's gone inside out as well.
Oh, covering up the sponsors.
We might have to, maybe if we can get him up here, have a bit of a chat. Talk about his pink headband. Talk about the motivation behind it. Why the pink colour as opposed to white?
I've seen him run
black or blue or green or red.
We saw him run the 800 earlier, no headband. Now we got Tamsin with the winner of that race, Alberto Campbell.
Alberto, happy with those conditions out there?
Yeah, very much so, actually. A lot better than yesterday weather, so very happy that it's nice and sunny today.
So the guys are doing something tonight called Fash Cam, and so they've been talking about your pink headband. What
Maybe we
is
should run it
behind
early
putting
so
the pink
people sort of
headband
understand what we're talking about.
Well, it's a traditional I do at every national in the front of me, the final. I just like to be a bit different, like to stand out a bit more. So, yeah, that's why I wear the pink headband.
Looks fantastic. It was a great race. Goals from here to try and get back to that sub 50 seconds?
Yes, definitely. Absolutely, yeah. So, see what the coach had to say about that run, but I think I could have gone a bit harder, but I'm pretty happy with my time, but kind of wish it could be at least 50.56 or something like that. So, yeah.
A win's a win. It was a great race. Good luck for the rest of the season.
Cheers.
Yeah, Alberto, he'll be hunting down for that IPC World Champs qualifier and see if he can find himself over at the same stadium that the London Olympics were held in. And I'm sure it's a great looking track. It'll be amazing to get amongst it.
Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge your medalist. 400 metre wheelchair.
Now just over at the javelin, the boys they've gone through 2 rounds. It looks like Aaron Booth there, very handy with the jav, launching out 62.44. He's currently leading the field. Cedric Dubler's got a 50.54. And I know it's not one of his strongest events, the javelin, but after having a really good pole vault, I'm sure that's helped him find that little bit of extra spark to get it out there. I don't know if anyone watched him over in Rio. I'm sure you all did. He nearly killed a cameraman with the javelin. So, not he's just held onto it a little bit too long, pulled down on it, and went about 15 metres to the left and nearly speared someone straight in the head.
Wow.
It is a dangerous event out there for the officials. There have been on a couple of occasions where officials have been hit. So
now you might have heard us talking about the the fashions of the field here. Hashtag Summer of Aths now. We've brought in a new hashtag, Summer of Fash, and this is the debut of the Fash Cam. Now look, uniforms are a big part of athletics and track and field, but sometimes it just gives you a little bit to get that personality out. Look, myself and Mr. Offerings here, we've got our socks on. That's our bit of personality, but there's definitely some fashion do's and don'ts out on the track and field.
Yeah, there most certainly is. Obviously, our time in the sport, we've seen many things that we sort of question, hey, should you have done that? And some other things that, hey, maybe I might give that a go one time.
Yeah, exactly. Look, it's the Summer of Aths, hashtag Summer of Aths, but we're going to try and bring in the hashtag Summer of Fash, F-A-S-H, and let us know the do's and don'ts out there. You might see someone with a single arm sleeve out there, maybe wearing some designer sunglasses that you probably wouldn't be wearing on the field of play, but, you know, there's people out there, do your own thing.
Exactly, and I've been walking around the stands, having a bit of a chat to these athletes, trying to gauge what they think is good and what they think is not good. And honestly, it's been quite technical, down to the point where we're talking about sock length and what shoe is acceptable with a certain length of sock. So I think we're going to have a pretty interesting discussion tonight about some of the things we may see down here on the track in the competition. Obviously, second night of the Open athletes, so I think we might be able to critique a couple of these athletes out here tonight.
Yeah, definitely. So don't forget to use the hashtag Summer of Aths and the new hashtag Summer of Fash.
And the other thing we've got coming up, don't forget, Fash Cam. It's a new one here, new initiative, Fash Cam. So we're going to have the cam roving around the stands tonight and also on the track to see if we can identify any do's and don'ts out there in the fashion world.
So if you haven't competed yet this weekend at the Australian Athletics Championships, maybe you need to go get your bests on, get your number ones on, and get ready for Fash Cam.
Yeah, there you go. I must admit, I've probably been guilty of doing a few don'ts in my time. But, you know, you're out there, you have a little bit of fun, you don't mind it.
Hey, how do you know if it's a do or a don't unless you wear it?
That's exactly right. And obviously we haven't discussed it. Maybe it was a do. Maybe other people thought it was a do. But, yeah, it could be close.
All right, so here's your start list now for the women's 400-metre ambulant. Chloe Iwanoshko, Belinda Scott, Tarita Isaac, Alicia Burt, Christy Newcomb and Stephanie Schweitzer. So depending on also their classification, some don't need to use blocks. As you can see there, that's Kirsty Newcomb, doing a standing start. So we've got a few different classifications out there. Steph Schweitzer, we saw her win the 800 earlier, and she's going out very hard there in lane 8. And Tarita Isaac in the centre of the field there, T38 athlete, also legally blind, so 2 disabilities, but obviously the most severe disability is what they get classified in, so T38 is her classification. And you can see Steph Schweitzer really opening up a big gap there all the way on the outside. Looks like Alicia Burt in the centre of the field, holding down third place at the moment. Belinda Scott, we've seen her in a lot of those longer distance races. Very excited last night with her 1500 or 800, was it? But Schweitzer will lead this field into the straight. Isaac trying to chase her down, but Schweitzer too strong, using that tailwind down the back straight. And with 20 to go, she'll wrap up the women's ambulance 400 metres. Crossing the line there, 63.09, the unofficial winning time. Isaac now crossing the line, followed by Burt, Scott, Iwanoshko. And now coming across the line will be Kirsty Newcomb.
Quality run there from Schweitzer.
Van Niekerk style.
Yeah.
From lane 8.
There you go.
Very quality.
As we saw the other night, won the 800, and she's come back and taken line honours here in this 400 for the women's ambulant. So she's obviously got the track speed, which she showed. She's put out a good first lap in that 800 the other night. And looks like we've got Tamsin trackside with Steph.
We've got to stop meeting like this. Another great run, I thought. It was strong.
Yeah, fairly strong. Went for a bit of time, but I was happy with my start in my first 2. Yeah, it was pretty good.
You shook your head. You looked pretty angry when you looked at that clock when you crossed the line.
I thought it was going to be a little bit quicker, but you know, I did what I could do on on the day out in that lane 8. So yeah, just put whatever I had in. But it was a little bit disappointing at the time, but I'm still put my effort in, so 100%.
Talk to us about being on the outside. Obviously, you're running a little bit scared because you don't know where the other girls are. Did you focus on your own race, or were you trying to listen to see if they were coming back at you?
I definitely focused on my own race, but yeah, I guess it was, when I got around to the back straight, I was kind of had that bit of feeling like, oh yeah, where am I in the pack? But would have been good to be in the middle, but yeah, I still held it together in the outside lanes.
Well, you're gutsy in your 800 last night. Obviously, you've just moved to the 8s, but what's your favourite event?
400, yeah. I still stick to the 4. Just the 4, yeah.
Well, just the one lap. Great effort. Honestly, great carnival that you've had. You've 2 national championships. Brilliant effort.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, well done to Steph Schweitzer. Thank you, Tamsin. Now, I've got myself an update from the Pit B over down the back straight, and it looks like we've got 2 auto qualifiers. Christopher Mitrevsky, 772 on his first attempt. Done it. Go home. And Yuki Hashioka from Japan there, 771 on his second attempt. Darcy Roper, 737 on his first. Jeremy Andrews, 742 twice now. And it also looks like Liam Adcock, 740. Jesse Bryant from New Zealand, 733. Brandon Clark, 737. Currently, that is how it stands. So, if they don't all get the automatic qualifiers, they will take the top 10 or 12.
I'm not too sure. I think
they've been taking 10 recently.
Yeah, they have been taking 10. And it's normally 12 because you go through 12 in the final and then knockout 4 once they do the 3 rounds. So, it'll be interesting to see what they do here.
That looks like Joseph Muller over there on the back straight at the moment.
Yeah, it is actually. He was one of Gary's athletes as well, I think.
Yeah, just going off these results so far, I'd probably guess around that 740 mark may end up getting you into this final to try and make that top 10. Obviously, we've got 5 athletes close to that mark in this pool who are currently watching.
There you go, there's your official results there. James Turner taking it out. So this is once the percentage that are done off the world record. So James Turner, 53.35. Will Stedman, 56.23. And Alberto Campbell doing enough to take the bronze medal there, 51.84.
Yeah, it's a tough gig trying to beat an Olympic champion.
It is. It's not easy. And there you go, Steph Schweitzer did enough to take it out there. That I don't think that's been classified yet with their percentages, but there's the official time, 63.06, 66.19 and 69.26. Darcy Roper there just getting ready. Looks like he might be up very shortly for his second round attempt. And he's probably feeling a little bit light. He probably would be a bit dehydrated.
He would be a lot of bit dehydrated. You know, obviously vomiting, it takes a bit out of you. And I think his sister was saying he feels pretty good, but it'll be interesting to see what toll that will take on him.
Yeah, definitely just a 24-hour virus if that's what's happening out there. But that looks like Mackenzie Littlelow from WA up now on the runway.
A little bit flat there, Lynchy.
So just not getting, what would be the technique to try and get a little bit more height? So maybe it's just not extending off the board?
Yeah, it looked like he was just a bit overstriding a little bit into the board there. So he probably slowed down a little bit. So he needs to keep that speed on. And obviously that penultimate is one of the things you got to find. You got to make sure you get that free leg through as quick as possible to get that height. So he's just obviously overreached, put his foot out. And,
bit of a braking motion.
Yeah, and then that's why he's gone flat.
Now, when that happens, obviously you hit the board, you take off. Is there anything you can do to sort of save the jump a little bit?
Oh, no, not really, actually.
Once you stuffed it, you stuffed it.
Yeah, pretty much. And the only thing you can do is go back, bring it in, and then not obviously overstride. But you could probably... there's some people that are really good at it, like Fabrice Lapierre, and Mitch Watt was obviously absolutely one of the best that it could go into the board, even if he knew he was out or coming in too fast. Like he could slow it down, but then speed it back up. So he was one of those athletes that could just change it like that. So it was so that if you can do that, not everyone's Mitchell Watt. So yeah, it was very interesting. But Dusty Roper's now on now.
Yeah, you see him there. He's asking for the clap from the crowd. Now, were you a clap?
Yeah, I was a clap. Only when I was a little bit younger, but when I got a little bit older, it was just a little bit more, how you doing? So I just focused on what I really needed to do. And if I needed to get a pump up, I'll get a clap.
Yep. Have to go out there and do your business, get it done.
Yeah.
Not make too much fuss about it.
Got to say, I've got one clap in my life. It was the time that I did take out Robbie Crowther in the long jump.
Ooh.
I finished third.
Ooh.
It might have been the clap. It was the only time I've ever jumped over 7 metres. I don't think Robbie was training for a long jump at the time. I think he just did it for fun. Exactly. So that's probably why I did take him out. But I've got to say, it lifted me.
I must say, I've had the clap once in my life as well.
And obviously the clap in the crowd. From
in the
crowd,
clap. Yeah. But it was a clap that obviously I started, so it's not like I got a clap for doing a great performance or anything. But at recent ACT champs, in the pole vault, I was in a situation where in my warm-ups I was clearing these heights. It was all great. Opening height. I'm not going to tell you what the height was.
No, you can.
But opening height,
you can.
2 fails, was on my 3rd attempt. I needed the inspiration. I got the clap going. Got me over the bar.
I can say my pole vault PB is 225.
Well, got ya, 270.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
Well, you got a high jump world record.
Yeah, exactly. But from that moment on, from those 2 jumps, I cleared the height, next 5 heights, 1st attempt every time.
Beautiful.
The inspiration of a clap.
It is good.
Honestly.
It does get a pump up.
It does. Just that rhythm to get you go. But here we go. The start list now for the women's 800 metres. This is going to be a very exciting race out here. Fastest in the field, Zoe Buckman. She's the only athlete in the field that has a sub 2:01 next to her name. And we'll see her go against Annalise Ruby, the 400-metre specialist. So Lucy Buckley, Sarah McDermott, Beth Halmy, Annalise Ruby, Nicole Perry, Zoe Buckman, Jessica Haig, Abigail Reagan, Bianca Grimaldi and Ariana Harper.
3 heats. This is heat number 1. Women's 800 metres over.
It'll be interesting to see what Ruby does here. Obviously, in a lot of races this season and last season with her 8s, she likes to lead from the front. It'll be interesting to see if she goes out there and employs that tactic here in this heat, or whether she lets some of these other athletes do the work off the front and then she just sits behind and kicks down the home straight to ensure that auto qualification.
Yeah, now Zoe also did in the 15 last night, made it through nice and comfortable, so she's going to go 15 heat, 8 heat, 15 final, 8 final. I know Jeff Risley did it in 2015 and took out the gold at both, so it's a tough ask, but if anyone can do it, it's going to be Zoe Buckman. Heading down at the back straight, and it looks like Buckman in the centre of the field there. Slowing it down, Abigail Reagan in the number 8. Taking the lead at the moment. She's spent a bit of time over in the US at college. She's actually from Canamble, which is about 6 to 7 hours west of here, about an hour and a half north of Dubbo. And now residing in Sydney and training. And just behind her, that is Lucy Buckley from South Australia. Tucked in behind her, Buckman, Perry and Ruby. But it's Reagan with a big lead at the moment. Good 1 to 2 steps here.
Yeah, and as you can see there, Ruby, she sat back for the first lap. Now as she goes through the bell, she's starting to make a little bit of a move. She moves up to 3rd position, just on the shoulder of Buckman there. Those 2 athletes just sitting back a little bit, letting the other competitors do the work for them. I reckon now you're going to start to see them wind up as they go down the back straight, because obviously they don't want to get in a bit of a dogfight down the home straight. You don't want to leave it there. We had a couple of athletes yesterday in the men's event left it all too late. Obviously we saw James go only just getting across the line by 0.02 to make his way through to the final. So these 2 athletes will definitely be making sure that they do everything that is needed to get the automatics.
Yeah, now Abigail Reagan, not too bad, an 800 runner, got a 204 next to her name as well. So very handy. We see Ruby now very 400-esque her technique. It doesn't really change towards the longer and shorter distances, but entering the home straight and really just striding away now. Very, very comfortable. Zoe Buckman now moving into 2nd place. And Abigail Reagan holding down 3rd. And that'll be your first 3 across the line. 205, 42, the unofficial winning time. Now it looks like we got Tams at trackside with a very special guest, a gold medalist even, James Turner.
I'm very lucky to be joined by James Turner, who took the gold medal in that 400 metres. That was pretty close to the world record, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very close to the world record. I was hoping to be able to knock it off today, but wasn't able to do that today. Had a bit of a strong headwind coming into the home straight, but you get what you get, and hopefully I've got a chance later on to break it.
Now, did you break it in Canberra recently, or were you just off it?
I broke it by just a little bit at Canberra recently, which was absolutely amazing. I'm going really well at the moment, and hopefully, as I continue to train hard leading up to Worlds, I get a spot in Worlds, and I am able to do well there.
Okay, guys, just one more question, because I'm pretty damn excited to be standing next to you. Your 800 metres in Rio in the Paralympics, the gun just went, and you just took off so quickly. Was that always the race plan?
It was always the race plan. With my low balance, I'm not very good in a pack, so my aim is always to get out in front, get in front of the pack and stay there. It's where I'm most comfortable.
2:02.40, I think it was, by recollection.
Yeah, 2:02.40. It was that's still the fastest I've run in 800 metres so far. But hopefully I can shave a few seconds off that at Worlds.
Well, it was almost a world record by 3 seconds. It was such a great race and such an honour to be joined by you. Well done. Keep going. I can't wait to watch you at the World Champs later this year.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it, and it's been great speaking to you. Thanks.
Thanks, James.
Thank you, James. He actually started as a soccer player.
Well, there you go.
Only recently into the sport of athletics and winning Paralympic gold medals.
That's not a bad way to go at all. And there we go. We've got the start list up there for the next heat of this Women's Opens 800 metres. Heat 2 of 3. Lane 1, we've got Georgia Wassell from New South Wales. Lane 2, Connor Gist from Victoria. Lane 3, Heidi Demio from Victoria. Lane 4, Caitlin Murdoch from Queensland. Lane 5, Erin Blundell from New South Wales. Lane 6, Georgia Griffith from Victoria. Lane 7, Jessica Kemp from South Australia. Lane 8, the athlete from Western Australia, Keely Waters. Lane 9, Sarah Byron from Queensland. Lane 10, Katarina Bissett from New South Wales. And rounding out the field in lane competitor number 11, but actually in lane 9 is Alicia Kerr from New South Wales. So obviously we've got a double up in lane 8. That is Sarah Byron and Katarina Bissett. They'll run the first 100 through to the cut-in point in the same lane to allow for 11 competitors in this one. So literally this should be a good one. Obviously we've got Georgia Wassell.
Well, I think we might
Georgia
be missing
Griffith.
Georgia Wassell at the moment. We look at lane 1 and it's just Connor Gist there, so not sure why Wassell's not there.
Okay.
I'm guessing she's not competing, obviously. But yeah, Georgia Griffith now, that'll put her the class above. 4th at the 2014 World Junior Championships, actually behind Georgia Wassell when she got the bronze.
Yeah, but we can't count out Alicia Kerr. Massive PB from Alicia down in Canberra. So she's full of confidence going into this one as they round the bend to come into the 800-metre cut-in point. And it looks like it's going to be Alicia. She's going to lead the field through. She's going to cut in from lane 9 into lane 1. It's a long distance sometimes. You know, obviously, you're probably running a couple extra metres having to do that.
Yeah, and it's only first 2 plus the next 2 best times. So they really need to fight out for these positions. But Heidi Demio, she did get a medal earlier this week in the under-20. Or the under-18 800, so she's again back like one of these juniors. While you're here, why not put yourself against the Opens?
Yeah, don't disagree there. You might as well have a crack at it. You've competed in your own age championships. You've had your chance at winning your medal. Now you're coming out here to see how you go against the Open athletes. And sometimes it can spur these athletes to go on to some pretty special things. And right now we're going to see these ladies go through for the bell at 1:02.22. Obviously, the pace is not super hot, but you wouldn't expect that in these heats. But off the front there, it looks like we've got Byron and Kerr just behind Gist and Griffith. So, as we said, George Griffith, quickest in this field. She'll move down the back straight just on the outside there. Make sure she sets herself up into a good position, coming into the bend with 200 to go.
Yeah, Griffith and Keir, probably the 2 class athletes there. Connor Gist got a 2:08.40, and she's trying to hang on just behind them. But Griffith, 2:02, and I think that might be from one of those miles races down in Melbourne. They do have a lot of those distance and very big distance crews down there. Just very classy athlete, long striding, really coming on in leaps and bounds now from the World Junior experience. And it's going to be these two, first two across the line. 2:01's the time they'll want to achieve. Probably not today, obviously, but later on in the evening. Or this week, sorry, but 2:07.32. And Alicia Keir taking that automatic qualifying position as well. Not as fast as the first heat.
Yeah, definitely, obviously, not as fast, but Georgia Griffiths did everything she needed in that one to obviously secure her automatic spot through to the final.
There's the official results of the first heat down there, and we've got the winner of that heat, Annalise Ruby, with Tamsin.
Yeah, she was off the track pretty quickly, did it very easy.
Thank you. Yeah, it was good to get the heat out of the way. I'm always a bit nervous before the first race at Nationals, so I was happy just to be out here and it wasn't raining. That was a benefit.
Talk us through, it's a new event. Was it a big decision to pull out of the 400 heats yesterday?
Yes and no. I wanted to do both, and I'm still a 400 runner at heart, but doing the 800s, I knew I just needed to focus on it this year, and if I was going to do both, it probably would have left me a little bit split, so I made the decision with my coach a couple of weeks ago, just 800 it, but I'm going to nail it, so...
Well, I tell you what, you look so smooth and controlled in that. It looked like you've been doing them for years. Is that how it felt?
Yes and no. I try and make it look that way, that's for sure. I definitely get a little alarm bell that goes up in my head when the bell goes off, like, hang on, you're meant to be done now. But as soon as you sort of forget about that and just get in the rhythm of the race, I think it comes naturally, so it's good. Yeah.
The boys, sorry guys, we'll just get out here because there's a medal presentation happening. The boys are asking me because they've got this fash cam going, of course, because, you know, Ben Offren's a fashion cam. Yep. So they want to know what's the do's and don'ts of running. Like, so what's something fashionable that you think is a do?
Well, there's always the hair. I'm not a very good example today, but come Sunday, hopefully I'll have something done with my hair. There's always a braid or a ribbon. I think the sock coordination with the shoes. You don't want a big, ugly, fat sock sticking up from your spike. I go with a simple black ankle sock. That's kind of my look generally. And then, try and be bright. Be bold. Just work it.
I think with Annie, guys, what you always have to look for is nail colour too, because she's always got the nails going. So what have you got today for these champs?
So this is and originally I had a big thing about not wearing nail polish. If I wore nail polish, I was going to run slowly. And then one day I was like, that is not a thing. I want to have fun with my nails. So I've matched the Puma kit this year. Gone for a hot pink, a bit fancy.
I love it. So the do's are the nails and the don'ts are do not wear those big ugly socks.
I hate them. They're so hard to run in as well. You feel like you're 10 kilos heavier.
And most importantly, good luck for that final.
Thank you. We'll be going pretty hard, so it should be good.
Yeah, thanks for that, Tamsin. As we see there, they're away in Heat 3 from the inside. Lillian Price, Erin Rayner, Monica Clark, Rebecca Revel, Amy Brown, Natasha Topsuka, Abby Delamotte, Katrina Anderson, Anna Saw, and Laura Story on the outside. So as we see there, Lillian Price taking it to the field. She's going to lead them down the back straight. As we see, Laura Story is going to tuck in behind her, closely followed by Abby Delamotte. They're going to be a top three leading into this first 200. Obviously, Laura Story and Abby Delamotte, probably the two favourite ones in this field. They're definitely the quickest athletes, and they're going to tuck in behind Lillian just to ensure that they obviously do just enough to get through these rounds into this final. Obviously, it's the first two. Next fastest two will progress through to that final tomorrow.
I think it'll be a Sunday.
Sunday, there you go.
Sunday, yeah. So they'll do the 15s tomorrow. But Delamotte, one of the athletes who's probably spent a bit more time now at the fours and moving up. But they go through in 60.85, so almost 2 seconds quicker there than the others. And I guess this means you're going to pull through with Lillian Price and looks like the New Zealander Katrina Anderson tucked in behind them. They want that non-automatic qualifying position.
Yeah, definitely. And it's obviously going to help the athletes behind her. But Laura Story's an athlete, no fuss, get out there, get the job done. So she definitely wasn't going to sit back and make it a sprint finish down the end and possibly miss out on a spot in the final. As we saw athletes like Dylan Stenson, fantastic athlete from South Australia. We saw him miss out on the final. So hopefully these girls have learned from the boys' mistake yesterday. And as you see, coming around with 100 metres to go, it's Laura Story out in front, followed by Abby Delamotte. Still got Lillian Price sitting just behind them. She's been dragged through. She's going to run actually a pretty good time here for Lillian. We've got to see the 2:07.42, so she'll definitely be on that one.
She did a 2-second PB at the Summer of Bathurst Grand Prix, went down to 2:05, and she'll be very happy here. She should be able to get through on a non-automatic qualifying time there. 2:05.14, the winning time for Laura Story.
There you go. So you could probably, definitely put Lillian Price down as a fastest qualifier for that one, I'm sure. But obviously, we'll have to wait for photo finish to give us the final results of all three heats till we find that all-important last fastest qualifier.
Yeah, they're coming through now. It looks like 2:06.10 there for Lillian Price. And I think that would have put her at least third in the first heat. So, and I know the second heat was a 2:07, so she should be covered there. And it looks like Tamsin's got the winner of that third heat there, Laura Story.
I am. I'm here with Laura. It was a bit faster through the bell than the other semis, but still pretty comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it matters how fast you go. You don't feel great at the bell. The prospect of another lap's always horrible, but yeah, I just figured I back myself. I'm strong, I'm fit. Just get it done. Don't leave anything to chance.
No, well, last year, obviously, coming into last season, we knew you was a 400 hurdler, and you came ahead in leaps and bounds in your 800. You got so darn close to that Olympic standard. We really want you to be on the plane for that World Championships later this year. How's the training going now that you're a pure 800 runner?
Much longer. No, it's really good. I think this season's been great in that I can just focus and we're not ping-ponging. Like, am I going to hurdle? Am I going to run an 8? So that mentally has really helped me just put my head down, bum up and get going. And yeah, Olympics was hard, very hard pill to swallow. It was, yeah, I mean, you were there for my last run. You saw how upset I was, but you know, it's just, you got to use it to fuel the fire rather than extinguish it. You just got to keep pushing.
Well, sometimes the disappointments actually do end up making you, and I think this is going to be a turning point for you. You've already run a 2:01.9 this season, which is pretty fast, very close to that qualifier. Do you reckon we can see you guys getting close to that 2:01 standard on Sunday?
I would love for it to be a quick final. I think there's so many talented girls this year. I mean, there is every year, and yeah, you just got to go for it. I learnt the hard way last year. Sometimes you got to just take charge, you got to take control, you got to push it, and I think that race suits me better, to just go hard and just hope for dear life I've got something left.
Well, that's exactly the race that we want. Now, the guys, Ben is asking me to ask everybody what their fashion do and don'ts is at the moment. We asked Annie Ruby, and she went the girly hair and the nails, and I'm looking at your nails, and I'm pretty sure you're going to say the same thing.
Yeah, got to have the ribbon. Race day's always a ribbon. Nails, always a must. Yeah, it's my two things. I know it's race day when I've got the ribbon and the nails are good.
Are there any don'ts?
No, not that I can think of, although I ran at state in windy conditions in a ponytail and couldn't see where I was going, so Penny was really not happy with me at that. So we went a bun for the final at state, so I guess we'll have to see what it's like this year for the final. If it's raining and windy, we might have to rock the bun again.
Brilliant. So, guys, I think the don't is you've got to check the conditions before you get your hairdo done. So, great job today, Laura. Good luck on Sunday.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, that's actually a smart don't. You know, obviously you want to make sure you're able to see in a race. Now, I don't know, Laura, I've seen Laura have a few don'ts in my time. We actually used to live together back in the day. So we were housemates at one stage a number of years ago. So I think she's got a few more don'ts, as I probably have many, many don'ts.
There's
myself.
Results on your screen now. That's the second heat. So with Heidi Demio at 2:09, might just be missing out. I think we may see Lillian Price later on in that final on Sunday. And there it is, 2:06.10 for Lillian Price. So I think we'll see third place from that and third place from the first heat. It might be Abigail Reagan. Both went 2:06. and that will be your 8 to come back on Sunday. Now, the long jump has finished, so we'll say goodbye to Robbie Crowther, but he did just mention off air, we saw the javelin, and we did talk about Cedric nearly taking out a cameraman. But, Robbie, in 2007, was it?
Yeah, 2007 in Rome. It was called the Golden League back then, and now it's called the Diamond League. And I finished all my rounds, and obviously getting changed, and all of a sudden Sadiri from France got hit in the back with a jab, and the guy that threw it is a world champ from 2005.
Tero
I think it was.
Pikamaki.
Yeah, Pikamaki. And no officials have warned us at all, and it was quite freaky, and Andrew Howe actually just pulls it out when he probably shouldn't have.
No, I think you're supposed to leave it in and stop the bleeding.
Yeah, exactly right. So
Andrew Howe's a bit of a crazy man. So.
He was a crazy man, 2007. If you haven't seen that, get on YouTube and have a watch. Him and his mum.
His mum. His mum.
Now, I'm pretty sure it was yourself and Fab in a meet in France. You were sitting at a long jump run-up where the run-up was on the inside of the field, and a hammer landed right near you.
Mate, it landed in between of us. So we were just sitting at the back having a good old chat, as Fab and I do. And actually, funny thing was, I was actually talking to him about the javelin, just 2 minutes before the hammer landed in between us. So we were only standing a metre apart. And it obviously landed right in between us. The hammer handle hit my elbow, and Fabs just looked at me and go, "You've just put a curse on us."
You're probably the luckiest athlete in world track and field.
Oh, I think so.
Yeah.
So we'll say goodbye to Robbie Crowther. Maybe we'll see him on Sunday during the long jump. Maybe he's on his way home, but we'll say goodbye to him, and we'll have a quick ad break, and we'll be back with plenty more action here at the 2017 Australian Athletics Championships.
Saw a father bashing his own son.
And all the parents were arguing with each other.
It was really stressful, and it made me just not feel good at all.
I stopped because I was being yelled at and it just wasn't any fun anymore.
If they've got to yell out, they could say like something encouraging, like
Good job.
well, good pass.
You're doing great.
You're good, just keep trying and you'll get there.
Just let kids be kids.
famous for my face. I want to be famous for my heart.
The IAAF Nestle Healthy Active Kids Athletics program is fun, fast and awesome. It's an action-packed program filled with activities for all abilities from 5 to 12 years old. It's fun, fast and awesome. You can enjoy this program too now through the Sporting Schools program in primary schools across Australia. Come on, join us and sign up for athletics. For more information, check out athletics.com.au.
Welcome back to another excellent day here at the Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre for the 2017 Australian Athletics Championships, combined junior and senior championships, and we're in day 2 of the senior athletes, day 6 of everyone. Now, don't forget, if you're watching at home or you may be watching in the stands, join the conversation. Comment at facebook.com/athleticsaustralia. And if also you're on Twitter, if you're on Instagram, let us follow your journey, and by using the hashtag Summer of Aths. There it is. You can see it in the bottom hand corner there. Hashtag Summer of Aths. Now, we have got the new hashtag around here.
We certainly do. Obviously, we don't want to forget about that one. The Summer of Fash. F-A-S-H. Get on there. Make sure you hashtag both Summer of Aths and Summer of Fash so we can pick that up. And we'll make sure we get it up on the screen just to know your fashion do's and don'ts.
So we've had the second final event of the decath, the javelin. And we've got Aaron Booth taking it out 62.44. Cedric Dubler with a 54.18 on his last attempt. I think that might be a PB for him, getting out there very far. He should be pretty pumped before they head into the final event, the 1,500 metres.
Yeah, that's definitely lending towards my theory of the fact that he is in amazing shape right now. It's just the conditions yesterday that got to him. So it is disappointing that we had conditions like that. If he may have been competing the day before on that 30-degree sunny day, he probably would have had a much better day of it, I'm sure.
Now, this probably would have been easy to slide down the hill last night in the rain, but actually got a pretty good 5 to 6 metres down the hill.
There you go, yeah, they were getting all the way to the bottom and hitting the fence at the bottom yesterday. Obviously, with that rain, it was much easier to slide on those beanbags. But these kids are getting about halfway down that hill. Seems to be a few more at it today. They're braving, obviously only a couple braved the conditions yesterday, but much more out there today. And they were out there enjoying the men's qualification in the long jump. So now that that's finished and they're waiting for the men's 1,500 to come and roll themselves out here to the track, they've thought they've entertained themselves out there on the beanbags.
Yeah, exactly right. And you can see as we pan across the screen there, up the back here, it's all business. Physios, the live stream. It's all happening down in front. Everyone getting the best view for the action that is set to come. And you can see over the back straight, behind the discus cage, the athletes in the men's 1,500 metres.
Massive fields here. We've obviously got plenty of athletes out there, actually. We got 47 athletes.
47 athletes, no semi-finals.
No semi-finals.
No semi-finals. Top 3 plus the next 3 best times.
Wow. Obviously, we thought yesterday's 800s were cutthroat. This is probably a little harder on these athletes, I reckon.
Yeah, very tricky. We've got the first heat. You'll see 12 out there. The next one, 12, 11, and then 9. Oh, sorry. I missed a page. Yeah, another 12 in that last heat. So very, very tricky.
Yeah, I think we could definitely see a couple of these top athletes not making it through to the final, but it looks like we're going to throw down to Tamsin. She's got a couple of things for us.
Yeah, guys, I was just watching the back straight pool of the long jumpers come across, and I spoke to the young athlete Henry Smith about the run-up and how things were going. And apparently only one person, you guys could probably confirm this for me, qualified from that pool, and that was Chris Petrovsky. Did I say that right? And it wasn't a really tough qualification, 750. Just must have been the conditions out there. They said that it was really spongy on the run-up because of the rain from last night. And a lot of the athletes had a lot of problems with their run-up. A lot of them weren't hitting their board. They had to move all their markers for every single jump and just couldn't get it right.
Hey, maybe we can compare the two pools. See how many qualified from each side, who was jumping better, and maybe my theory of being in front of the crowd may have provided a bit of an assistance for the pool.
Well, we know that at least 4 qualified from the front straight.
There you go,
At the minute, I've only got confirmation of
you don't
one,
want to be out in the sun out there. You want to be in front of the crowd where all the action's happening.
Well, I do know there was a Japanese athlete who did get the automatic as well on the back straight, so we've got it up to 2.
It's still 2 to 4. So
see if you can help me
still
out
double.
there and push it up, Maddie.
No, that's all I've got at the moment. That was in the midst of round 2, so doesn't sound like we might have had any more from there. That's all obviously automatic, so we'll fill up the field.
Yep, obviously we'll fill it up with the top 10 athletes from those 2 rounds. As we see there, the 1,500-metre athletes just getting ready for the start of the qualification rounds. And as we see there on screen, start list for the first heat of 4 in this one. So we've got Qatari athlete Hamza Daruch. Not how to correctly pronounce that one. But next we've got Jack Stapleton from New South Wales. Matthew Ramsden, one to look out for from Western Australia, the youngster, obviously fresh off his nitro experience. Isaac Hockey from Victoria. Joshua Torley and Philo Saunders, both from the ACT. Philo actually does a lot of the training work with Josh, so coach and athlete going head-to-head there. Andre Waring from Victoria. Nick DeWar from Queensland, actually. Lewis McAfee from Queensland. Jake Ring from New South Wales. Ben Covington from Tasmania. And rounding out the field is Lewis Balland from South Australia.
Now, we've got actually 3 out of the 4 most recent World Junior representatives in this 1500. So Jack Stapleton, World Junior rep back in 2014 at Eugene, and then Matt Ramsden and Isaac Hockey both made the World Juniors in 2016. Matt Ramsden actually making the final, I think placing 5th or 6th. And as we said, very, very talented over this distance. And the 5K, did the 5K over in Bydgoszcz.
Mm-hmm.
And Louis McAfee spent a bit of time over at the US college system. But yeah, Philo Saunders, probably the longevity of Dr. Philo Saunders.
Oh, he knows his stuff. He definitely knows his stuff, and he looks after his body really, really well. He definitely knocks me around at training. Can't keep up with the guy. Sometimes I have to cut out of reps just so I can keep up with him.
And the amount of years he's run around 3:45 is ridiculous.
It is.
So 4 heats. Top 3 plus the next 3 best times will make their way back to the track on Sunday for the final. Now, Hamza Driosh, I'm going to go with Driosh.
Right,
a 3:33.69 is his seed time.
It's quick.
That's very quick.
So,
very classy.
Yeah, I don't. It'll be interesting to see what we see him do here. Obviously, that 3:33.69 has probably come from a race which was probably set up quite quickly with pacemakers and the works. It's usually what happens with athletes who run so quick. I don't think we're going to see him go anywhere near that, especially not in this qualification round through to the final.
I don't think he'd be wanting to go that fast.
No.
Save the energy. But we did see him compete in the 800 last night. Mm-hmm. Didn't make it through to the final.
Yeah, so
I think he was 9th.
Obviously, for some of these Northern Hemisphere athletes, it's not their season currently. Obviously, a lot of them are doing indoors. A lot of them into their winter base. So he's come out here to race. I'm not sure how long he's out here for, but maybe it's worked for Rhodesia coming out here in the summer, and he's definitely performed well leading into the European summer. So maybe Hamza is looking to do the same.
Exactly. So we'll go through the field again. Driosh, Stapleton, Ramsden, Hockey, Torley, Saunders, Waring, Dewey, McAfee, Ring, Covington and Fallon. And it looks like it's going to be a kick-down race already.
Yeah, definitely. From the get-go, pace isn't there. The field's bunched up. They're running around. No one wants to take this. Everyone wants to sit back and let the other athletes do it for them. So no one wanting to take this lead. And as you can see there, Ramsden just tucked in on there. Oh, there's a little bit of push and shove there. Ramsden just making sure he's got a little bit of clear air. Obviously, we don't want athletes to clip the heels. No one wants to go down. Just behind him there is the youngster Josh Tawley, who took out the under-20s 5K just the other night in a fantastic performance.
So he's had a bit of running already in his legs this week.
Yeah, he definitely has. And as you said he looked tired, but he definitely wasn't tired. But we'll see how he goes in this.
I'll
Obviously,
never live that down.
having the 5K in the legs already, it's a lot of running. So, and it was a warm night, so hopefully he can come here and back up and mix it with these older athletes.
But that's Jack Stapleton out there, the 2014 Under-20 World Championship representative in the red singlet. And just on the outside, it looked like it could be Andre Waring from Victoria.
Yeah, I think that, I must admit, they think these athletes need to be wary of Philo Saunders. Obviously, he's the oldest in the field by a long way, but he can run. He's got a 49 to his name, I'm pretty sure, over a 400. That's handy for a 1,500 metre runner. He kicks down quite nicely over the last 300, so if this pace remains like this, I reckon he's in with a chance to sneak in with this top three.
Yeah, and talking of Tawley, he's just moved his way straight to the front of the pack. So that is Tawley, Waring, Stapleton, Driush, and the number 4 there, Isaac Hockey. Louis McAfee also tucked in there, but Ramsden, he might need to get himself out of a bit of trouble. We'll see what they go through 800, not lightning fast.
Now, as you say that, yeah, Ramsden pushed his way out.
He's had to go backwards to go forwards a little bit.
Bit of argy-bargy in this one, isn't there?
Yeah, when it's a slow pace, obviously there's more chance to collide, and going through in 2:13.42 for the first 800, it's not quick, and you can see them now starting to sort themselves out. They know, look, if I want the best chance to get to the final, I need to turn it up, and a little push in the back there to Tawley, but it's pushed him right out the front.
Yeah, it has. But that's the thing. You know, it's one of those things, if you identify yourself as an athlete that may not be in for that top three, you need to ensure that the pace is on, because you are looking for those next 3 best times. And obviously we haven't seen the other ones yet, but I don't think we're going to get the 3 fastest from this. So not with a slow first 800 like that, but obviously the pace is quicker now, and Ramsden's taken control of this one. And they're going to come in to receive the bell there from official Neil Bowden, doing a fantastic job.
Daughter's already competed this morning, Lauren Wells, in the 400 hurdles heats. But here we go, Ramsden, and that's Saunders, Hockey, Stapleton, Driush in that first 5 positions. But it's first 3 across the line. They're going to take these automatic qualifying positions. And looks like we've got the youngsters, the most recent World Under-20 representatives, Ramsden and Hockey.
As well as the oldest competitor in the field, Philo Saunders there.
Certainly.
I did say he would be there. If the pace was slow, he'd be definitely there in that last lap, because he does have a pretty good sprint finish. And it looks like these 3 athletes are doing enough to run away here. They will be your top 3, unless the Qatari athlete from behind, Hamza, has a great last 100, but I don't think so. I think Philo's going to take that 3rd place. But Ramsden looks over the shoulder, looks again. He's going to be comfortable here. He shifts out into lane 3, and he's going to run off the track and get this done. Finishes in lane 6, actually. And then, obviously, the athlete there, Isaac Hockey, will be 2nd. And Philo Saunders happy. He smacks the track in excitement. He'll be happy with that. A little bit of the pump of the fist. I'm pretty happy for him personally. It's good to see. The age of 40. 40 making the final here.
Turns 41 this year.
There you go. It's impressive, honestly. It is absolutely impressive. Some of the things I see him do at training.
A lot of athletes that he probably works with at the moment are in this competition.
Yep, definitely. As we said before, Tawley. I think Tawley, I'll go with you there. A little bit flat in that one. Obviously, he had a moment out there in front, but with 5Ks in the legs on such a hot and muggy day.
Yeah, it's very draining. We saw how often so many of those guys actually went to the drink station, which you just wouldn't see that often.
Yep, most definitely. It'd be interesting to see if we can actually get, if we can't get Ramsden, maybe get Philo Saunders back out. It'd be great to have a chat to Philo. Well, it looks like we've got Tamsin on the hunt. She's off to see if she can find some of those athletes. Obviously, we're up in the box. We're able to view what's going on down at the track, so we can see it. Looks like, no, we got the thumbs up. Tamsin's got someone. Bit of a surprise. They're going to come walking out the tunnel here. Who is
I'm
it?
only going to ask him 2 questions because he really wants to get off this track. Matt's going to just talk to me quickly, sorry. Yeah. Hey, very easy. Were you concerned when you were boxed in a little bit with 2 laps to go?
A little bit, but just got to be patient and use your body to get out of there, and I did that, so it's all good.
You did it beautifully. You went with 700 metres to go. Was that just because you didn't know what the kick down was going to be and you wanted to make it as easily as possible?
Yeah, that's right. I just don't like leaving it to the last minute. I probably could have, but rather not. So, yeah, qualifies. Doesn't matter.
You did everything right. Good luck for that final. You looked fresh as a daisy. Looked brilliant out there. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that, Tamsin. It was always good to get a nice little interview with the winners of those heats. And as you can see there, the start list for the second of 4 heats here. So the athlete from the ACT, Jordan Gusman. From Victoria, Adam Pike. Tasmanian athlete, Douglas Hammerlock. From New South Wales, Edward Vining. From Victoria, Mark Richards. The ACT athlete, Matthew Dempsey. Jackson Sharp from New South Wales. Lachlan Spinall from Victoria. Lachlan Scott from South Australia. Elaine Dutton from WA. Edward Goddard from New South Wales. And John Lean rounding out the field from Queensland. So in this one, who we got? Jordan Gusman, 3:38.58. He's definitely one to watch as we see them come down the front straight through the first 300 metres in this.
It's very interesting here. So we've got the silver and bronze medalists from last year's national championships in this race. Jordan Gusman finished second and Adam Pike third. So very interesting seating here, but obviously it goes off their most recent times. And that looks like Eddie Vining out in front at the moment. Mark Richards just tucked inside. As we see here, the results. 3:52.05, Matt Ramsden. So Hamza Driush, Louis Fallon and Nick Dewar, they are the 3 non-automatic qualifiers just there at the moment. And they'll be on the bubble, waiting to see what happens in these next 3 1,500 metres. So that's Eddie Vining, Mark Richards on the outside, the youngster, Jackson Sharp, Jordan Gusman in the bright yellow there. And Tamsin, you are down there trackside.
Yeah, just quickly, guys, because I know this race is very exciting. I'm here with Philo Saunders, who's just informed me he's made his 10th national final.
Yeah, no, real happy. Had a real good season training-wise and haven't quite put it together, and I just had a real goal of mine to make this final. So when I was in 3rd place, going down the straight, I just trying to hold on. It was quick, but I felt like I had a gap. So, yeah, I'm pretty happy. 18 straight national champs, so it's good to be back in the final. Yeah, really good.
Well, you're the elder statesman at 40 years of age. It's fantastic to see you out here again, and good luck for that final.
Thanks a lot, Tamsin. Nice chatting. Thank you.
Hang on. The guys just want to know, do you have any fashion do's or don'ts?
Fashion do's? Yeah, usually bright. Matching if you can with the spikes, but yeah, sometimes socks, sometimes no socks.
Brilliant, love it. Let's get back to the race, guys.
Sometimes just bright colours that do or don't. Sometimes too much matching and too much bright. Are you going to go all fluoro green?
I don't know. Obviously, he's working for Jordan at the moment. He just takes the lead on the bell lap. So he's out there in a nice fluoro yellow singlet. Obviously, black and white on the back, but the front is all fluoro yellow.
Yeah, that's him. He's going down the back straight. That's Richards behind him. Pike, the shorter fella there in the number 2. Matt Dempsey, Eddie Vining, and Douglas Hammerlock with the long hair. And we'll see who can kick it down the most. Not as split as the last race, but that's the national reigning silver medalist from this race out in front, and the bronze medalist just tucked in behind him. These guys are now starting to split from the rest of the group. Eddie Vining, mainly an 8 runner, but this year in the last few seasons, putting a bit of damage into these 1500s.
It's going to come down to a big sprint here between these athletes. Obviously, only first 3 are automatics. The other one will be fighting for the fastest qualifier. Looks like Dempsey's going to have the better of Vining in this one, but Vining's trying to push back. He's trying, but Gusman, take it easy. He runs away. He'll take that one from Pike.
Significantly faster as well.
Yeah, definitely. So I think Vining should be fine in that one. And even the athlete in 5th and 6th place will be in a better position than the first heat for sure.
That's the problem, though. There's still 2 more heats.
Yeah, there's a lot of runners out there. So it was an interesting tactic by the first heat to go out so slow. Obviously, the better athletes in that field weren't interested at all at pushing the pace, so they were happy to sit back and let others do the work. But some of the athletes down the tail end of that one, if I was out there and I was a distance runner, I'd be out there to try and run as fast as I could, because I knew that was my only way to get through this final.
Looks like Tams is down there with the winner of that heat, Jordan Guzman.
I am down here with the winner. Now, you've had a great season, Jordan, over a variety of distances, but 1,500 probably your main event.
Yeah, definitely concentrating on the 1,500, but trying to work either end of that.
Well, it's going to be a pretty hot final on Sunday, but you're in amongst the chance for the medalists.
Yeah, hopefully. I'd like to think so. I came second last year, so hopefully try and do one better, but Ryan's going to be tough to beat, so just be in there with the mix and I'll be happy.
You've got a great race brain. You seem to know how to get to the right position at the business end. Is that probably one of the things that you'd say that is your strength?
It hasn't always been like that. I've kind of worked on it probably from watching 1,500-metre races from 7 o'clock till bedtime every night. So, I like to use that, to my advantage. And I think I just know when to get to the right spot at the right time. And hopefully it helps me out on Sunday.
Well, job done tonight. What will you do tomorrow on your day off?
I don't know. Maybe go for a bit of a swim at the beach. I've got my little sausage dog up here, so take him for a walk. And although he wasn't allowed in the track, unfortunately, so my girlfriend's in the car watching.
Are you serious? You've got a dash hound. What's her name?
His name is Stanley.
Stanley the dash hound. All right, okay. I reckon if you take the win on Sunday, we're going to have to work out how to get Stanley on the track.
Yeah, we'll get him on the podium, get him the medal. He probably deserves it more than I do, so.
That's fantastic. I love it. All right, go warm down. Good luck for Sunday.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Tamsin. And Jordan, as we see now, the first place runner there, Jordan Guzman, 3:44.81, sorry. So I think Eddie Vining, Hammerlock, and even Mark Richards, those three now will find themselves in those automatic qualifying positions. Very handy out there as the next heat rolls around the first 300 metres. Start lines here, Ryan Gregson, Tom Forthorpe, Jot Edwards, Julian Oy, Charles Hunter, Joshua Phillips, Michael Marantelli, Brendan Press, Thomas Thorpe, Liam Woolett, and one more on the other side, Joe Burgess. Now, Tom Forthorpe out in front there at the moment in the yellow singlet. Charlie Hunter, New South Wales state champion, and Michael Marantelli actually was the boundary umpire for the AFL Grand Final.
Well, there you go. Those boundary umpires do a lot of running up and down the course, and a lot of distance runners actually do go and do the umpiring for the AFL. There's been a number of athletes over the years who have umpired at the highest level in the AFL. And as we see there, it looks like Ryan's just sitting in there in second. Obviously, they went through in 1:07 for that first lap. This pace, again, obviously it's a lot faster than the first heat, so it's more similar to the second one. These athletes understand now that they need to push this a little bit to ensure that they are in a good position to either get the top three or the next best 3 times. Ryan Gregson, known for his kick, does have a great kick, and we've seen him run away from fields before, and I don't think he'll be too unhappy in the positions he's in. He's actually quite comfortable there in second, and I think he'll be pretty confident.
Yeah, we haven't actually seen him over the 1,500 in Australia, but we have seen him over the mile over in indoors over in Ireland, and very, very handy kick there. And I think hopefully he can bring that. They've just had another stint down at Falls recently and pretty much came straight from there to here. And we saw training partner Matt Ramsden look really cruisy then in that first of the heat, and Luke Matthews earlier as well. Luke Matthews, we won't see him go in the 1,500 metres here, so he's just concentrating on the 8. Though obviously we know, as he did in Rio, he can qualify in the 1,500. He's very handy. But Tom Forthorpe, Jai Edwards there in third position at the moment. Julian Oyer, Marantelli and Charlie Hunter. Charlie Hunter, very good on the last lap as well. Dropped to 56 or 55 maybe at the last lap. Maybe it's 52. I'm not sure.
Well, there you go.
But very handy over the last lap, and he's going to need it with their currently sitting in 6th position. He needs to get up into that.
Yeah, still Forthorpe leading this one, followed by Gregson and Edwards. Those are your 3 right now. He's starting to open a bit of a gap. Edwards is trying to get up on the back of Gregson just for this final 300 coming through. But those 3 athletes look pretty comfortable at the moment. But here we go. As you said, we've got a kick here. That's Hunter.
Yeah, Hunter's trying to chase him down. Apologies for the clock there. It's stuck at 2:30.5. But as they go through with 200 metres to go, it's 3:18. And it is Edwards in third, Gregson second, Forthorpe. But here comes Hunter into the picture. Marantelli as well. It's first 3. These guys really need to start turning it on. I'm not sure if anyone's winding this pace up. The wind looks very strong as they lean into it. Gregson easing his way around Forthorpe. He's already moving out wide. He's probably won't even finish in the tunnel. Hunter now and Edwards. Hunter finding that extra gear. Pulled himself into third position, but Gregson's going to finish probably in lane 6 there. And Forthorpe, Hunter taking that the automatic qualifying position. 3:47.75, the unofficial winning time there. So not as quick as the heat before. As we see the birds starting to get into that free shot put area. Everyone trying to get the best seat in the house for an awesome night of athletics here, Friday night of the Australian Athletics Championships.
And it's good to see Ryan Gregson not just running off the track, going around shaking the hands of every competitor in that 1500, and that's great to see. And looks like Tamsin's got Ryan down there now for a bit of an interview.
I tell you, what is it with you MTC athletes flying off the track and ending in lane 4 ready to get off?
Just don't want to build up lactic. You've got to keep moving.
I don't think you got too much lactic in that race, did you?
Felt great. So it's perfect. I think when you actually go a bit faster, it doesn't take as much out of you. What hurts is sometimes, like the first heat, you jog around real slow, then you got to sprint hard. That's what builds lactic. So that was perfect. Bit of fun. Can't wait for 2 days' time.
We can't wait to watch you in 2 days' time now. Ben Offrens is doing fashion cam or something. Do you know what he wants to know? He wants to know what the do's are for athletic attire. Go with the splitties. Say you've got to wear splitties.
Please. Luke Matthews asked me night before his heat, and he said, what should I wear? Bike pants, split shorts. He said, I said, what'd you do when you raced Rhodesia? Split shorts. I don't know what he's doing, running the Olympics wearing bike pants, but I think he wore split shorts the other night and he looked pretty good, so I think Lukey will stay in them.
I think a few of the girls think Luke looked pretty good too. Hey, great
legs. He'll be watching at home, so seriously, he'll be watching from Alexandria, streaming it, so Lukey, you look good.
Lukey in your legs. Good luck for that final tomorrow. Ryan, good luck Sunday.
There you go. Fashion do. Splitties. Ryan Gregson putting it to Matthews there.
What?
Do not get back in those bike shorts ever. Splitties all the way.
Well, we did say that that's the way to go. And here we go. The last heat is underway. First 3 plus the next 3 best times from the inside. Musab Adam Ali, Geordie Williams, Joshua Johnson, Adrian Plummer, Guy Walters, Will Austin Craig, Christopher Dale, Bryce Cole Sinclair, Mitchell Cashian, Duncan Miller, Lachlan Irvine and Reese Langdon. Duncan Miller, one of your boys, stepping up into the big leagues.
Yeah, definitely. He's one of our junior athletes. He walked away with a medal at the junior. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes in this senior age. Obviously, we've got some quality athletes out here.
They are crawling through that first 250, and if it wasn't for Josh Johnson now tearing up the pace, they'd be struggling.
Yeah, it looks like Josh is out there in the sunglasses. So maybe we might have to have a little bit of a talk about that a little bit later on. But he's opened up a gap there. He's got about 5 metres on the field. Obviously, he wasn't happy with the pace that was set currently, so he's moving away. And I think he wants to ensure that he's either one of those top 3 or the 3 fastest. He's not leaving this to chance at all.
No, why would you? The last hit, you know what you need to do. These guys know what time they need to achieve, and Josh is the only one out there trying to get it.
He is. He's doing a fantastic job at it. Look at him go. He's got about 10 or 15 metres on this field, but it will be interesting to see how much this does affect him, because obviously front running like this, out in front, solo, it can start to get to the point where you are working a little too much and a little bit more than the rest of the pack. It's like the cycling, the peloton. If you have a lone rider out in front, the peloton obviously can move a lot faster than that lone runner can. And as you can see, the rest of the field, they're just hanging back there about 15, 20 metres behind. Josh is going to come through, 2 laps to go. And we'll see them around the bend. We'll get a bit of an 800 split on these guys. Another Qatari athlete in this one.
Yeah, Musab Adam Ali, 3:36.67 he's got to his name, so he's
a
pretty handy
time. The other one is Geordie Williams. Obviously, another MTC athlete out there trained by Nick Badeau. Stable is very, very, very good. And obviously, as we saw before, Ryan Gregson, one of their athletes, automatically through to the final. But Josh is still out there. He's still got 15, 20 metres on this field. But as you can see, this field is starting to get a little bit of a wriggle on. They understand that they need to get moving.
Well, they definitely need to. They really need to get moving if they want to pick him up. It's just a time trial at the moment for Josh Johnson. Now
I'm just interested to see those sunglasses as we see a close-up there. Are they casuals?
They don't look like running sunglasses.
They do not look like running sunglasses, so we may have to have a little bit of a word with Josh Johnson after this one. But as he come down, Josh is going to receive the bell. The rest of the field has probably come up about 5 metres on Josh.
So you've got Adam Musab, Williams, and that looks like Adrian Plummer in the blue. And those guys are leading the chase pack. They have pulled him back a little bit, but he's still got a good lead. And
they're starting to gobble him up now. I think they're going to take him down this back straight as we see Adam Ali moves up on the back of Josh Johnson, followed by Adrian Plummer, then Geordie Williams. They're obviously the quality athletes in this field, and they're going to go straight past Josh with 200 metres to go.
Yeah, he's worked hard from the start, and it is paying the price at the moment. But it's Plummer, Adam Ali, and Williams. And that looks like Will Austin-Cray. We saw him in the 800-metre heats last night. Didn't get through to the final. Trying to make up for it now in this 1500. These guys need to get a wriggle on. Looking around there from Adam Ali. But Williams, great turn of speed. We did see him in the 8 before. If you YouTube Geordie Williams kicks, you'll see some amazing kicks from this athlete. He's outstanding. As we see Will Austin-Cray and Adam Ali go into those automatic qualifying positions. And I think Plummer will have to wait. That was pretty quick, though.
Yeah.
We'll see. 3:47.12, the unofficial winning time.
We'll obviously have to wait for photo finish on those ones, but obviously we know who the automatics are through. Josh Johnson, actually did all right to recover from that. They went past him, but he's come through in 5th position still. Obviously, he'll have to have his fingers crossed to see if he can nab himself a fastest time there, but it's definitely going to be tough.
As you can see here, Will Austin-Cray in the fluoro green. Normally, he's actually the state champion for the 800 for New South Wales, and he's couldn't make the final for that, but he's made himself the final automatic qualifier for the 1500, and we've got Tamsa down there with Geordie Williams.
Hey, that was better, Geordie.
Well, it was a lot better, wasn't it? Yeah, a bit of a rough one last night. I'm coming off, an okay last, 2 or 3 months, so some good, some bad, so I think I can put last night down to a bit of a lacking confidence. It was better tonight, much better, so...
It was so much better. It was like having 2 different athletes out there. Obviously, last night you looked like you did perhaps lack a little bit of confidence.
Yeah.
How do you regroup then after such a disappointing race and then come out and just absolutely smash it and look so calm and controlled?
Oh, I think that's something I would have learnt overseas and just a lot of years racing, You can't let one bad performance get to you too much because there's another one right around the corner, and this one was really right around the corner, so I just tried to relax, get my recovery like normal and just get on with it.
No, that takes great mental strength. That was really impressive. Great effort and good luck for the final on Sunday.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, we'll definitely, I reckon, see Geordie mixing it up. These are the official times there. 3:47.08 for Williams, Austin-Cray, 3:48.31, and Musab Adam Ali from Qatar, 3:48.44. Plummer might be close. We'll have to wait and see, though. We'll see the finalists up outside. Check the live results. If you want to check the live results, if you want to know anything about athletics in Australia, go to athletics.com.au for all your athletics information, whether you want to maybe try yourself as a coach, get out there, maybe even want to officiate. We need as many officials as possible. Those birds probably won't be able to classify as officials. I'm sure they're probably not the greatest at pulling a shot put out of the ground. It's a bit tough to claw.
Just a little bit tough. But they're doing a great job out there on the grass, though.
Oh, certainly. I'm sure there's some great seeds out there.
So you see there, the SOPAC staff doing a great job here this week at the facility, making sure this event runs nice and smoothly. So we do send our thanks out to those.
There's the start list now. For the women's under 14 long jump, Caitlin Taylor, Heike Papasilva, Jordan McMillan, Ellie Whittingham, Ella Young, Clara Nuruddin, Nikisha Brimble, Amelita Case, and Amber Kamau. And that's Kamau there from Victoria. Only in the first round. She is the final athlete in the first round. A little bit behind the board there. Obviously just trying to work on those run-ups. But we'll have 2 more before the qualifying gets around. Now, Tamsin is trackside with a very special guest who we might be seeing compete on Sunday. Tamsin.
I am here with a very, very special guest. I think I've taken her by surprise, but Olympic gold medalist Sally Pearson. You're back competing in the national championships.
Yes, I know. 2 years it's been, so it's very exciting. But I also love that the juniors are in conjunction with the seniors, and I get to come out here and watch the next Tamsin Lewis, Sally Pearson. I think it's pretty exciting. You never know who's going to cross that finish line or throw the hammer or throw the discus and who's going to be the next world champion. I think it's really exciting to be here.
It is very exciting, and there's been some really fast talent, especially in the under-18 sprints. They're all coming from Queensland, aren't they?
We breed them good up there. No, it's very exciting, especially with Riley Day. I mean, she's an incredible talent, and it'll be interesting to see what she does now after these national championships, whether she tries to go for a qualifier for Worlds. I mean, the time's not too tough, and I think she could be capable of doing it, but who knows? I mean, she's still 16 years old, and even if she gets in a relay or something, it would be really exciting.
Okay, and talk to us about Sally Pearson. You're back racing. You've just come back from a very successful stint on the indoor circuit. How are you feeling about Sunday's races?
Oh, I'm pretty nervous, actually. I mean, I've raced these girls 100 times before, and I don't know how many times I've raced the hurdles in my whole career. But it's I guess nerves are a good thing. It means you still love it, you still enjoy it. I'm still passionate about it. But I just can't wait to see what I can do. I think I'll be all right once they get out there and warm up and do the heats, and then I'll be okay. I'm good now. I can go.
You'll be fine. You're an expert. I don't think I've ever met anyone more competitive than you. And we are so lucky to have you back out there racing on Sunday. So good luck, Sal.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for that, Tamsin. It's always good to have a chat to Sally. Obviously, she's one of Australia's greatest track and field athletes. So it's good to get her perspective on how things are tracking.
Well, when you've got an Olympic gold medalist around, why not have a chat?
Exactly, and we're all looking forward to seeing her compete here this week. It's been a while, so we all welcome her back. As we see there's your start list for the first semi-final, the men's open 400 metres. Lane 2, James Command. Lane 3, Mitchell Lucas. Lane 4, Terry Fragiakis. Lane 5, Clay Watkins. Lane 6, Luke Stevens. Lane 7, Murray Goodwin. Lane 8, Will Johns, and rounding out the field as Azuma Kaki from Japan. So this is going to be an interesting one, this one.
Yeah, first two plus the next two best times. No one, I don't think, did anyone go sub 48 in the heats?
I think we had one in 47. I'm pretty sure it was the first of those.
Nope.
He
did get disqualified, the Japanese athlete, I think. So
there you go.
We did, but unfortunately, maybe he cut a corner, and that's how we ran so fast.
Yeah. So in this field, obviously, we've got Clay Watkins, who has gone 45.9. So he's the quickest in this field. But Luke Stevens, silver medalist from last year's nationals, he's definitely one to watch.
Yeah, 46.05 for him. So he's on the cusp.
Yep. But the other two athletes, obviously, Will Johns, who took out Stevens at the Victorian State titles, and also James Command, who was 5th in the national final last year.
Yeah, with a PB, 46.58, I think, for himself. We'll see what kind of shape he's in. As they off and running now from the inside, Kermont, Lucas, Fragidakis, Watkins, Stevens, Goodwin, Johns, and Kaiki. And just very, very relaxed style from Luke Stevens, isn't it?
Yeah, it always looks like he's not running that fast, but he's moving really fast down that back straight. It looks like he's starting to make up the stagger on his outside athlete in Murray Goodwin. He's going to go through the first 200 in the front, but he's responded, Murray. He's starting to move away from Stevens, actually. He's going to come around and possibly lead them into the straight, but also the athlete on the outside, the Japanese athlete, Kaiki, he's going to be a leader into the straight, followed by Murray Goodwin. But here comes Luke Stevens, that relaxed style as he comes down. Clay Watkins is fighting on his inside. He's coming into this picture, but looks like it's Luke Stevens going to take this one, followed by Clay Watkins and Kaiki, the Japanese athlete on the outside there.
Whew, that was nerve-wracking. Kaiki, big lead there, but Luke Stevens, he left himself a lot of work to do.
He did. And it's one of those things where sometimes you can get away with it in semi-finals, but if you do that again in the final, you can leave yourself a little bit too far behind, especially when some of these athletes that are coming up in the next semi-finals will be probably in those finals. So, but it looks like Kaiki actually got Watkins on the line there, so I apologise for that one. But it looks like we're going to throw down to Tams, and she's got the winner of the first semi-final in Luke Stevens.
Hi, Luke. Sorry to do this. I know you must be very puffed. It's not that easy to talk after 400 metres. You were clapping your hands after that. Was that with happiness?
Not really. I think, I don't know, maybe the time's not reflecting it, but got through. That's all I wanted, so that's good.
Yeah, no, all you had to do was get the qualification and get through to that final tomorrow night. A lot of the athletes have been saying in the circular events for 400 that their times have been down, so I wouldn't even worry about the clock.
Yeah, no, shouldn't worry about it. I was happy I got through, so I'll do it all again tomorrow night.
And your speed down the back straight looked fantastic. You obviously wanted to control it early.
Yeah, just had to trust in my training, relax, don't think about it too much, and just execute.
Well, job done, Luke. Well done. Good luck tomorrow.
Yeah, fantastic run there by Luke Stevens to take out the first semi-final in a time of 47.72 officially. Your second athlete, Azuma Kaki from Japan, 47.84. And rounding out, that one is Clay Watkins from South Australia in 47.89. So obviously we'll have to look at Clay Watkins and Will Johns for these two fastest qualifiers. So 47.89 and 48.02.
Yeah, so that's Clay Watkins and Will Johns. They're on the cusp, aren't they? They're in the bubble.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, now these athletes in the next semi-final and the one following will have an idea on what's required to make it through.
That's right. So over on the back straight, it's the women's under-16 long jump. Charlotte Winston Booth, Amira Luang, Phoebe Young, Madeline Roos, Jessica Midge, Charlotte McGill, Olivia Iacono, Zoe Cunningham, Sophie White, Tomisha Clark. And on the other side, Martina Bossert, Emalaya Ellis, Isabella Fanavong, Satine Massiar, Abby Bodic, and Alexander Rush. And this is just on the front side. This is girls under 14. Long jump Taylor there from Queensland. Just getting another one out into the pit there in the second round. And getting that white flag. The wind plus 0.4. And you can see there the official results on the screen. So Watkins and Johns are currently on the edge. They're the fastest two non-automatic qualifiers, but we haven't done any other semis yet, so we'll just need to wait and see. Back out here on the track for the second of three semis. From the inside, DeLuca Lawson Matthew, James Cooper, Tyler Gunn, Liam Procaccino, Steve Solomon, Taylor Burns, Jun Kimura, and Jamari Sanderson-Malera. So, I've got to say, Solomon, he's going to take that number one spot.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's really going to pressure him in this one. If he wants to take the win, he'll definitely take it. But obviously he understands that this is just a semi-final. It's all about getting safely through to the final tomorrow night. But I'll definitely look for him to set up the race nice and fast through the first 200, just to ensure that he's a good position coming into the home straight.
Yeah, exactly. It's Jun Kimura's got a 46 to his name. Taylor Burns, 47.50. Tyler Gunn, this is his 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think 6th 400 this weekend.
Yeah.
Heat semi-final, the under-20s, where he PB'd, did a 4x4, done the heat last night, and there he is there, Tyler Gunn. It's a big week.
It's a massive week. I certainly would not survive.
He really goes out hard too, so it'll be interesting to see how he can pull through the field. And off and running again from the inside, Lawson Matthew, Cooper, Gunn, Procaccino, Solomon, Burns, Kimura, and Sanderson-Malera. Pretty even at the moment in the first 100 metres, as Solomon just going onto the shoulder of Taylor Burns, who usually goes out pretty hard, maybe going a bit conservative, but really Solomon using that wind down the back straight.
Yeah, he definitely is. He's looking nice and relaxed, so he set himself up in this, and as you see there, he starts to lift the intensity, starts to turn the cadence over a little bit more, starts to use the arms. He's going to come around into the straight, probably in the best position in this one, but then obviously we got Sanderson-Malera on the outside pushing through, but as we see now, the Japanese athlete Kimura pushing through, but it's all Steve. He has a look around just to make sure he's okay. It looks like Tyler Gunn on the inside. He's coming through. He's going to push for a position here. Just missing out, but the time is quicker.
It is quicker, 47.35. So we may see, as we wait through it, 47.80 for Jun Kimura, 47.84 for Tyler Gunn.
There you go.
That's put him into that position.
So he's now the fastest non-automatic currently with one semi-final to go.
So 47.84 for Tyler Gunn. And it's just that last 100. Man, that's going to put him into set. If he can get through, that's a huge week. But this is the opportunity that we have at the Combined Junior and Senior Champs with the under-20s so early in the program, and now the Opens at the end. There is an opportunity. So now it's 47.84, 47.89 needed to make the final. Tyler Gunn, the youngster, and Clay Watkins currently sitting on the edge there.
Definitely interesting, though. Obviously, we saw Will Johns run 48.02 in that last one. He did actually take out Luke Stevens at the Victorian Champs. So it's interesting to see him run out in the semi-finals. We really did think he would come here. And he's obviously in great shape, so I'm sure he'll be disappointed with that one. But as we look to the next semi-final, the third one in this men's open 400 metres. Looks like we got Tamsin down trackside with
Steve.
the winner of the second semi-final.
Sorry, he just wants to get a water quickly. That looked beautiful and smooth. Job done.
Yeah, today I wanted to get out a bit, get into a rhythm. Once I felt pretty good down the back, decided to just hold it around the bend and relax into the home straight. Yeah, I'm pretty happy.
Well, it looked really smooth down the back straight. You were definitely leading by the 200. So your speed looks pretty good. Fitness looked great. You were looking around. Ready for a fast one tomorrow night?
Absolutely. No, looking forward to tomorrow night.
Brilliant. I won't keep you long. Good luck for tomorrow.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I think he might be giving that. We'll see what kind of shape he's in, but maybe he'll nudge that 45.50 World Champs qualifier. Very, very close to the Rio qualifier last year. So maybe we'll see him push this one. It is a little bit easier.
Yeah,
than
it
Rio.
is.
Only by the smallest margins, but see the athletes down the back straight. That is the girls under 16 long jump. We've got some field event updates, and it looks like the sole athlete, Nikisha Brimble, with a 5.01. The only athlete to clear 5 metres at the moment, currently leading the field. But Caitlin Taylor, sorry, that's the under 14s I'm looking at. There you go, there the final results there for that last race. So Gunn moved himself into that fastest non-automatic qualifying position. I'll just correct myself. It's actually Tamisha Clark over the backstretch with a 5.83 in her first round. Very, very handy. Meet record for that long jump on the backstage. Sherman Oxus from WA, 6.32. But here's your next race. Luke Hamer, HM Dilip Ruan, Comrade Kumros, Matthew Wood, Alex Beck, Daniel Moen, Jack Collette and Jordan Saramento. Likely to see Beck out in front here, and Daniel Moen and Jack Collette, they're both in the 49 O's this season.
Yeah, I reckon those three athletes, 6 through to 8, will be the ones to watch in this one. But obviously we can't count out any other athlete, but definitely Alex Beck, 46.4 this season, quickest in this semi-final. As they away, Alex Beck always quick over the first 100. He moves up, tries to move up on the shoulder of Daniel Moen, but Daniel Moen's fighting back. And as we see those three athletes starting to move away, obviously they've moved up past the stagger of Jordan Saramento. And we're going to see those athletes move through. And Alex Beck starts to make his move here at the 200-metre mark. He moves past on the shoulder of Daniel Moen. He's going to come around this bend with 150 metres to go in the lead, but he's being pushed all the way by Jackson Collette, who was actually the fastest athlete in Australia for a good chunk of the season this year. But Alex Beck, class athlete, starts to move away, but Jackson Collette still there, still working through. It looks like these two athletes are going to be the top two to go through. So Alex Beck has a look around. He takes the win from Jackson Collette, followed by Daniel Moen. Obviously, we'll have to wait for times there to see who will be the fastest qualifiers through, but the automatics are Alex Beck and Jackson Collette in this one. 47.15 for Alex Beck. He'll be the fastest qualifier through. Jackson Collette, 47.32 as we wait for the photo finish officials to bring up time. 47.87 for Daniel Moen. He's done it. He's knocked Clay Watkins out, so Clay obviously won't be happy with that, but Daniel will be very, very happy with that. He's out there sporting the zinc on the nose, and it seems to have worked today. But it looks like Tamsin's down there with the winner, Alex Beck.
Alex, I am guessing that you're a lot happier with these conditions tonight.
Oh, isn't it beautiful? I asked coming here what that orange thing in the sky was. We haven't been getting much in Queensland either, so it's really nice to get some sunshine, and it's pretty good out there. A bit windy, but it's nice. Very nice.
And you were really fast out. Was that the goal for the race tonight?
Yeah, just wanted to set up a bit better than last night. A little lazy through 200, so I really wanted to get in a good position. Really happy when I pushed through the bend and then just switched it off on the way home. Did enough to get through, and we'll try again tomorrow.
Well, I think Glennis will be pretty happy with that. You looked really, really good down the back straight, and you're right. You could see you looking around. Looked like you got plenty more for the final.
Yeah, absolutely. And a couple of the other boys had a bit left in the tank as well, so it's going to be a really good final. Tune in tomorrow night, guys. Should be a good race.
It'll be a fantastic race. Now, Ben Offerins is talking about fashion at the moment, do's and don'ts on the tracks, and he's just said that you will have what you should be wearing on the track, the do's.
Oh, look, I'm going to leave that to Benny in his department. He's the man. Look, I'm bare skinned. I don't have my big sleeve or my socks on, like Big Benny O. Watch the races, guys, if you don't know what I'm talking about. But look, I just stick to running. Benny can stick to the fashion. We'll try to do what we do best and hopefully win races tomorrow.
Well, that's actually why he's not competing tonight. He couldn't get his wardrobe right.
The man these days get someone else to do his wardrobe for him, I heard. Nah, it's all good.
I love it. Thank you, Alex. Good luck for tomorrow night.
Thanks, Tamsin. Thanks, Benny.
There you go. Thanks for that, Tamsin and Alex. Yep, that's it. Just rip into Ben, don't worry. He doesn't mind. But yes, I have sported the arm sleeve before, and the sunglasses and the socks and all the work. So I'm definitely one to comment on the fashion do's and don'ts. I've done plenty of do's and don'ts in my time. But as we see there in the circle, Matt Denny, the hammer.
Oh, ripping one out there.
Oh, yeah, there looks like, it's hard to tell from here, maybe around that 65 metre mark, 65 metre mark. So, no, the red flag goes up, so obviously he wasn't too happy with that one.
There's your start list for the men's hammer throw. Ivan Henriksen from Norway, currently just in New South Wales. Costa Kusparis, Nick Hales, Matt Denny, Ned Weatherly, Hugh Peacock, Robert Johnston, Nathan Wilkins, Jack Dalton, William Brown, and on the other side of the page, Todd Bates and Tim Hayes. Now, I've got a lot of talent here. Ned Weatherly, bronze medalist from the recent World Under-20 Championships. Nate Wilkins also went there. Jack Dalton's previously bent there as well. And we do have the first round results. It looks like we're a Norwegian competitor, DNS for him. Matt Denny, 73.37. That's actually a World University Games qualifier for the big man. World Champs qualifier is actually 76, so...
Not far off
He's not far off. And we do see him as more of a discus man, but he does do both. Yeah, a big, big PB.
We were talking to him earlier in the week, and he said he was...
during Hammers Are Us, that big conversation?
Yeah, definitely. So, obviously, he's in great shape to come out here and throw a 3-metre PB. So, I he may nudge this World Champs qualifier. So, let's hope he can get another one out there, another 3-metre PB, get himself that qualifier. We would definitely love that. And I think we can get him up here and he can talk us through it.
Hammer for ages.
Oh, he would.
Hugh Peacock out there, the younger brother of Hamish Peacock.
Yep, Hamish has already got his World Champs qualifier. Maybe Hugh can actually get out there and get himself a qualifier.
That's Hugh out there at the moment. Competed at 2014 Commonwealth Games in Glasgow in the hammer throw. Now, just in front of us, this is the under-14 girls long jump. Currently leading that, we do have Nikisha Brimble just out there at the moment. So Nikisha Brimble, 5:01, the biggest jump, and that looks like athlete 267. And that's Caitlin. That's not Caitlin Taylor. Caitlin Taylor's from Queensland, currently in second place, 493 for her. needing to nudge out into that 5 metre area for the medal placings. And over the back straight now, this is the under 16s long jump, and that's Tamisha Clark currently leading the way, 5.83. That was after round 1. And it looks like the athlete from Victoria, Zoe Cunningham, with a 5.44. In second place, Sophie White from WA, a 5.42. Now, Tamsin is out there at the hammer for an update.
I am. I think I'm in the noisiest part of the track at the moment. I'm out here with the hammer throwing boys, and let's just say when they let go of that hammer, it's pretty noisy. So hopefully we'll hear some grunting in the background. But I've just been given a little fact from Matt Denny, who thrown a 3 metre personal best in that first round, as you guys were talking about. So he's pretty stoked. He just basically said to me he doesn't know how, but pretty sure it's through hard training, Matt. You're looking fantastic. He told me that the weight of the hammer is 7.26 kilograms, which is very random, but apparently it's because back in the old days it was measured in pounds and it was 16 pounds. And so when they did the conversion, it worked out as 7.26 kilograms. So I'm learning about hammer over here, guys.
I have had Matt Denny come to our office at Queensland Athletics with a brand new hammer, and for some reason it comes in overweight. The hammer was heavier than it is.
Because there's only an allowance. It's actually 0.25 grams, that I think it is. 0.25 grams?
Then they measure them. They do go to the grams, so they go to the 1,000. So it needs to be 7.260 something within a certain range. So he actually unscrewed the handle, unscrewed the cord, and was actually drilling bits of plastic and metal out of the middle of the hammer. You see Jack Dalton there into the circle. Former world junior representative. Very big throw. There would have been around that 69 to 70 metre mark. Obviously trying to get over that 70.
Yeah, I'm trying to go back and think of my a couple of tech lessons I've had from our master pool officials, and I've been taken through the process of actually weighing some of these implements, the javelins and the shot puts and all that sort of stuff, and it's actually quite a technical thing. Measuring, it's not a simple thing with a javelin where you come in, put it on the scales, okay, you're all good to go. They actually have to measure different parts of it, make sure the centre of gravity is all right, the grip is legal. So it's definitely a bit of a full-on process that they have to go through.
Yeah, certainly. It's probably one of the most physically demanding power events on the body. Just what Denny was saying. When you get to those final turns, it's almost 300 to 400 kilos going through the arms.
Yeah, just as we watch there with the hammer hit the ground. Now, these hammers move at a rate of knots. I tell you what, they are flying through the air. So, obviously, these officials always have to be aware and alert at where the hammers are going, because if they stand in the wrong position or misjudge where these hammers are, there's no chance of getting out of the way.
No, it certainly is. It's always why there's a bit of a risk. You will see there's a light netting behind behind the curve, just on the back straight there. So it's always good to not have any circular events going while the hammer throw is in progress, just in case anyone does let one rip and it lands on the back straight. But it's probably why we'll have the 100-metre heats up very soon.
Exactly, and as you see there, one of the officials is just tying down one of the sides of the cages. So depending on whether you're a lefty or a righty, they actually open different sides of the cage to allow you to throw the hammer out. So if you're a right-handed, they'll close one side of the cage to make sure you don't obviously throw off to the side and hit any of our officials that are standing there. As we see Bates in the circle. Todd Bates, one of our international competitors. He's come over from New Zealand. There's Tim Hayes, New South Wales athlete. Good to see him sporting the New South Wales state uniform. Obviously setting a good example for these junior athletes. And there's a good chance he's probably come through the junior ranks. So we'll see how he goes here. He had a throw of 50.46 in the first round. So we'll see how he goes in this second round. He'll be the last competitor in this second round, which will then start back to the front of the order again for the third. Oh, just clips the net there. And that will be a foul there for Tim. Obviously hitting the net there's changed the direction that the hammer would have originally flown. But Tim will still have another throw in this competition to try and improve his position in tonight's competition. As we see Matthew Denny there, he is the leader in our competition. Chrysoparis. He'll be the next thrower up in this field. Best throw of 62.47 currently. New South Wales athlete. Has a seat of 64.26, so we'll see if he can get back out there near that sort of distance. Gets the release, has a bit of a yell, puts it out there. Looks like he'll be out near that 60-metre mark. Obviously, he still has that best throw of 62.47. I don't think it's going to quite make that mark on his third round attempt. But he's in a good position to ensure that he gets 3 more throws in this men's hammer final.
Matt Denny going with the T-shirt today.
Yeah, we obviously saw Steve yesterday out there running 400 in the T-shirt, but that was because of weather conditions. I don't know whether this is a weather condition thing or whether Danny just prefers throwing in the T-shirt. Man, now he's thrown a PB, he may prefer to do the T-shirt. We might have to ask him a little bit later his reasons for his fashion choices.
Yeah,
on
no,
the
we'll
T-shirt.
see. That's not a performance T-shirt. That's just a regular cotton tee that he's wearing.
There you go.
Yeah.
Cotton all the way. If it throws you a PB, why not?
Well, exactly. Now he has to wear it all the time.
Exactly. As we see Nick step into the circle here, New Zealand athlete, another New Zealand athlete. Best throw of 45.18 currently. That'll start to push that mark, but it may be a little short of the 45 metres.
Looks like Ned Weatherly might not be too far away now.
Yep, but up next in the circle, Matt Denny. Putting on the glove. Looks like it's a fairly fresh one there. Looks pretty clean for a thrower's glove. So maybe pulled a new freshie out of the packet, like sometimes we do with our socks. Pull out the freshies.
It's an interesting glove setup, isn't it? Fair bit of dirt on it. It already weighs 7.26 kilos. You don't want any more dirt on it.
No, definitely not. So as we said before, 73.57 in his first
just
round.
reminding himself to turn around a couple of times before he throws it.
Spin.
Let go.
He was talking before about the 3 rotation and the 4 rotation throws. So
we'll see if we can
he's
keep
a 4
up with
rotation. Oh, just into the net there. That'll be a foul from Denny on his third throw. But he's the leader here, so he got his next 3 throws. So I don't think he'll be too upset about that. He just helps the official unhook the net from the handle there.
So that would be... He looked like he was happy with it, just holding on a little bit too long?
Yeah, he probably just held on a little bit too long as he came through his last rotation. Obviously, this is it's a very technical event, and it can come down to that split-second decision of when to release the hammer in order to get it out in between the sector markers that have been laid out so superbly by our technical officials. They're dead straight. Look at them.
And Weatherly does enjoy pumping himself up. Probably one of the most excitable throwers we've got going around at the moment. Always good for a big shout.
Oh,
just stepping out of the circle.
That'll be a foul from Ned.
Under 20 still this year, so just having his first crack at the open weight. And next year he'll find himself fully in the open category.
New Peacock next to step into the circle here. Has a seed of 67-13, so obviously a foul on the first. His second throw wasn't quite out near the 67 mark, so obviously he'll be pushing to see if he can get his third one out near that mark. That'll push him through into the final rounds to get himself another 3 throws.
Well, plenty of spins in there. Sneaking up and around.
That's out there. That'll be close to the 65 metre mark, probably 63, 64, somewhere in that vicinity. Obviously, I'm taking a pure guess there by trying to imagine a line between the field and those distance markers on the side there. So they give us a rough indication on how far these throwers are throwing before we get the official reading from the officials. As we see Robert Johnston from Queensland.
Actually, a doctor. Mr. Robert Johnston from North Queensland.
Dr. Johnston. Alex Beck. He is a physiotherapist and he likes to label himself as a doctor.
Yeah, don't know about that. I don't know what the doctors have to say about that.
I don't think the doctors are too happy about that one, but he likes to claim it among his friends. As we see there, Robert Johnston puts one out there. That's close to that 60 metre mark. He's got a seed of 61.36, 61.22, sorry. So that's getting out there. Proudly wearing his Queensland Heat singlet.
But you can see on the back straight, this is the under-16s long jump. They're in the third round. Tamisha Clark still leading with that huge first round jump of 5.83. And it looks like Charlotte McGill from New South Wales leaping a 5.60 on her second attempt to get up into second place. And the athlete down here from South Australia, Amalaya Ellis, with a 5.46, is now finding herself in the bronze medal position.
Yeah, you can't see it on the screen there currently, but obviously where we're up in here in the commentary box, crowd building out there for the 16 girls long jump.
Certainly is. And that storm that looked like it might have been brewing a little bit, it's now turning into a pretty beautiful sunset.
It actually is. It's obviously we can't see the sun because we're not actually facing. We're facing more towards the coastal area, but we're getting that reflection from the sun coming through off those clouds, and it's actually making for a picturesque setting here at the track and field.
A beautiful Friday evening.
Exactly, as you can see there, part of the crowd. I'd say there's more people out there watching this 16 women's long jump than there was for the open men's qualification.
I definitely think there was. But here we go. First heat of the women's 100 metres. It'll be top 4 from each heat plus the 4 next best times to make it through to the semis. From the inside, Brittany Burkett, Summer Johnson, Emily Coppins, Nicole Berridge, Kyla King, Gabriella O'Grady, Sarah Jane, Tavleen Singh and Sayaka Fujisawa. Now, a bit of talent in this first race. Big Brittany Burkett, probably don't believe the seed time that she's got down there of 11 flat. I think maybe that's it's a mistype from somewhere. I don't think she would have put in 11 flat. But she's been running 11.7s out there this year. Was part of the relay team for the 2014 World Under-20 Championships. Gabriella O'Grady, same again, competing the hurdles and the 4x1 over at the World Under-20 Championships last year. And we should also look at Sayaka Fujisawa with a 11.81 seed time, actually the quickest in the field. So it could be very interesting. The speed is definitely spread out. So the seeding is random. The lane draw is random. The seeding is not random. So the athletes are placed in these heats. So fastest will be in this one, second fastest in the next one, and it works out like that. But the actual lane draws, random for the heats. Interesting.
There you go. A little bit of fashion there from Brittany Burkett. Got the sleeved crop top. We've seen it a couple of times this week, actually. So a couple of the women out there leaning towards the sleeves. Maybe a bit of the weather conditions out here. It's not so warm. You know, it's one of those things. Some people like it, some people don't. But Brittany obviously is a fan, so maybe...
Well, we'll see how she performs. Yeah.
Hopefully maybe Tamsin might be able to grab her
the
and
wind,
have an ask.
Just had a quick wind gauge test, and it's come up a negative 2.3. Yuck.
It's probably a good thing that it's the gauge is actually facing away from the athletes, so they don't
want to see
it while they're on the start line.
No.
It's probably something you don't want to see just before you're about to start a 100-metre race.
But just the heats tonight. It's just the heats.
Yep.
So it's just about getting through. First 4 plus the next 4 best times.
Yep. And just... one thing, I've actually just had a message come through. It's interesting. People will do whatever they can to watch this live stream. They don't want to miss an ounce of action.
Why would you?
I've just had a photo come through from a friend.
We won't show you the photo.
We won't show you the photo, but I'm gonna name and shame here. Rowan Vagano sent me a picture while he's on the toilet, still getting into the live stream. So that's great to see. Great to see Rowan out there, not missing an ounce of action.
I want to know who's taking the photo, because he's not taking the photo. Maybe you should go to the toilet with the door closed.
We might have to get an explanation a little bit later on.
We'll get back to the action. The first heat of 5 women's 100 metres, top 4 from each heat, plus the next 4 best times. Fast start there from Summer Johnson in the centre lanes. Sorry, out on the outside, O'Grady in the centre, but Burkett really into her stride. And it should be Burkett, O'Grady and Fujisawa. And a fast finishing there, Kyla King. 12.13 the winning time there, minus 2.0 for the winner from Victoria, Brittany Burkett.
Yeah, I don't think Brittany will be too disappointed with that time, actually. 12.13 into a negative 2.0 headwind. So obviously tough conditions out here for these 100-metre sprinters.
Yeah, Burkett not getting the best of starts, but once she came in through in a transition, that's where really she stepped up another gear.
Yeah, you can see that powerful with the arms, really drives them back nicely, gets a good high knee lift, coming through the line, has a dip, takes that one comfortably from O'Grady. All right, looks like we've got Tamsin down there with Brittany Burkett. Hopefully we get to ask that question.
I tell you what, Brittany, I love how puffed 100-metre sprinters get. Was it really that tough out there?
It's so tough. The conditions, oh my gosh. It doesn't feel like a 2.0 or whatever it was, but it's real strong though, like, yeah.
Yeah, because it definitely looked... We know that you've been running sub-12 regularly, and it definitely looked a lot faster. So you just don't look at the clock. You've qualified. It's all good. You're through to the semis tomorrow. Now, the guys are asking me, sleeves, you went with the sleeves tonight.
I did, yeah. It's funny, these are actually, this top's like actual, like, past her elbow. So, yeah, Mum cut it off. Looks good.
So it's a Brittany Burkett original. I like it.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Good luck for the semi-final tomorrow night.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Tamsin.
I'm calling that a fashion do. I actually like it. I actually like the sleeve top like that. So well done to Mrs. Burkett for doing a great, fantastic...
Oh, yeah, so if the mum cut the sleeves off, and usually when you cut the sleeves off, you might get a bit of fraying, a couple of loose threads, but...
I might have to send a few of my uniform items to Mrs. Burkett to make some alterations. And up next, looks like we have the start list for the second heat in this women's 100 metres. From your inside, Dominica Jenkins, Abby Golding, Kendra Hubbard, Stephanie Power, Christina Ashton, Hannah Basic, Margaret Gahan, Emily Dixon and Jasmine Everett rounding out your field there in lane 10. Now, we've got another 11 flat in Kendra Hubbard as a seed time, so obviously that one would be incorrect as well. So maybe there's a couple of mistakes there, but they're in the starters' hands. And away. As we see there, looks like Hannah Basic in the middle of the field, but Margaret Gaines coming through the South Australian. She's going to run away with this one. Powers away nicely. The long jumper from South Australia takes this one. 11.95 unofficial for Margaret Gaines.
Yeah, very handy, Margaret. She has got a PB of 11.68, I think.
Yeah, she's
Commonwealth
very
Games,
handy.
top 8 in the long jump and was part of the 4x1 there.
Yep.
Been in the wilderness a little bit. It does happen to some of our South Australian athletes sometimes. They don't get the regular competition, and it's not a big market out in South Australia, but when you've got talent like this, it shows.
It definitely shows, and she's powered away nicely to the line, and fantastic run going on that. The wind wasn't as strong, though, only a negative 0.8, so she didn't have to deal with the negative 2 points that obviously Brittany Burkett had to do. But we're going to go down to Tamsin. She's with Margaret.
Margaret, it's so good to see a South Australian uniform in the sprints.
Yes, yeah.
I just spoke to Brittany before and she said that the conditions out there are horrendous. Obviously, it's not like last night, but the track's just a little bit slow.
Yeah, look, I don't know. I heard them say there was 2 metres per second headwind on the first heat. And I was sort of thinking, oh wow, that's going to be fun. But look, I'm not too worried about that. I'm back to run and have fun, basically. I've had a few years off and now I'm just happy to be back on the track. So I'm enjoying myself and that's what matters for me, really.
Well, and it's a sub-12, so it's a good way to start your campaign. But let me know, tell the viewers, where have you been for a few years?
All over the place. So 2 years ago I was in the UK, for uni and work-related stuff. And then last season I got an injury. So it's been a while, but I've been working back and slowly looking up again and sort of getting closer to where I was back in 2014. And yeah, it's going well.
Well, it's exciting. You look fantastic, and it's really nice to have you back on the track. And your sister did the heptathlon as well. How's she pulled out a full ride?
Yeah, she's done really well. And I mean, it's just awesome to finish a heptathlon for anyone, but she's pulled out some really good results for her this year. And like, she's another one coming back from injury, had an ACL reconstruction. So just finishing a heptathlon after that, I think, is absolutely awesome. So yeah, it's been a good weekend so far, and hopefully it continues.
Well, it's great having you both out here, and good luck tomorrow for the semis. Well done.
It's good to see. I did see Christine Gahan rolling around there out in those other events in the multis. But we're ready now to go to the next of our 100 metres from the inside. Julia Phillips, Jessie Harper, Fiona Morrison, Toya Whistle, Thomas and Clark, Stephanie Pollard, Jessica Perez, Nana Odama Owusu Afriye, and Ami Matiga. Now, Nana definitely knows I do like saying. It's probably one of the funnest names to say of all time on the live stream. She knows it. It's an amazing name to say, but it's going to be focused on Toya Whistle here.
Yeah, definitely. Toya Whistle is going to be one to look out for here, but also Jess Perez, Northern Territory athlete, the sole Northern Territory athlete.
But there's Whistle. Brilliant start in the blue. They're flying away from the field. Probably Owusu Afriye coming in, but here comes Jess Perez. Julia Phillips fighting hard on the inside, as well as Fiona Morrison. They're 11.78 minus 1.2. It looks like Julia Phillips from WA has been running some great times, 11.7s.
Has, definitely. She's coming on really strongly this season. So it's great to see the athlete there from WA putting it to these top women 100-metre runners. Obviously, we see there, Toya Whistle just too classy for the rest of the field. She powers away to take the win. She'll be a tough one to beat in this women's 100 metres. She's going to go up against Mel Breen, you would assume. You would hope that both would be safe qualifiers through to the final.
Fingers crossed. But it looks like Tamsin's got a couple of guests down there.
Okay, I thought I'd grab both Toya and Jess because you guys have been doing some training together lately, haven't you?
Yes, we are training mates now. Roommates.
I love it, and you drew the same heat. It's fantastic. So it was like just a training session for you out there.
Well, we didn't know this, so we came in and was like, oh my God, we're not teammates. So it doesn't matter. We pushed it harder to make the semis, and we bought this. So, yeah.
Well, Toya, you've been having a great season. Good luck for the semi-final tomorrow. We're looking for a really fast time in that final. Close to that qualifier for the World Champs.
Yeah, trying to get a qualifying time, and, I wish all the girls, Australian team, if they can get a qualifying time for the relay too. So excited to see semi-finals tomorrow.
And Jess, it's so good having you back on the track. Last year we saw you making some leaps and bounds to get back into track and field again. We hadn't seen you for a little while. Yep. And this year, how's the training been going?
It's been good. It's been hard
because I've been living interstate up in the top end, and I had to do a bit of training up there, and it's hard living far away, but I'm on the Gold Coast now, and hopefully, do a good off-season up there with Toya leading into Com Games next year.
Well, you're the sole representative of the Northern Territory team. It's probably wet season there, so it is pretty tough to train. Talk us through the hairstyle. Absolutely love it.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, there we go. Thought I'd bring a bit of ghetto to the track. Might make me look a little bit faster, run a bit faster, something different.
Well, it works for Shelley-Ann Fraser, doesn't it? So it's going to work for you tomorrow night, Jess. Good luck. Good luck, ladies.
Yeah, I really like it. I'm a do for that one for sure.
Bring your own. There it is. The results from that heat. 11.75, 12.20, 12.21 and 12.34 for the first 4 across the line. A couple of those athletes will have to wait and see how they go. But here's the start list. Morgan Gaffney, Eliza Wilson, Sarah Blizzard, Katrina Hunt, Melissa Breen, Georgia Boxley, Carla Takshi, Louisa Healy and Kiara Chambers. They'll be your starters in the next heat up for the women's 100 metres. Heat 4. So first 4 from each heat plus the next 2 best times will qualify for the semi-finals tomorrow evening. The weather's been getting better and better as the day goes on, so fingers crossed tomorrow. It's all sunshines and lollipops.
Yeah, the forecast is actually looking a little bit better tomorrow, so it'll be a little bit warmer, won't be as windy, so these 100 metre runners will be definitely happy about that.
Centre of the field there, Breen getting a brilliant start, and it's going to be all Breen in these later stages. She's tearing away from the field. Eliza Wilson there from WA and Morgan Gaffney fighting hard for those minor spots. Sarah Blizzard as well, but Mel Breen 11.84. Winds negative 1.6. Just going through the motions.
Yeah. That's actually not a bad time. 11.83 official now with a negative 1.6, so she's safely through. And it's actually not a bad run from Mel there. She's coming through. She's got to the end and she's shut off a little bit as she goes across the line. So she hasn't powered through. Definitely saving a little bit in the tank there. Knows that you're not coming out here to run fast. You're just trying to get through to the next round.
And the best thing is, obviously, they've got a full day of recovery now till the semi-finals tomorrow. It's almost a whole new competition tomorrow.
Exactly. It's one of those things where these athletes, this is a bit of a training run, bit of a warm-up for these top athletes like Mel Breen and Toya Whistle. So they'll be now shutting up shop for the rest of the evening, going home, making sure they get some food into them and a good night rest ready for tomorrow.
So we've got one more heat left out there on the track for our top 4 plus the next 4 best. We'll see some very handy athletes line up in this 5th and final heat before the girls get out of the way. Sorry, that's a bit weird. The girls step off the track and the boys come on. Now, Tamsin, you are trackside. What's happening down on the track?
Hey guys, it's pretty cool. So Mel just wanted to get off the track, prepare for tomorrow, but it was interesting. I had a great conversation with her walking back to underneath. She's actually a little bit disappointed that they didn't change the wind around. And Mel's always the kind of athlete who's always thinking about the other athletes. She was fine with it because she's going to come back tomorrow and compete, but she doesn't understand why the athletes that have spent a lot of money to come here and compete and perhaps haven't made it out of the first round couldn't have had a tailwind tonight. So it's a good point, I think.
Yeah, it's definitely a valid point and something that obviously can go into the review. Obviously, there's always a report that comes out of these championships. The officials submit their reports to ensure that we put on a competition that's bigger and better every time. So we obviously are always looking to improve on the way the things are done. So hopefully we can get to that point where we can run the perfect competition, but we're always on the lookout to improve. So that's definitely something that can go out there because obviously it is a valid point.
There it is. Your top 4 on the screen as we line up for the last of our heats. And on your street, Emily Duvet, Lucy Sheet, Ebony Lane, Jacinta Beecher, Zoe Hobbs, Abby Tadeo, Ella Squires and Lauren O'Sullivan. Looks like we might be missing an athlete there. Looks like Zoe Hobbs won't be lining up. Zoe Hobbs, 11.53, so this field is wide open now. Quick start there from Abby Tadeo. She's a hurdler normally, but she's out in front of the field. Jacinta Beecher in the centre trying to chase her down. It's a Big lead for Abby Tadeo and fast finishing Lucy Sheet as well. And it'll be Lauren O'Sullivan is finishing on the outside to take that fourth automatic qualifying position. The wind negative 1.7. Tadeo getting out very, very fast, moving right onto the left side of her lane. Jacinta Beecher trying to chase her down. The athlete there in lane 3, Lucy Sheet from New Zealand, finishing fast as well. And Lauren O'Sullivan. And in lane 9, they'll be your first 4 across the line.
Yeah, Abby's always got out quick. Obviously a hurdler. They pride themselves on their first 60 metres. And as you saw, she was in the lead. But she was happy to back up and let the competitor on the inside take the win there. But obviously we're going to cut down to Sam, and she's with our top 2 girls in that heat.
Well, it's pretty close to call the race because you guys, it was just a dip. I think Jacinta, you just got it. And Abby, it was pretty tough conditions out there. You must be pretty cold as a Queenslander.
Yeah, very, very cold. I came down here, it's raining, and you get that though. Makes it a bit of fun.
Now, I just spoke to Melissa Breen about them not turning the track around and running it with the tailwind. What do you guys think about that?
You know what, to be honest with you, I've been racing in Sydney all domestic season. We haven't had any better conditions than this, so nothing new for me, but interstate competitors, it's a bit harsh, but what do you do?
Are you hoping that maybe tomorrow night for the semis they will turn it around so that whichever way the wind's going you get the tail?
Well, yeah, definitely, but you know, in that kind of instance, then the tail's illegal and it just makes it a bit hard to actually run time, so we'll see how it goes.
Well, first things first, you guys are through to the semi-final. Great racing. Good luck tomorrow night.
So we've had our 5 heats out here in the women's 100 metres. And they'll be back again tomorrow evening for those semi-finals and the finals much later on. And we'll be opening up very shortly for the men's 100 metre heats. There are those results there. Jacinta Beach just getting the dip on the New South Wales athlete. Abby Tadeo, 12.07 to 12.08. Lucy Sheet, 12.17. Lauren O'Sullivan, 12.33. We'll have to wait and see who takes those 4 non-automatic qualifying positions. And we'll see those athletes back out here tomorrow evening.
Big difference in qualifying between these hundreds as opposed to the 8 and 15s that we've seen. Obviously, it was cutthroat racing with those distance events where if you weren't in those top 2, you're not going through. So
did you mean for that to rhyme?
I didn't, but there you go. Thanks for picking that one up.
If you're not top 2, you're not going through.
No, but with these
roll
hundreds,
in your
the
head.
first 4, obviously the qualifying through, having that semis in place is a lot easier to progress through. But obviously they get that third run where the distance runners, sometimes they don't want to go out there for the third run. Some of them are happy to go straight through to the final so that they can come out and hopefully run a decent time.
Yeah, exactly. So while we wait for those men's 100 metres to come out, we'll cut to a quick ad break. Stay tuned for more athletics.
Saw a father bashing his own son.
And all the parents were arguing with each other.
It was really stressful and it made me just not feel good at all.
I stopped because I was being yelled at and it just wasn't any fun anymore.
If they've got to yell out, they could say like something encouraging, like good job or good pass.
You're doing great. You're good, just keep trying and you'll get there.
Just let kids be kids.
Well, here we are back at the Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre for the 2017 Australian Athletics Championships, both junior and senior, from the under-14s all the way up to the Opens. They're in round 5 currently in the discus. Sorry, in the hammer throw. My sincerest apologies to the hammer throwers, as I get a bit of quiche in the throat. Sorry, we're just having some bit of meals in those ad breaks, trying to get it down before we start talking again. I've broken the fourth wall down, the barrier. Peek behind the curtain there, ladies and gentlemen. Quiche for dinner. Last night, and a bread roll, a bit of salad. Last night was a nice little sausage sandwich, except I didn't get a chance to get the tomato sauce on the sandwich before I could eat it. Costa Crisparis there in the circle. Just before the ads, we did see Jack Dalton get a big one out there around the 66-metre mark. And he seemed very, very happy with it. Hugh Peacock and Matt Denny not too far away to step into the circle.
I'm back.
Where'd you go?
I wanted to concentrate on that quiche and that bread roll. Obviously make sure that I'm not eating while I'm talking. Obviously my parents were pretty strong on that one. If you have a mouthful, you do not open it to talk.
No, that's very fair.
The food is down. It's gone. I enjoyed it. So thank you to the officials who delivered that one. That was Andrea. She came up here to deliver us. She's doing a fantastic job. I'm going to give a bit of shout out to Andrea. She is making sure that all these officials are fed well.
And it's a tough job. A lot of these officials are out there for so long that you've got to keep an eye on them. You've got to make sure that they're eating, they're coming back in and out, especially days like, not yesterday, but the day before. It's so hot.
Yep.
They have enough water.
Yep.
We did actually have, when we had our first live stream meeting, one of the officials had gone down. That was the only report. I'm not sure. I think it was a bit of dehydration.
Yep. And I can understand that because obviously I was down there on the track that day. And I was only out there for probably not even half the time that some of these officials are out there. And even I felt it. You know, I went home a little dehydrated at the end of the day. I had a little bit of a headache. You know, obviously I wasn't drinking enough water, so that's on me. I should obviously always ensure that if you're out in the sun, you're drinking plenty of water, got your sun cream on, got your hat on. I did remember the sun cream in the hat, so I slapped, but just forgot the water one. Just not enough. But next time I'll make sure I definitely got onto it. And we've got more photos coming in here. Obviously, we've got an athlete, Liz Clay. She's doing an ice bath, and she's still watching the live stream. So it's great to see these athletes not wanting to miss a little bit of action. So, Liz Clay, thanks for tuning in while you do that ice bath recovery. It's good to see. It's very important for recovery, obviously.
Definitely is. Matt Denny in the circle. Just a little bit low. I'm not sure if he would have liked that angle of release that he had there. But one more throw in the competition. Walked out the front, so, not too happy. You can see the purple. Actually, that sunset's now turned into pretty tight clouds. Spoke too soon. Maybe ripped off a couple of blisters there in that gloved hand. He's not too happy with it. I've spoken to Matt Denny a couple of times where in a competition we may have hammer throw and discus in the same comp, and when the hammer throws before the discus, he's not the biggest fan. It does have a big toll on the body. And he knows if you have to do a hammer first, the discus is going to suffer afterwards.
Yep.
Program, at least they have a day between, so they get that chance to recover. We see Nate Wilkins stepping into the circle, part of the 2016 World Under-20 champs in Bydgoszcz. In his first year with the senior implement, letting it rip. And he should be happy with that one. That looks like it's out over that 60-metre mark. Coming with a seed throw of 61.36 for the youngster. We'll see what he ends up with. Just short of that 60-metre mark there, 59.66. As the camera pans across, and Robert Johnston heads into the cage for his final toss. Plenty of height on that one. So currently leading that competition with the big 73.37, Matt Denny, and working his way up into second place, a 66.21 for Jack Dalton. It's got him right up in that silver medal position. And Hugh Peacock, 64.94, currently there in third place. That's your top three over in the hammer as they head into the last round. So Jack Dalton, big throw on his fifth. Let's see what he can do in the sixth. Plenty of speed, good grunt. Wow.
He'll be happy with that.
That's big.
Fists in the air. He's happy, stoked. The coaches over on the fence line also happy with it. They're up out of their seats, clapping. There you see, pump of the fist, Jack Dalton. Nice guy, Jack. Definitely a nice guy. Spent a bit of time in Europe with him last year on circuit out there. There you go. He's happy. He's running off to the supporters there. We'll wait for the official distance. As the official just puts up the numbers on the board.
The anticipation is killing us.
Spin it around now. Hopefully they spin it all the way through to us.
68.14.
68.14. There you go. Massive throw there by Jack. He'll be stoked with that. There you go. That's PB.
Really cementing himself in that second position there.
Most certainly. Inching ever so close to that World Unis qualifier.
William Brown now just outside of the sector tape. Those hammers really do get deep in there, don't they?
They do. That's what happens when you have a 7.2 kilo implement hit the ground from probably 15 metres up in the air.
15?
50, I'd say that.
Yeah, maybe. But here's the start list now for the first of the men's 100 metres from the inside. Michael Hansford, Rowan Browning, Michael James, Lachlan Parry, Connor Diffie, Cale Johnson, Corey Baker, Marcus Jones and Simon Gregg. 5 heats. Top 4 plus the next 4 best times. Now, Tamsin, are you out there at the hammer?
I had to come out here. Jack Dalton was so loud before. The mood out here is just fantastic. The guys are really supportive of each other when they all go into the circle to throw. And Jack Dalton obviously just threw a big PB, 68 metres 14. I mean, he's just gone straight across to his support network. I've never seen somebody so happy at this championships. It was really, really good to watch.
Tamsin, he's just behind you. Could you get him over here, maybe for an interview? He has finished. So, yeah, just go over there, tap him on the shoulder.
Jack, just a quick word. Yeah, sorry. Fashion.
Fashion, there you go. He's making sure he's looking good.
That was pretty special.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a pretty frustrating beginning of the comp because I feel really good. I kept getting out of sector fouls and then, yeah, I don't know. I don't really remember anything from the last one, but it worked. So.
Well, a lot of the guys are having, there's quite a few fouls in this competition. Is it because the circle's just a little bit grippy?
A little bit. It just happens when you're trying to go 100%, you pull the hammer and it often goes out of sector and you get fouls.
Or you do what you just did.
Goes down the middle and
get a PB.
Awesome. So do you have like a celebration for PBs?
Very quiet night. Nothing big at all.
I so don't believe that at all. But Jack, well done.
Thank you.
Great competition.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you can see he's absolutely stoked to get that PB. Back-to-back PBs. Can't ask for much more than that.
Certainly can't.
And I think we'll probably see him go home with a silver medal unless some of these other athletes can pull something out. He'll be the silver medalist.
I'd love a PB, actually, just speaking about PBs. He does 2 in 2 throws. I haven't actually done one in 7 years. As we can see there, we got an athlete.
It's Rowan Browning.
Rowan Browning, the long sleeves.
The long socks, shirt tucked in.
It'd be interesting to see, is this a full long sleeve top or has he got the... No, he's got the single over the top. We were speaking about this earlier.
And they're not socks either, they're calf sleeves.
Ones. This is definitely an interesting formation of uniform that he's got going on here, an interesting get-up.
With the very old New South Wales tights underneath it. So.
Yep, with the Sydney Uni colours there, the all-white. So it's an interesting combination, that's for sure. So
he's been in pretty good shape lately. He had a little bit of an injury, but he has run a windy 10.27 and a 10.44 legal. So if he's back in that kind of shape, we might be seeing him cross the line first, so maybe Tamsin can have a quick chat to him.
Yeah, I think that would be a great thing.
Simon Gregg probably out there in lane 9 with a 10.47, exactly on the World Uni Games qualifier. Is probably the next fastest in this field, and also the reigning Queensland champion as well. But top 4 plus the next 4 best times, that'll get you through to the semi-finals tomorrow evening. And a very, very fast start there from Browning. We should be able to see him come into his transition. He's in good shape. He's pulling away from the field. Simon Gregg having a look very early. We'll see who crosses the line first. It's going to be Gregg on the outside. 10.67 minus 1.6. These boys are in pretty good shape.
They are. That's a handy little time there. 10.67, negative 1.6. I don't think there will be any disappointed athletes across that line, especially those first 2 ones in Simon Gregg and also Rowan Browning.
Had a good look, Greg, about only 60 metres into the race.
He did.
It's a very early look.
Sometimes some athletes haven't even just coming out of their drive phase and he's already having a peek over.
Having a peek over there, but Simon Gregg, he'll take it out. Former Victorian, now based up in Queensland.
Yep.
And it looks like Tamsin might be corralling the first 2 there, Simon Gregg and Rowan Browning.
Good to see.
We'll just get the other guys out of the way first.
First and second. Conditions that cold, you've gone with the long sleeve.
Yeah, so you always want to stay warm when you're out here. And it was a bit of a chilly one tonight. Not as bad as yesterday, which I was very glad for, but it was a bit cold out there.
Very thankful. I don't think the 100-metre sprinters would have coped with that rain last night.
I doubt it. I think the times wouldn't have been very fast at the very least.
I'm only teasing. You guys are tough. I'm just mucking around. That was a great run. Well done. Happy with that run?
Yeah, pretty happy. I mean, it's a heat run, so it's just all about getting the job done, getting through the rounds. And yeah, I mean, it was quicker than I thought it would be, so I can't complain.
Yeah, I mean, the headwind's pretty strong out there, but you guys have set the benchmark, I think, for the guys in the next heat.
I mean, we'll see what happens, but there's some quick guys to come, so we'll see what times they put out.
Oh, so you've set it up beautifully for a great semi-final tomorrow night. Good luck, guys. Go get warm. Well done.
So that's the first one underway right there here. And don't forget, if you're watching at home, use that hashtag Summer of Aths. Let us know. Comment on the Facebook. If you're watching on Facebook Live, or on YouTube, or on athletics.com.au. As we see some of our officials just moving around those Rebel signs. Rebel Sport, a very big supporter of the Australian Athletics Championships. But there's a start list there. Jordan Shelley, Kyle Grubnick, Brendan Harnack, Nathan McNabb, Aidan Smith, Trey Williams, Nick Andrews, Mariah Nazmi Lee, and Calvin Borowski. Now, some very good young talented runners in this.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, the one to look out for, obviously, start off, Trey Williams, Queenslander, 10:27, former Australian record holder at the under-20 age.
Yeah, the first man to take out Matt Shervington's once thought unapproachable record
of 10:29. And he's come out and run 10:27, only to have it broken not long after by Jack Hale.
Yeah, crazy stuff. You got Nick Andrews on his outside, the man who ran 10:39 at an under-20 nationals to come third.
Wow. Another athlete I always love looking. He's one of my one of my favourite 100 metres runners out there, Jordan Shelley, the Shellycopter. We call him the Shellycopter. Once he gets going, he takes flight, that's for sure.
And he's currently the reigning under-20 national champion. He did win that 100 earlier during the week, 10:52. He's got a PB of 10:49. He went to the 2015 World Under-18 champs in Cully for the 200. We'll see. I know Trey, when he gets his start right, it is insane. Nick Andrews always also very handy. He's a hurdler as well, as being so quick. So it'll be interesting to see who wins this minor battle of quickest out of the blocks.
There's not many that can beat Trey out of the blocks. He is a powerful, powerful unit.
And he definitely got that start going. The arms are going crazy, and Trey Williams with a big lead. Nick Andrews on his shoulder. Jordan Shelley working hard in lane one. But it's Williams and Andrews. And switching off there. That's pretty handy. 10:58 minus 1.6. It looks like Andrews, Borowski and Shelley are going to be finished those first four.
There you go. We thought these athletes in the first heat were in form. These athletes are in amazing form. Look at Trey Williams. Again, had the start. Gets the arms going. Just powerful, powerful man. Nick Andrews trying to go with him. Both athletes ease up over the line. Looks like Jordan Shelley on the inside takes that third position. He'll be an automatic through, as well as Calvin Borowski.
Yeah, I think Trey Williams working through that. Probably a better shape to work into that headwinds than some of the other guys out there.
It definitely obviously has that lower centre of gravity. Being a powerful unit, is able to work through the headwinds a little bit better than the slight.
And it looks like Tamsin's got there the heat winner, Trey Williams.
I tell you what, it's pretty hard to catch these guys. They're pretty fast. That was a fantastic race. Awesome start as usual by you.
Yeah, the race felt really good. I had Nick on the outside, me pushing me the whole way. 10:56, that win, pretty happy with it, so yeah, it's good.
I actually think the headwind might suit you.
Yeah, it probably suits me a bit better than the other bigger boys. Probably get more of a pushback from it, but yeah, it's good.
I think having watched you through the years that I've been watching you, you're still so darn young. I don't think any conditions are going to concern you. So, goal for tomorrow, semi-finals first?
Semi-finals first, yeah, make through that and then hopefully take out the win.
I love it. I love the confidence of sprinters. Well done, Trey. Great race. Well done.
Yeah, excellent. There's definitely, the win's there.
Hey guys, I've just made sure that I've grabbed Tay. Sorry? You right? I've got Tay Clark. You've just watched your sister, Tamisha, compete in the under-16 long jump. How did she go?
Yeah, she went really well. She actually got the win, so she's definitely coming for me. I'm in trouble. So if you have any tips to help me jump better than her for Sunday, that'd be really good.
I love it, a competitive family. So she's obviously taking after her older sister.
Yeah, look, I feel like she's definitely got me covered. So in a couple of years, I might be in trouble, but...
I reckon it's great incentive. If you've got good siblings, look at the War brothers in cricket. Like, it sometimes makes you an even better athlete. Let's talk about you for a second. You've qualified for both the long jump and the triple jump final.
Yeah, just had the long jump today, and it was a really good competition. I always know that I'm going to have to step it up that notch with all the girls around, so had to try and pick up my game. Didn't quite get there, but hoping I can do better in the final.
Okay, let's talk triple jump final tomorrow night. What are the goals?
Goals are definitely to get a PB. I mean, that's always what you come to nationals for. But, yeah, just try and do everything that I've learned. Just been learning lots of new stuff. So, yeah, just trying to work on that.
And talking about learning new stuff, you went over to Altus, to Phoenix, to train. Is that where you're going to base yourself from now on?
Yeah, basing myself there for the year and then kind of just working from there. I've only got the first year mapped out, but, yeah, we'll see from there.
It's been a fantastic experience thus far?
It has. It's been amazing. Everyone looks after me there. Everyone's just taking care of the baby. Yeah.
I love it. Thank you for taking time to talk to us. We know you've got a big program. Good luck tomorrow night.
Thanks, Tam. Thanks for having
Yeah,
me.
that Altus crew, I'm sure it's an excellent experience. But that's the first heat, 10:65 to 10:69. 10.82 and 10.91 for your first four athletes. Those automatic qualifiers. And then we'll switch over to Heat 2 there. The official results, 10.56, 10.61, 10.88 and 10.96. Still got three more heats. The men's 100 metres, the next one up on the track will be Heat 3. And we've got Spencer Brown, Elijah Williams, Andrew Malpass, Francis Bubsby, Jonty Flotman, Alexander Hartman, Benjamin Hayward, Suranjaya Da Silva and Jordan Render. Now this heat has the reigning national 100 metre champion in it, Alexander Hartman.
Certainly does. Big, tall figure of Hartman there in the orange singlet.
Now, Rio representative, our sole sprint male representative over in Rio in the 200 metres.
Yep. It's always good to see Australian representative in the sprint events. Hopefully at this is World Champs, we can get a couple of these sprinters across the line here. Obviously,
Yeah,
Josh
definitely.
Clark, fairly close in the 100 metres. Also, Tom Gamble edging closer and closer to that 200 metre mark.
Definitely. But all eyes will be on Hartman in Heat 3 of the men's 100 metres. Fast start down the outside for Da Silva, the Sri Lankan athlete in the white. Hartman going to have to chase him down. He's doing a lot of work. Suranjaya working very, very quickly. And it looks like it could be Flotman and Hayward going the first four athletes across the line. 10.65, the unofficial winning time to win. Sliding down a little bit, negative 0.6. As we see Suranjaya Da Silva in the white from Sri Lanka working very hard in those early phases. But Hartman, a big 200 metre specialist, coming home nice and quick at the later stages of the race. And it looks like Flotman and Hayward will take out those minor positions there. 10.62 to 10.63, the official times.
There you go. I've just actually had another message come through from Ben Harradine, all the way from Switzerland. So he's on the live stream watching. As right now, we're going to switch down to Tamsin. She's down there with Alexander Hartman.
I found myself here with the last year's 100 and 200 metre national champ. You in the same sort of shape as last year?
I hope so. We'll find out in the final, but let's put the good race together and we'll be right.
It's been an interesting season, hasn't it, preparing for these national champs? Probably a different preparation for you, but perhaps a good one in terms of that you could peak just for nationals.
Yeah, I had a few setbacks. I think I had about 4 months off in total last year, so cuts into off-season training and that, but fought back as hard as we could, so hopefully it pays off.
Well, it's pretty tough preparing for an Olympics with appendicitis. Is that what's wrong? You found yourself in hospital, but you still did a great effort in that first round of Rio, I think, with all the mishaps that you did have.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, it was very disappointing, didn't perform how I wanted, but setback, lost a lot of weight and fought back as hard as I could, but I'll be back.
Great experience and onwards and upwards. You'll be fine. Good luck for tomorrow. Thanks, Alex.
Yeah, that's Alexander Hartman. Jess definitely did a fantastic job considering all things. He's a fan favourite on the track here. Nice guy. Might even go into the competition for the nicest guy in track and field.
Oh, that's a tough competition.
It is a very, very tough competition. As we see, looks like we've got some results coming up.
Oh, that's the first heat.
We've had that one.
Now, if you see the head pop up there, that's Craig. That's Craig Burns. His head just popping up in front of our camera. So if Craig Burns can hear me, you might want to sit down, Burnsy. Thanks, Burnsy.
Yep.
All right. So there's the third heat there. 10.62, the official winning time. 10.63 for Suranjaya Da Silva, Flotman and Hayward. 84 and 85. Burnsy, you got to sit down, mate. Yeah, thanks, Burnsy. Just in the shot. Sitting down. Craig Burns, 2015 national champion over the 400. Obviously just new to the live stream. But here's the start list for Heat 4. Joseph Miller, Liam Moss, Zach Holdsworth, William Smart, Naoki Musafumi, Liam Gander, Adam Farlow and Jackson Miller-Gage. Now, this has got the favourite in it. Joseph Miller went 10.24 at the Summer of Vats Grand Prix, and I think his third 100 of the day. Mm-hmm. Went 10.18.
Yeah, he
at
ran
the New Zealand champs.
He ran the 100 in the pre-meet. The clock actually didn't work in the first run that he had. Himself and Aaron Stubbs rocked up 10 minutes later to run again. And this is all before he went out there to run in the Summer of Ass 100 metres.
Yeah, and then over New Zealand, he went double PB, 10:18 and 20:37 for a New Zealand record in the 200. And, ooh, very interesting here. Now, we're currently seeing an athlete in lane 1 that I don't have on my start list, so it's James Sandilands from New Zealand, so we'll add him to our start list, and let's just hope there was a bit of unsteadiness out there.
Yeah, we'll have to obviously wait for the officials to adjudicate this one. They'll have a look at it. Ooh.
Bit of a, from William Smart, maybe a little balk. The feet didn't leave the blocks,
yeah.
So I don't know if that is a false start or an unsteadiness. We'll wait and see.
You might have to ask John Drummond that one. He was famously DQ'd for unsteadiness in the blocks at the 2003 World Championships.
Not getting a red from what I can see, so just a bit of unsteadiness. He may find himself with a yellow card that will sit with him for the rest of the competition to any other comp that he does for this whole championships. But a bit of nerves out there.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, all these athletes are out there trying to fight for this top 4 positions in these heats. They obviously don't want to leave it to being the 4 fastest qualifiers. Especially with the wins all over the place. We've had a 2, 1.6s. The last race was a 0.5, so we'll see how these athletes fare in this one, heat 4 of 5.
Oh, we finally get a clean start, and Joseph Miller, he's a talent. He's way out in front now. He's cruising. He's getting chased down by Holdsworth, Gander and Masafumi. But Joseph Miller, very, very easy. 10.65, a negative 0.7. Probably only ran about 40, maybe 50 metres of that.
Yeah, he was pretty comfy in that one. He obviously didn't really have anyone pushing him through to the line, so he was able to just ease up, came out of his drive phase. From there, it was just in cruise control all the way through to the line.
Yeah, great talent. Joseph Miller from New Zealand. Just there, he's very relaxed, short-armed, just rolling through. It looks like Holdsworth, Masafumi and Gander will take those next automatic qualifying positions. It looks like Tamsin is with your winner, Joseph Miller.
Guys, I am. I'm here with Joseph Miller of New Zealand, and what a cracking season you've had thus far.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just I think it was the Nitro that really kicked it all off, and since then, just every week, new PB, and hopefully see another one next couple of days.
Well, it was interesting because every time you did race at Nitro, you ran these amazing times, and you shocked us even watching because we'd looked at the form guide. But the thing was, even you looked shocked.
Yeah, I knew I had some good form in me, but I'd been training by myself back in my hometown and moved back up to Auckland where my coach was, and had, I think, 1, maybe 2 sessions with him before I came over. So I was like, oh, okay, might do all right, but yeah, wasn't expecting to suddenly be running at that level. So it was cool.
Is there anything that you changed in your training, maybe worked on more of your shorter speed, your starts, or anything that you could put it down to?
It was really like lots of small things. Just trying to do everything well. Not trying to do like a whole range of different things, but anything I did do, I try to do it properly.
Well, I tell you what, you're looking fantastic for this semi-final and final tomorrow night. Bottle that confidence and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for that, Tamsin. Joseph Miller, fantastic athlete. Obviously, he was a star for New Zealand in the Nitro Series. Been having a fantastic season ever since he's come back from the Nitro. He's gone on from strength to strength.
Now, just before this last heat, we'll go to a quick pole vault update. And it looks like we've got Angus Armstrong clear at 4.95 at the moment. And a few misses from a couple of our other athletes. That's over at pit 1 and at pit 2. We've got a few athletes just clearing that 4.95 as well. Sasha Zoya, only 4.60, so it's been a big week for him. But there's your results, 10.63, 10.83, 10.84, 10.96 for Miller, Masafumi, Holdsworth and Gander for those fastest 4 automatic qualifiers. And your next race, Jordan Barnes, Chris Dale, Hugo Whitehead, Samoya Barber, Nick Bate, Matt Windsor, Nathan Riali and Aaron Bresland. Now, very interesting. Who haven't we seen?
Josh Clark.
Don't know why.
Yeah, we might have to get a little bit of information on Josh. Obviously, it's disappointing not to see him out here in these fields, but if we find out why that is the case, we'll definitely bring that to you. And they're away. In the middle, we've got the Japanese athlete Barber. He's going to power away with this. Breslin on the outside from WA. He's pushing him all the way. He's going to come through here. Breslin's going to take the win from Barber. Negative 2.7 on the wind. 10.68.
Very, very handy there from Breslin.
Not a bad time at all. Obviously the toughest wind, the strongest wind out of all the heats. And come away with a 10.68. I think he'll be very happy with that. Didn't get the best start. Barber definitely way better at the start, but Breslin's come through nice and strong here in the final stages of the race to take the win.
Yeah, definitely. He has been using the hashtag Summer of Breslin, so maybe it is a Summer of Breslin. That's possibly it.
There you go. I'm happy to get on board if he takes the win. Looks like we've got Tamsin down there with our winner, Aaron Breslin from WA.
I am here with Summer of Breslin. The guys have been saying that's your hashtag for the season.
Yeah, it is. Just jumped on it, so changed it up a bit.
I like it. So guys on Twitter and put it in there. That was a great race.
Yeah, it was really good. Bit sloppy for the transition to that. I was just really happy they got a good start. You know, that's what we've been working on in the last few weeks. It's coming down. And my top end is really good, so if they all clicked, it's going to be good.
Yeah, your top end was great. You finished really strongly and you did react well. So just that transition phase, the drive phase, is that what you'll be working on for tomorrow's semi?
Yeah, definitely. Probably a bit too loose, so I'll tighten up and it should be pretty fun tomorrow.
And then we'll just cross our fingers and hope for warm weather and better tailwinds, huh?
Yeah, definitely. So I haven't really brought the West with me, but hopefully it turns on tomorrow.
A bit of the doctor would be quite nice right now, wouldn't it?
Oh, very much so. So yeah, that's life.
Well, good luck for the semi-final tomorrow night. And get on it, people. Summer of Breslin.
Yeah, maybe it will be the Summer of Breslin. We'll find out tomorrow evening. You can just see some medals getting given out below. That's the men's hammer throw. Hugh Peacock in third. Jack Dalton taking the silver with it. Hughes throw. And Matt Denny taking out the gold medal. Now, just in front of the grandstand, this is the under-15 triple jump. Finn Murphy, Felix Jackson King, Taylor Willis, Corey Lacey, Charlie Carroll, Aidan Hinson, Lord Kodjo, Finn Murray, Austin Tedday and James Hackett. And the other side, Joe Labas and Jonathan Reed. Now, Finn Murphy, 14-year-old, son of Andrew Murphy. We've seen Connor Murphy compete this weekend in the triple jump. Now it's Finn Murphy's turn. And good to see these Murphys really carrying on with the triple jump. I'm going to call it a dynasty. The Murphy triple jump dynasty. But there's those official results there for the final of those 100-metre heats, 10.67, 10.70, 10.80 and 11.01. So 11.01 going through as one of the fastest, the automatic qualifiers. So tough work. That was the biggest headwind, minus 2.7.
Yeah.
That's actually Finn Murphy out on the runway at the moment in only the first round of this boys under 15 triple jump.
As I said before, Ben Harradine. Benny sent us through some love from Sweden. So he's all the way from Sweden. He sent us a bit of a video. It's a Parmesan Bay instead of a Salt Bay. He's got a pasta bowl, just sprinkling the Parmesan on top. So it's good to see Benny's tuning into the live stream. But we're going to cut straight down. Looks like we've got Tamsin down there with our gold medalist in the men's hammer throw, Matt Denny. And also Hugh Peacock down there, who was third in that event. Tamsin, you down there? Oh, look, we've got Jack Dalton coming along
We
too.
can't miss. We've got to have all the
We've got to have
medals.
all three medalists. It's good to see them. The hammer throwers, great community. They love each other. So straight down to Tamsin. She's ready. She's got Denny. She's all smiles.
Oh, you guys are right. Okay, you know what? I'm just really enjoying my time here with the big boys of track and field. Okay, so the hammer throw. Competition was quite tricky out there with the conditions, but you guys seem to smash a few PBs.
Yeah, I was just happy to compete in such a good competition because it's been a while since I've competed in the competition that's really got going and everyone throwing PBs, getting excited, and JD throwing a massive PB and getting amongst. And I really love that sort of stuff and really thriving off it. So, yeah, I think the boys will say the exact same thing. That was probably one of the best competitions that we've had in Australia for a long time.
I think it wasn't only one of the best competitions, it was also one of the best celebrations by you, Jack.
Yeah, I've been practicing that one. I haven't been throwing very far, but the celebration I got down pat. But yeah, I'm just so happy about it. I put a lot of work in over the last couple of years and it's finally paying off.
Certainly is. That was a great throw. Now, Hugh, how about you? How'd the competition go for you?
Well, I'm extremely proud of the boys. They were absolutely amazing. So I'm really happy with how I've gone. I've only had 8 weeks of training into this. I actually went to Europe to see my girlfriend over Christmas, and then I came back with nothing. And then, yeah, so 8 weeks of training and throwing as far as I did, I'm pretty happy. So, yeah, it was good.
And you also won the brandy points with the girlfriend to be able to, make the sacrifice to go over there at Christmas time.
Yeah, no, but yeah, she's worth it. So it was good.
And you can't talk. You had your girlfriend Mia out there watching and cheering you on as well.
Always having the support, especially with Mia and the family, always making the trip. And it's great to have a support group always be there with you and encouraging you because it keeps you down to earth and makes you have a lot of fun. So
I think you're right there. Now, Jack, you had a great support network over there. When you did your throw, I think you did your yell, you did another scream, and then you ran straight across the fence. Who did you go over to speak to?
That was my whole family. My grandfather's here, my parents, all of my friends and training group and everyone. I could feel them behind me in that last throw, and it was awesome. Just such a good community.
I tell you what, the best thing about that is that you threw your personal best with all those guys watching. What a night for all of you. Well done, guys. And what I have found out is that the big boys of track and field are really just gentle giants and big softies at heart.
Yeah, no, definitely softies at heart. Big, gentle giants. It's good to see those three getting along fabulously. Seems to happen with the field events. They do enjoy each other.
I think that's Joseph Miller's head now.
Now we've got Joseph Miller. Everyone wants to pop their head up into the camera. But Joseph Miller, New Zealander, he's just taken out his heat. He just thinks he can come along here and do whatever he wants. It's all right. We welcome you. We understand. It's because you're a Kiwi. It's all good.
It's all right, mate. Just when you stood up in front, all we could see was your head on the screen.
Maybe we can actually get Joseph up here. See if we can get him up here. We can have a bit of a chat to him. We'll get some headphones on him and he can talk us through.
As Joseph Miller has a seat down, we've got the start list for the men's under 20 1500 metre decathlon. Dean Pastrello, Josh Connolly, Matthew Harcourt, Caelan Shaw, John Chegwidden, Timona Parao, Michael Cann and Gary Husbrook. There we go. Welcome to the live stream.
That's a cool spot up here.
It's not a bad viewing spot, isn't it?
Yeah, it's decent.
Now, obviously, it's not as windy up here as it is down there. But
no.
How did you feel down there? Some of the winds came up. There's a 0.6 and there was a 2.6.
Yeah, it was picking up and dropping off all the time. So I think with mine, it wasn't really a factor until the last bit of the race. But by then, shut it down just to get through.
Now, there's rumours they may be able to turn it around tomorrow. So I'm not sure if they'll run reverse in front or we'll go down the back straight. When you run reverse in front of the stand, not much of a run-off down there.
No.
It's a little bit like an indoor. They may take it back, but over the back straight, it's good. But how are you feeling about your 200s? 20:37 at the New Zealand Championships.
Yeah, it was a... I knew I could pull something out of the bag, but going that quick was a bit of a shock. I knew what would be required to do it, doing double my 100-metre time, which not a lot of people can do, and I haven't done since I was 16, around that time. So, yeah, I just ran, a pretty well-executed race.
Excellent. Now, we've had James Dolphins come out here for a lot of track classics, a classic 200-metre runner from New Zealand. Chris Donaldson, you took his national record. Are you hunting for that 10:11?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Now, it's funny enough, he's actually here. Gus Nikita's
Oh, Gus is here.
So his son runs for the ACT.
Oh, he's ridiculous.
And he did win the... he went up in age to the under-18s. He ran 10.53.
10.56, I believe.
10.56.
Yeah,
So
good man.
He's qualified for the Commonwealth Youth Games over in the Bahamas. So he's a big kid too.
He's got some talent, that boy.
Definitely.
Obviously great pedigree with his dad, Gus Nikita, we're talking about here. New Zealand record holder, 10.11. He was a Commonwealth Games representative. But, yeah, I think you're in great form. I think if you get the right conditions, the right race, you're definitely going to push that 10-11 mark.
I'd love to have a go at it. In New Zealand, we had, I think it was 0.5 behind us. So I'm going to have a little bit more. And a couple of guys giving me a shove.
So is this something you're going to look at, I guess, for the European season, go away, try and find some better competition, try and find a nice fast track over in Europe?
Yeah, so we're thinking about mid-June heading over to London with a squad that I worked with last winter. Great bunch of guys, and there's a good dynamic there. Learned a lot when I was over there, so plan is go back there, rub shoulders with them, couple of sub-10 guys in that camp, so they're the right sort of people to be around.
Yeah, definitely can't complain with that. And it's funny, sometimes you get these groups travelling away and competing with each other. One, I think of South Africans. There's a great sprinting community that's built in South Africa recently, so it's good to see that you can go away, have these quality athletes that you can obviously compete with, train with, and all that. It obviously helps to push you down. Now, let's go to Canberra. Obviously, having those Japanese athletes come out running 10.0, surely that gives you a good gauge on where you need to be.
Yeah, it's always great to race against guys like that and sort of see it firsthand. You can watch videos, stuff like that, but you're never going to get a better seat than, well, in my case, behind these guys while they're running fast. But, you know, you had similar things with running against Usain Bolt, Asafa Powell, the two Japanese, obviously, and had my first race against Josh Clark in that one. So I've watched him for a couple of years now and thought, man, that's a guy to beat. And yeah, I mean, he didn't get the best starts there. I don't think he turned up.
No, he didn't.
No.
But that's weird. We didn't realise until the last heat. We're not looking through all the start lists, but yeah, didn't appear there. So I'm not sure what's going on. But as we go back, this is the final event of the men's under 20 1500 metres. A good 200 metres to go. Big lead for the WA athlete John Chegwidden, and he's taken it out here. We'll have to wait and see. Once they all finish, who will take the gold in this? I think it was Gary Hasbrook who had a big lead. I heard from Steve Kane earlier, the national junior coach for multi-eventers, but very comfortable out in front here, the WA athlete. I suppose this is the one that really, really separates these athletes in this 1500. You ever run a 1500?
I think the last one I did, they stopped me a lap early, which was...
I'm sure you weren't... Yeah, I was going to say, I'm sure you weren't...
Arguing.
Yeah, no. Please, take me off the track. And see if they're 4:30.6 for the winner of that race. And he's absolutely spent. Looks like Gary Hasbrook here, former gymnast actually. One of our team managers used to coach him for some gymnastics. And a big finish here. Looks like from the South Australian athlete Dean. Oh, sorry, that's Josh Connolly wearing the red of the top 8 squad. And Matthew Harcourt there from Victoria. Now, we'll probably let you go, let you warm down. You're still just in your splitties.
Yeah, thanks, dude.
So we might go get you recovered. You've got to come back. You've got 2 more 100s and 2 more 200s to go. But thanks for joining us up here, and we might chat to you maybe after the final and after the semi.
No worries, dude.
Excellent. Enjoy.
Sounds good.
You can see a cameraman there just getting the best angles at the finish line. Always the best. I'm pretty sure I've seen a couple of those photos. They are a good angle.
Yeah, they are. And that's the thing, these photographers out here, obviously always trying to capture the best photo. It's like any sport, any profession, anything. You always want to try and do your best. These athletes are out here trying to do their best. And the photographers are no different. So I honestly, I understand them out there trying to, obviously, I didn't see him down there yesterday in the pouring rain, but now it's obviously drier out there. He's happy to get down there on the ground to ensure that he can provide these athletes with some top quality photos as they come across the line in this Decath 1500 metres.
He's certainly staying down there. I understand Cedric Dubler's up next, the men's open.
Yep. He looks pretty comfy down there,
Decathlon.
actually. He's just going through, obviously, the photos he's just taken.
It's almost as if he's posing for a photo himself.
Yeah, maybe we should get one of him.
And Tamsin down there with one of our under-20 decathletes.
Well, I reckon I'm with the winner, Gary.
Yeah.
Do you think you've taken the win?
Yeah, I think I just got there. Yeah, we're pretty happy with it. Yeah.
And you seem to have recovered remarkably well after the 1500.
Oh yeah, look, I think I had my little brother in the back of my mind because he ran the HEP earlier. He ran the 1500 and he beat my PB by 1 second. So I had to try and get out there and beat his PB again, but it just didn't happen. Yeah, just couldn't feel it. That's all right.
That's okay. I'm sure you'll get him next time. But, you know, household flights, you know, it's pretty tough. But how were you happy with the 10 events over the 2 days? Obviously, yesterday was really tough.
Yeah. Look, this decathlon has been quite an up and down decathlon. Like, yesterday I started the day off with 2 PBs in the 100 and the shot put. And then it just started to bucket down with rain in the high jump. And that really made it hard. But came home with a good 400 and got 2 PBs again today. So can't complain. Pretty happy overall. So, yeah, keen for our winter season.
So straight back into winter. Geez, these decathletes are so mentally strong. Having witnessed what it was like last night, was it tough to even to get out of bed and hit the track today?
Oh, yeah, most definitely. Especially last night after the 400. You're wet, you're cold, you're sore. Everything in your mind's like, oh, why do I have to do this again tomorrow? But you get up and you're like, just being able to finish the decathlon makes you feel so good about the whole thing. And the decathletes are all so close and we all have a good time. And it's just so much fun running with them all. Yeah.
Okay, so the guys don't shoot the messenger. They're asking me to ask you about your gymnastics career.
My gymnastics crew. My gymnastics crew.
Career, yeah. What?
Oh, right. Yeah, look, I did trampolining for about 8 years. And
an Olympic sport?
Yeah, an Olympic sport. I went to the World Championships twice. I secured a bronze on my last one. But I just thought aths is really where my heart's at, and that's where I want to go far in, and decided to ditch the tramp and just go full out for the aths. Started decathlon, yeah.
Okay, so that is an interesting transition into decathlons, but I tell you what we are going to have to look out with you, Gary, is your celebrations on the pole vault mat are going to be pretty special.
Yeah, I reckon, especially if we start getting even higher. More airtime for more celebrations, so...
Well, yeah. Great effort.
Thank you.
Gold medal. We look forward to seeing you on the podium later.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Geez, little did we know we had a World Championship medalist from trampolining.
Yeah, there you go. And there's the start list for the Open Men's 1500 metre decaf. Lachlan McPherson, Jared Paget, Martin Clark, Josiah Becker, Christian Patner, Cedric Jubler, Dale Hebard, Hamish Nelson, Aaron Booth, Will North. Over the page we go. Wesley Salisbury, Matthew Wecker, Alec Diamond, John Lane, Max Atwell and Chris White. As we see these athletes running around.
Hamish Nelson there with a big lead at the moment in the retro Asvic singlet.
I like it. If you're not going to wear the current state, wear previous state uniform. And I think that's a fantastic one. I do like the old Vic uniform.
I do. I always wanted to trade for it.
Yeah, it's a fan favourite among all the old previous Victorian athletes. They hold on to that one very dearly.
Well, it's most of the time would have been their first foray into the world of athletics in the multi-V.
And he hasn't just gone the singlet, he's gone the shorts as well. I like it. It's definitely a do.
Oh, it's easily a do. The full kit.
That's not a bad little thing to introduce. Must wear state uniform, but you can be from any year.
Well, I have been rummaging around the office, Queensland Athletics. I found a full maroon bodysuit with a tiny little white Queensland at the top.
Wow.
I know it's old. I just need to compete first to actually get an opportunity to wear it.
I actually did the same thing, rummaged through my wardrobe, found an old West Australian singlet back in the days where it was actually called Athletica, not Athletics Western Australia.
Athletica.
Athletica was the name of the Western Australian athletics branch over there.
They're getting the bell now. Hamish Nelson with a very, very big lead. Fellow Victorian trying to chase him down the back straight. But that's the New Zealander. Let me just get this correct. I think that's Max Atwell chasing him down. I think Max Atwell might be able to get into the lead. He's only a good 5 to 10 metres behind Hamish Nelson as they enter the home straight. It's Nelson out in front, but he's got a little bit of a kick on his own. It's Atwell, and chasing around is Lachlan McPherson. Lachlan McPherson find himself in the lead, but Atwell's found another gear. It's McPherson and Atwell. They are battling it out. And McPherson looks like he just gave it up for Atwell there in those later stages. But Hamish Nelson finishing third across the line. This looks like your West Australian uniform that we were discussing earlier, Wesley Salisbury.
Canning District's uniform there, hat backwards as well. Good to see him finishing off strongly.
And it's going to be a fast finishing Will North, sneaking on the outside, taking 4 scalps with Marty Clark, Cedric Dubler and John Lane.
Crossing the line as well.
Now we'll have to wait and see.
We'll win another national title.
Couple of PBs from Cedric Dubler early, but his performance last year at this championships did qualify him for Rio, but the qualifying period for the World Champs in London this year, that still counted. So he's got a qualifier. He's possibly won the national championships. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and hear the points. We're not sure how far ahead he was before the 1500. He might be qualified and going. This could be it. This could be automatic.
It would be great to see. It really would be great to see. And we'll be able to witness his selection at the gala dinner, which we're all looking forward to. The celebration of athletics here in Australia. It's a chance for us to come together, obviously celebrate the season that's been.
Especially with all the athletes that are already here.
Exactly. Recognise the performance of some of the athletes. As Cedric Dubler has qualified, or I'm just going to call it.
Yeah, go on, say it.
Let's just say it. I don't even care. If I was a selector, I would select him.
Oh, he's going. He's going to London.
Going.
Get to compete in the London 2012 Olympic Stadium. It's very, very fast. He gets that experience.
It's a great stadium. It is an amazing stadium. It's got a feel when
you yourself has had a chance to do a whole lap. You didn't get to just see one bit of it.
I saw all of it the whole way around. I had a look here, I had a look there. But it's got a vibe and an atmosphere that's like no other. Honestly, the London fans are amazing fans. The other set of fans I'd put up there with them are the German fans. They know athletics, they know what they're doing. But those stadiums, apparently the tickets are already sold out. It's
beautiful.
Capacity crown, the whole competition every night. But we're going to cross down to Tamsin. She's down there with Cedric.
Yeah, I'm down here with the winner of the men's open decathlon, Cedric Dubler. 1500's done. Competition's over. Great effort.
Thank you. Yesterday was very tough. Today it was a beautiful day. I'm just happy to be out here, get the season opener out of the way. I had a great time out here with the boys, and now we'll go back to the drawing board, see where we can sort of pick up some improvements and lead into the next 2 comps this season.
Yeah, I think you would have learned a lot in these conditions from yesterday and then coming today. That's what happens in decathlon when it's spread across the 2 days. But you've got to be happy with your pole vault this morning.
Yeah, pole vault has been going really, really well in training. So I cleared 5 metres for the first time a couple of weeks ago at the state championships, which has been a long time coming. And I knew that there was that extra height there when I had the poles to help me there. The poles arrived luckily on Sunday night, so a couple of days ago. So that was my first time jumping on them. I taped them up while I was out there and jumped on them, and it paid off. So happy with those extra 34 points.
Yeah, and 5:10, so great PB. Yeah. Looking forward to London World Champs. Obviously, you've got some PBs that have improved. You put it all together. You were 14th at last year's Rio Olympics. Yeah. Can we start talking about top 10?
Top 8, preferably. I would like to be a finalist. I was hoping to do that in Rio, but unfortunately had a few little issues leading into the competition. So this year, hopefully with some improvements, we should be up there.
Well, we can't wait to watch. I tell you what, I'm going to let you go because the camaraderie between you guys in the decathlon is just amazing, and you want to go do a victory lap with them, so go enjoy, Cedric.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, Cedric Dubler and Tamsin. Top 8. That's the ultimate goal. And you can see now on the list there is the start. Oh, sorry, not the start list. The results there for that 1500 metres at the end of the decathlon. Max Atwell with that huge finish, 4:22.09. Lachlan McPherson, 4:22.21. Hamish Nelson, 4:24.06. And those boys have spent some tough days out here on the track. But they're now in the triple jump. We're in round 2, and it looks like Lord Kodjo with a 13.06 on his first jump to take the lead from New South Wales. Aidan Henson, a 12.64. Should find himself in second place. And Finn Murphy. Not sure why it says Victoria. He's definitely from New South Wales, but 12.53 on both of his attempts. Currently sitting there in third first place. Well, that's a different Finn Murphy. My apologies. There's actually 2 Finn Murphys out there in the field right now. A Finn Murphy from Victoria and a Finn Murphy from New South Wales. We see Curtis Marshall on the runway.
We've been told he's just come in this height. He's already on 2 fouls, so this is apparently his 3rd attempt at this height. So
needs to get this if he wants to get an automatic qualifier for the World Champs.
Easy clearance.
Absolutely massive clearance. He may have actually gone to a bigger pole just to really make sure that he can get over it.
Yeah, sometimes these starting heights can be a little tricky for athletes just coming in. They haven't had a proper jump in the competition. They're still adjusting to the conditions out there, making sure they get their run-up and stands correct. Because sometimes, depending on the way the wind's going, you may have your stands too far forward or too far back, depending on which direction it is going.
Yeah, exactly.
I learned that from my pole vault
when you
competition.
270?
Yeah, my 270.
Yeah, that's all right. I've only ever pole vaulted once, and it was over on that exact pole. Not the pole, sorry, in the pit. 225 was my best.
There you go.
I was a youngster.
That's not too bad. My goal is 3 metres. I will have another crack at the pole vault, and my goal is 3 metres on that one. I feel like that's the mark that a novice pole vaulter, once they achieve that, that's respectable. You get a clap from the other pole vaulters.
It's a barrier. It's a barrier that everyone wants to achieve.
Exactly.
Once you get 301, you can be, I need 4 metres now.
I'm going to put it out there. It's like the 11-second barrier.
Actually, no, it's a 10-second barrier.
Maybe not that. That might be, I don't know, a little bit higher. But I'm going to call it the 11-second barrier.
Maybe the 6-metre barrier for long jump?
Or maybe the 12-second barrier. I don't know.
It's a barrier. But it actually is physically a barrier that you need to get over.
Exactly. It's mentally challenging.
That's the best thing about about pole vault and high jump. You actually know, like a long jump, you have to wait till they measure it. But pole vault and high jump, you know when they've done that height, that exact height. As is no one currently else over 5'10". And it looks like Anthony Simmons and Stephen Clough all going out at 4.95. Angus Armstrong and Max Mischenko passing 5'10". And we'll see where the bar goes after this. And the bar's probably not going to go anywhere because they're wrapped up. They are all finished over there. And we'll have our finalists for you very shortly. And they'll be back over the weekend. So we'll have the girls. Last night, the girls got cancelled.
Yep.
So their qualifying got cancelled. And they'll be back out tomorrow. And the boys will be back on Sunday. Now, the next event up on the track, the men's 10,000 metre walk. Carl Gibbons, Ridian Cowley, Tyler Jones, Adam Garganis, Kyle Swan, Jay Felton, Luke McCutcheon, Dane Bird-Smith, Jason Kazika and Jamie McCutcheon. And on the other side, Reece Walmsley, Dylan Richardson, Oscar Tebbett and Kyle Bedford. And according to our timetable, we'll have the women going at the same time.
Yep.
So that's a lot of walkers out on the field.
And there's your women's start list. Becky Smith from New South Wales, Rhiannon Lovegrove from South Australia, Emily Hamilton from Victoria, Jessica Pickles from Queensland, Katya Martin from Queensland, Simone McInnes from Victoria, Samantha Finlay from South Australia, Taylor Page Billington from Queensland, Rachel Tallant from Victoria, Katie Hazelwood from Queensland. Over the page we go, and Clara Smith from Queensland as well.
Now, Clara's actually already walked this week. She won the Under-20 Championships.
Yep.
She's been to the World Youth and the World Juniors. We'll see if she's out there. She had a bit of a knee injury, so I'm not sure if we'll see her out there.
Actually, I'm looking down the field. I can't actually see her down there, so maybe she is a late withdrawal from that one. We'll have to wait. Maybe she's off at the bathroom or whatever, but currently she is not on the track, so obviously that's disappointing to see. Already a medalist, but it's paramount that the athletes look after their bodies and ensure they do what is best for themselves. Obviously, we've got some talent out there, pardon the pun, with Rachel Tallant, a Rio Olympian. We've also got Becky Smith out there. She's been Australian representative in the past. She's one of Australia's top walkers. But just before the walk starts, we're going to quickly cut down to Tamsin. She's down at the shot put. Looks like she's got a bit of an update for us.
I do, guys. I've got to be really quiet because I'm right near the circle, but I'm just having a look at the results sheet, and it looks like Celia Kia from Queensland, who just shot-putted, is leading the competition with a 13-metre put. And then the next best is a 12-metre, 12:31, Ashlyn Blackstock from New South Wales. So it's pretty tight up the top. There's another 12-metre thrower, Mackenzie from Victoria, and but yeah, Celia Kia threw another 12-metre shot put. She looks like she's the one to watch.
Yeah, thanks for that, Tamsin. Nice update there. Obviously, tense moments down there for the shot putters. Obviously, no matter what age you are out there competing, it is a nerve-wracking time at a national championship competition. Obviously, on a weekly basis, you're competing down at local in club, but here you're up against the best there is in the country.
Falila Alani Kia, great Queenslander.
There you go. You like those names, don't you? You like the ones that roll off the tongue.
I'm pretty disappointed that Benuve Tambakatoro is not here anymore.
Oh. There we go. So we see these walkers. They've been lined up in two groups. One are the men and the other one are the women. They will walk in those two groups through to the back straight, so the first 100 metres, and from that point onwards they will then cut in to lane one. Obviously, 10,000 metres, it's a long way to walk, so we've got a drink station set up on the back straight for those athletes that feel like they need water. They might tip it over their head depending on how they're feeling, to cool them down, because even though it is still a little cool out here, once when you're walking for so long, you do start to work up a sweat. So some athletes do like pouring the water over the top of the head, as Josh Tolley did the other night.
They're actually allowed to provide their own drink bottles too at these championships. They obviously need to be clear and labelled as well. Sometimes with a 10K, you might not need water. You might want a bit of a sugar hit. I've heard marathon runners use flat Coke, that kind of thing, just to give them that a bit of energy.
Yeah, flat Coke doesn't do it for me. Every time I've taken a flat Coke out of the fridge, I have not enjoyed it. And it's something I wouldn't...
Did you take it out of the fridge mid-marathon, maybe mid-10K walk?
I didn't.
Okay.
But I did enjoy it nonetheless. Anyway, as we see, they're often going, and as you'd assume, Dane Bird-Smith, he's out there. He's not here to mess around. It's not just about a national title for him. He also wants the time as well. And as you said, he's after his father's national record. So it'll be interesting to see if he can go out there and take this on. Obviously, he's from the get-go, he's in full charge mode, and he takes the lead after his first 200 metres, and he's probably got about 25 metres on the rest of the field there.
Yeah, exactly. So the national record that Dane's trying to achieve, 38:20.9. It stood 31 years. It was done on the 15th of September in 1985 by Dave Smith, Dane Bird-Smith's dad and coach. And that's what he's trying to hunt down at the moment out there. And look at this. He is out there and just really tearing away from... It's what you expect from an athlete of that class. a world-class... If we had Jaron Talon out here, we'd expect the same as well. Because he's an Olympic medalist. So is Dane Bird-Smith, bronze in Rio.
Exactly, and it's good to see. It's not like he's just sitting back in the pack. He's going out there, he's showing his class, and we are enjoying this. We are in for a show here in this 10,000-metre walk here at the National Championships. That's the thing, we're playing for medals here.
It definitely is. It's the National Championships. Over the back, we do have the women's discus qualification going on as well. That qualification is 55 metres 00. Any athlete who achieves that will find themselves automatically qualified for the final on Sunday. There will be a day break in between. And we can see that shot put just getting through their rounds just in front of us as well. Now, really looking forward to this walk. There's plenty of high-ranking athletes out here. And it looks like we've got Tamsin down there. She is trackside during the walk.
Hey guys, so the women's discus, like you just said, have started. It's only the first round, but we've already got one qualifier, Dina Hakey from New Zealand. She's thrown 56 metres 11, so she's straight into the final with just one round. But we haven't seen Danny yet, so I'll let you know how she goes after she has her first throw.
Obviously, that's what you want. First throw. Straight out, bang, thanks for coming. I'm off back to the sheds to cool down. I've done my job.
To be honest, I think Danny could probably do it standing. We'll just wait and see, and it looks like she already does. They just measured. It looks like it could be out in that 65-metre mark for that first throw from Danny Samuels. I'll wait till the official turns it around as we see Dane Bird-Smith just coming down the home straight for 23 laps to go. 62.71 for Danny. See you later. I'm done.
There you go. Two athletes already back into the change room.
Plenty of talent out there. As I say, talent. We've got Rachel Talent out there, Olympian in 2016. Yep. Becky Lee, Brendan Reading out there as well.
Yep.
Jess Pickles, has got a World Uni qualifier. And we've got some very great junior-ranked athletes out there. Clara Smith not out there at the moment. Taylor Billington, Tyler Jones, Kyle Swan, Adam Garganis and Zoe Hunt. So there's some excellent walkers out there making their way around the track. And just coming down to the front of that pack there, that is Katie Hayward, a youngster, only 17, out there attempting the 10K walk here. Becky Lee just tucked in behind her. On the outside, that would be Jamie McCutcheon. And behind there, Taylor Billington and Jess Pickles.
And not surprisingly,
but there's Dane Bird-Smith absolutely ripping up the track at the moment.
on target only after a kilometre for that 38 split, which no doubt is after this evening.
Only if Tamsin can find anyone in the crowd that's very fashionable or wants to have a chat about it. Yeah, Tamsin, you get to look around with some fashionable in the crowd. Now we're going to see Dane. The 10 kilometres at 4-minute kilometre pace is 40 minutes. That's pretty tricky to run. We're going to see someone walk consistently sub 4-minute kilometres. And that is going to be very, very quick. And that's what we're after. So you can see this is almost the chase pack. Just behind them though. Currently sitting in second place, Rydian Cowley. Followed by Tyler Jones. And the number 4, Adam Garganis from Victoria. So that's your first 4. Luke McCutcheon, Dylan Richardson. Then Jay Felton. Followed by Kyle Swan. There's Carl Gibbons at the moment in the New South Wales. And that's actually Dylan Richardson. Just there on camera. And this is the lead pack of girls there. That's Katie Hayward out in front. Becky Smith. Taylor Billington, Jess Pickles. And McCutcheon just tucked in there. There's actually his brother, Luke, and Jamie both competing in this walk. Mm-hmm. But Dane moving very fast. Trying to hunt down that 38:20.9. So last year at Nationals in Sydney, Dane did the 10K walk in 38:44.61. So very, very close. He was 23.71 seconds behind that national record. So he needs to find 23.7 seconds in this walk in a year. But what a year he's had. He actually, back at the Queensland Championships for I think it was the 3K or the 5K. Actually, it was the 3K. He went 10:54.
I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but 10Ks. I find it's a long time to make up that time. So it can be broken down into small little increments per lap.
Exactly. There's 25 laps, but he only needs 23 seconds.
There you go. So I think it's definitely, obviously achievable.
It's definitely achievable for Dane. He's the kind of athlete that could do this, and we'll wait and see how he goes. There's Katie Hayward, world-ranked junior, having only her second crack at the 10 kilometres on the track. And looking very, very comfortable with multiple Olympian Becky Smith just tucked on her shoulder. Obviously, the 10-kilometre walk is not an Olympic event. The only Olympic event for the women is the 20K walk, and the guys get a 20 and a 50. But the 20 is Dane Bird Smith's speciality. And we can see him now as he enters the straight. The lap scoring board will be just for the leader. So whenever he enters the straight, it does go down to the next lap. And he will cross the line with 20 to go. Now, sitting down next to me, we had Heather Mitchell last year to talk us through this walk, but I've got Bob Cruz, international race walking judge. Bob, welcome to the live stream.
Good, thank you very much. Pleasure to be here.
Now, Bob, how long have you been, not just in athletics, but how long have you been involved with the walking program in Australia?
I started with Coburg Little Laths in Victoria many, many years ago when my sons got involved, and thought I'd better find out something about walking, and I'm still around and they're long gone.
I see you said you started in Victoria, but I see you're in a South Australian jacket currently. Is that where you're situated these days?
Yes, I was involved in education and moved around the country, I guess chasing promotions, and finished up retiring to South Australia.
And now pretty heavily involved in some South Australian athletics?
Yes, I coach around about 30, 35 young and not so young people in race walking, and a number of those have competed here to this program, this event, and have done quite well. So yes, I coach and I judge, and the involvement still goes on.
It seems to be a really strong event for Australians, being such a technical event as well.
Yes, I guess that's one of the things that race walkers and race walking supporters would say, that anyone can run, but only a few can walk. So because of its specificity, the need to be quite skilled in applying the trade, so to speak.
Yeah, definitely a very technical event. Did it actually begin in Australia? Was it an event that the Australians invented?
No, race walking, well, it started back in I suppose there's been walks going on forever, but essentially, fast walking began with coachmen and their footmen, coaches and their footmen, and the footmen would eventually have, they'd have races between them, and that's where it started from, and progressed through 6-day go as you please events right through until nowadays, when we have refined it a bit.
Yeah, we do. We definitely just keep it all on the track now. Yeah. I'll let you just keep thinking about that. But we've got Tamsin out there with Danny Samuels.
I have, and she's a one-throw wonder. First round, Danny, straight through the final.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to do that. Hopefully practice for World Championships. It's a bit of a buggy. You can't keep throwing in qualifying because it's beautiful conditions tonight. But we'll come back on Sunday for our final, so hopefully it's the same.
So you're actually not allowed to keep throwing even if you wanted to?
No, I tried last year because it was beautiful conditions and it was a nice headwind and sunny, and the forecast for the final was torrential rain. So I said, can I have my other 2 throws? And they said, no, you have to leave. And they said that tonight. So, I'll happily take the opportunity, but no, that's the rules apparently.
Is that the rules at Olympics too? But I mean, it's a mind game at Olympics. You're not going to throw and go, actually, I still want to do a bit more practice.
No, you're ready to bolt if you do it out there. I think so. It's an IAAF rule, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, so basically you need to fudge the first one a little bit, not nail it. And
Oh, you'd have to be extremely confident. I think I got mine on my third round in Rio, so I don't think I'd be playing that game anytime soon.
Yeah, you made us lose a few hairs in Rio, but obviously you made that final. You looked to be disappointed, but it was still a great effort in Rio.
Yeah, I was disappointed at the time. I've never come fourth at anything. I know that sounds really weird, but I've come 5th and 6th and 8th and 13th and all those other places. I've never come fourth at anything, and it was really confusing to feel so close but still so far away. But now, like 6 months has passed, my cousin messaged me the other day and said, guess what? You came fourth at the Olympics. How awesome is that? And I was like, yeah, it's pretty good. So obviously you always want more, and to be so close to the medals makes you want to take that next step. So I'm really excited for World Champs this year, and hopefully I can go one better.
It's interesting speaking to you and having known you since you were so little. You made your first Olympic Games in 2008 when you were very young, and you made the final there as well. And you would think that such a young girl back then would have been stoked to make an Olympic final, but you were disappointed then too.
Yeah, I was furious actually. I came 9th, so I missed the cut for 8th. But funnily enough, I've just been bumped up to 8th, so that I don't get my 3 throws. But that's sport, and I was furious. But I think I took that motivation into the following year because I won in 2009 World Championships. But I learned a lot of lessons from that, and the main one was to enjoy myself, that I was doing it for me. I think the pressure that I put on myself got to me a little bit in Beijing. Going from World Juniors into an Olympics was a bit of a big step, but I'm grateful for it all, and I think it makes the athlete I am now. Like I've been to 3 Olympics, and I think this will be my 6th World Championships team for win on Sunday, and several Commonwealth Games and that. So you can't buy experience. So hopefully this next Olympic cycle is one of my best, and I'm just really excited to throw and hopefully be in good shape.
I think that the Australian public, we are very remiss, but the fact is, Danny, you are one of the best female sports people that we have ever produced across any sport, and you're still going. You still have a lot more to achieve. You're throwing brilliantly this season. It's possibly one of your best seasons ever domestically.
Yeah, to have 2 throws at 66.78, it's been great, and to be disappointed in Canberra with a high 64, I think I've jumped up to that next level off the back of Rio and the last 2 years, 3-4 years of training from London. It's not just what did you do last month or last year, it's everything, it's that build-up, and I'm hopefully getting into my best because they say throwers peak around 30, 32, and I turned 29 this year, so hopefully my best is yet to come, and I'm just excited to kind of get to that next level and hopefully be consistent at 66 and 67, which means PB shape is hopefully a 69 or even that elusive 70-metre mark. That's like my all-time goal, so hopefully that can happen soon.
Well, it's only Sandra at the moment who's over the 70 metres, so if you get to that 7, is that right?
One Cuban girl, Denia Caballero.
Yep, that's right, she did too. She came out of, last year. It was a really tough competition. You were youngest ever World Championship gold medalist in 2009. We're heading into another World Championship year, London. What are your aims? Like you said, it's a really tough competition. There's a couple 70-metre throwers, so...
I feel kind of excited that I'm competing in a time where women's discus is really strong. Sandra was obviously the first one to throw 70 since 1992, so it kind of dragged everybody up, like what Sally Pearson did with the hurdles internationally. It kind of dragged everyone along. I think you'd have to throw 69-70 to win a gold medal at this stage, so I'm stoked at the idea that I can hopefully get to that point eventually. I do want to do Tokyo. I want to do one more Olympics. I think it's kind of, once I decided that, everything just became so exciting because this may be the last Olympic cycle that I do. So it's like, let's just throw everything at it and have fun. So you choose to do this. It's a passion. It's a love. You don't put so many hours into training, in weather like it was yesterday, where everyone's out there throwing and training and competing. You don't do that because you hate it. You do it because you love it. So, I'm just really excited and really pumped, and just to see what I can do. You just want to reach your potential. So I hope that I can maybe throw a PB sometime this year. That would be awesome.
Okay, so final question. Last year was a really big year for you. You had an Olympic Games where you made the final. You also got married to Joe. So you're now Danny Stevens?
Yes.
So what was the biggest event of last year?
I think I remember being in the ceremony and thinking, shit, I'd rather, be at the Olympic final right now, because it was completely different, 2 very different, it's hard to describe unless you've gone through it. We were both so nervous, but it was a fantastic day, and it was the happiest day of my life. I know it sounds cliche, but it really was, and the Olympics, hopefully I can do 4 of them. You only get married hopefully once, but
No, you're on a winner. Joe's a winner. You'll be right. Just the one.
yeah. But it was amazing. Yeah.
Awesome. So good speaking to you, Danny. I could speak to you all night. Love chatting to you. But we are looking forward to seeing you out in the final. Good luck.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, thanks, Danny. It's good to hear from someone. 6 world champs if she makes it this year, and I don't doubt that she won't make it there. And she's going for 4 Olympics. That's quite big achievement there. Now, we've got the triple jump update from in front of the grandstand. The men's under 15 after 3 rounds. Leading the competition, it's Lord Codger still with a 13.06 in second place. The Victorian Finn Murphy with a 12.73. And currently in third place, Aidan Hinson, 12.64. Now, Bob, we got to listen to a fair bit of discus out there, but when you were involved in the walking, was it straight up coaching and officiating, or did you actually compete yourself?
No, I never became a competitor. Well, I tried an 800-metre walk once, and shin soreness was a bit too much for me, so I gave it away. But I became a judge under the tutelage of a fellow called Ray Smith, who finished 6th in the 1956 50k walk. And his first bit of advice to me was, Bob, you're not there to get rid of them. You're there to promote walking. And Ray's not with us now, but he was my mentor, and a gentleman from South Australia, a fellow called Vic Sharp, who judged in 1968 in Mexico City, and he was in the straight when the big finish of the Pedraza of Mexico didn't quite make it, finished up silver, but Vic said to me, I wasn't going to put a red on him, I wouldn't have got out of Mexico alive.
Well, yeah, well, like I said, yeah, you're not there to get rid of them, so that would be a very big risk.
Yeah, Bob, you've said you've obviously been around sport and race walking for quite a while. This pit lane rule is obviously a new one. Give us a bit of your thoughts on the pit lane rule, what you think of it.
Am I allowed to swear? I'm not in favour of it. It's resource intensive. We have to have extra officials, and quite clearly it's the sport now is finding it hard to get volunteers and officials. Secondly, judges are supposed to act independently, and the judges around the track can see who goes into the pit lane. So as soon as you notice someone going in there, your judgment is no longer independent. Someone's already been put in there. Perhaps you haven't put a red on them, and 3 other judges have. So basically it's 3 reds, you get put in the pit, you come out, if you get another red from another judge, you're gone. But 2 minutes probably in this race, the rule says the organisers can apply whatever time they like to it. But 2 minutes, you might as well not compete for the rest of it. That's over a lap. It's hard to make up.
It does put the athletes a fair way behind, and obviously, especially if you're in the medals or in a chance of a medal, it's definitely not going to happen. But we're just going to quickly cut down to Tamsin. She's down there at the shot put. She's got a couple of athletes down there with her.
I do, and you'll be so happy, Matt. I've got 2 Queenslanders. I've got Falila Kia, who won the under 15 shot put, and I've got one of her best mates, Bella McLaughlin. Competition through over 13 metres. Happy?
Yeah, very happy. It's a PB as well, so it's good.
What was it, 13?
Oh, something? I don't know.
And then it was a pretty consistent competition. You threw a couple of 12 metres as well?
Yeah. They were all over 12, the rest. So.
Brilliant. And what about you, Bella? How'd the competition go for you?
Yeah, it wasn't a PB, but that's all right. I'm still happy with it.
And the circle? You were happy with the circle? It was obviously you were. It was okay conditions out there?
Yeah, I thought it was great.
I love the juniors. They're always so non-fussed about the conditions. So what are you guys going to do tonight to celebrate? PB ice cream?
Just get something to eat.
Anything exciting?
No, probably not.
Chocolate at least. Don't you have something you look forward to when you finish comp?
Yeah, I eat like blocks of chocolates.
All the hard work you guys deserve to celebrate. Well done. Great competition. It was fantastic to watch for them.
Thank you.
Tamsin, you can let them know. We've got a couple of chocolates up here, so if they would like some chocolates, they can come and see us and grab a few from our box that has been kindly donated to us.
116 pieces it started with. We're definitely not in the triple digits anymore. We might be closer to single digits now of chocolate. But thank you very much. We may have borrowed that from some of the officials downstairs.
We did.
Sure
they were kind enough to allow us to Have a couple of chocolates as we sit up here and call these races. As we see now, obviously we turn our attention back to the track. We've got the walkers out there travelling around.
12 laps still to go for Dane. Now I've got to say I have had an opportunity to lap score in a walk, and it's got to say chaos, absolutely chaos. I do feel for those officials, especially for someone who's working the scoreboard, how many laps, what split you had to get, where to write the times. I was losing it, and a newfound respect.
Yep, yeah, it's definitely not an easy task at all.
The lap scoring is, I think, the hardest job out there, to be honest. If you get distracted in any way, shape or form, it's you lose a lap, and an athlete can be seriously disadvantaged by that. And one of the difficulties, I think, now is you might be looking, say, you've got 4 people to score for, and you're looking for New South Wales athletes, but in senior competition here, they may not be wearing the New South Wales top. So it makes it even more difficult.
It certainly does. It is a very, very tough gig, and big shout out to them. And there we go, Julie Foster coming out to volunteer tomorrow. That's what we like to see. We want to see more volunteers. Julie Foster using Facebook there. If you're using Facebook or Twitter, Instagram, hashtag Summer of Aths, hashtag Summer of Fash as well. You can't forget that one. Sorry about that.
We can't forget that one because obviously we've had a few fashion trends. We've got a rainbow top out there with a scarf. There you go.
It's definitely... it is a bit chilly. It is a little bit chilly.
So we do say that is a good one out there.
You can see Dane Bird-Smith just going past Victorian Ridian Cowley, also an Olympian in the 20-kilometre walk there at 2016 in Rio. And there's Carl Gibbons. So, Dane Bird-Smith, do you think he'll be able to break his dad's record tonight?
I was chatting to Dane out on the warm-up track just before the race started, and I said, you're going to walk around about 40, 41? He said, oh no, I'd be really disappointed if I did that. He said, I want 39. And I said, well, are you fit enough for that? He said, oh, yeah. He said, I've had a few issues leading up to this. He's got a bit of an iron deficiency at the moment, but
okay.
So we expect him to get close to that for 39. He'll be disappointed if he doesn't, yes.
Yeah, so 39 minutes, that's definitely, like we were saying before, sub 4-minute kilometre pace, which is pretty handy as a runner. So going out there and walking sub 4 minutes. So maybe he won't touch his dad's record yet. It seems to be the one that he can't get.
Yeah, Dad likes that.
I bet he does. I certainly does. So we're going to keep going with this walk. We're going to have a big thank you to Bob Cruz. Excellent work up here. We always like having, with such a technical event, a guest up here. We had Heather Mitchell last year. Bob Cruz, thank you so much for helping us out with the 10K walk. Maybe you'll join us next year.
A little bit of luck, yes.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Bob.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bob. That was brilliant.
Hey guys, I'm here with the discus. It's the final round here. So we've had a few automatic qualifiers, and those ladies have left the arena. But I think we're gonna have to go down to 50-metre throws. Kil Hull just threw 53.79. So I think she'll be pretty fine. And that was her last throw. She's from Victoria. But there's a few just on the cusp, so it's quite nerve-wracking down here at the moment.
It's actually, like Danny was saying, really good conditions. They do love a headwind. It keeps that discus aloft if you get it out the right angle. So, yeah, I can understand Danny obviously not too worried about winning the national title. She's going for a 6 world champs. She just wants to get some good throws in good conditions. But, yeah, has to come back on Sunday. It looks like that one just only getting over the 40-metre mark. Dane entering the home straight. with 8 laps to go when he crosses the line. We'll see if he can get that 38.20. Like Bob's saying, a bit of an iron deficiency, which is tough for an athlete, an endurance athlete especially, spending so much time on the feet. I do know that you can just have an iron deficiency just from bursting blood vessels through your feet from running so much.
Jeez. I wasn't aware of that. Obviously, you are one full of facts and information, so...
Up the baby spinach.
there
you
go.
Just to get that iron back in.
A bit of baby spinach. I had a bit of baby spinach in a sandwich the other day, so my feet are all good.
That's my new lettuce, baby spinach.
Yeah, I don't go for the lettuce anymore either. I'm all for the spinach.
I'm over iceberg.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. I'm not a fan of it either. All about the baby spinach. I do enjoy that on a sandwich or in the meals or anything like that. If I have a salad.
I could just drop it myself. Just boom, baby spinach. Little 60-gram single serve.
The cos lettuce, gone.
Yeah,
see you later.
No. Cos. Wouldn't muck around with cos at all. I was iceberg all the way.
Iceberg, really?
Yeah, sometimes you just can't find it. It's too leafy. There's bits here. There's a couple of bugs in it, a bit of dirt. And that crusty bit in the middle, don't even talk to me about that.
Yeah, no, I'll agree with you there. I'll agree with you.
You can still see the leaders just at the back there. Katie Hayward and Becky Smith. Becky Smith, a 2012 Olympian.
Yep.
A correction there. Just agonisingly close to 2016 Olympics. And Katie Hayward, the 17-year-old. Very, very talented walker.
Yep.
Unfortunately, no walk with Australia not sending a team to the World Under-18 Championships. Obviously, due to development and safety reasons, being in Nairobi in Kenya. There's no walk held at the Commonwealth Youth Games. So,
that's unfortunate because obviously we do have a strong history in the walks. We've had plenty of talented juniors over the years and who move on into the senior ranks and medal at major competitions. So it's disappointing to see that we won't have anyone in the Bahamas for those Commonwealth Youth Games. But I'm sure the rest of the team will perform admirably in front of that Bahamian crowd and do Australia proud.
Going to be in the same stadium as the World Relays.
Yeah,
I think it's the Thomas A. Robertson Stadium.
Yeah.
So, very exciting for those guys. It'll get warmed up in late April for the World Relays.
I've always wanted to go to Bahamas, I must say. That is one destination I've thought, hey, that'd be a great place to go. I haven't been yet. There's been a couple of editions of World Relays, but unfortunately I haven't been on the track to get selected, anything like that. So I'm a little jealous of a couple of the athletes. One of my mates, Alex Beck, as we saw earlier in the 400-metre semi-finals. He's been a couple of times, and he tells me all about it all the time.
What did they come in that medley? Did they get a medal in that?
They did. He likes to think that he is a world bronze medalist in a medley relay.
I've got to say, I've had a chance to do a medley relay. Did it at Penn Relays, and I have to say the 400, probably the most inconsequential leg of the medley relay.
Yeah, I'll definitely agree with that. Usually the spacings at the end of a 400 aren't that huge, and then next thing you know, into a distance event, and they all bunch up anyway.
It literally goes 12, 4, 8, 16, if you've never seen it. Goes to the mile, they all just join back up.
Yep.
It literally just comes down to the mile. But, you know, we
congratulate Alex.
Well done, Alex. It's all right. If you're a 400 runner, you can bag it out. You can bag out of the 400 runners.
Exactly.
It's okay.
I think it's free game in that regard. And you speak about Penn Relays. I know we're watching the walks, but Penn Relays, it is a special competition over there. I do love going. We have been before, and it was an amazing experience. We went out there and had a bit of fun running around at Penn's. One thing I saw that was probably the thing that stood out most to me, I saw a 4x4 with 16 teams in it in a packed start. Absolutely amazing. Absolute carnage in the first changeover.
They invented relays at Penn Relays.
Yep, and I thought it's one of the best things I've ever seen. I would actually like to compete in a 16-team relay with a packed start. It makes for exciting racing. You never know who's going to come. They're just pushing and shoving all over the place in the changeover boxes, but boy, is it exciting.
You think you've seen elbows in an 800 metres.
Oh, Imagine because as we said, the 400 metres, usually at the end of a 400, the gaps aren't too huge. So you've got 16 guys coming into a changeover box to change to another 16 guys. So in the space of 20 metres, there's 32 guys trying to change 16 relay battens.
Absolutely, Chaos. I feel sorry for the official when they cross the 200 metres. He goes, you. By the time he's finished, the next guy's there. I remember Geordie Williams ran the 1,200 metre leg for us in the medley relay over there. And it was USA blue, USA red, and then the official just went, and everyone else. That was it. And I wasn't watching. I was stuck at the back. I need to pay attention.
There you go. There you go. As we still got footage on Dane Bird-Smith, he's looking good. He's moving away. Obviously, I'm not a technician when it comes to the walk, but it looks like he's doing an amazing job there. To the naked eye, definitely.
Well, that's
double
what
foot contact.
That's what they need to do. It is all judged to the naked eye. Yep. That's why. If you might see, they're definitely in the air. Yeah. They're running.
And sometimes you see photos. I've actually seen one of Jared Talent, unfortunately, where it was a picture of him 2 feet off the air. It was only slight, but it's to the naked eye. And when you take a photo or have slow motion footage, it's not the way the walk is judged. So these athletes, it's a very hard thing to do, to be able to walk that fast with the double foot contact. But obviously we do have some of the best walkers in the world that we see. But I've watched a few walks in my time, and there have been a couple of international competitors at the Olympics. To the naked eye, even myself, I'm watching on the TV and I'm like, you're running, you are running. We don't want to see that. We definitely do not want to see that.
No, definitely. So they've actually, to stop people doing it, so if you get 3 reds on an out-of-stadia walk, not an in-stadia walk, if you get 3 reds, you're out. But when they come into the home straight, someone might say, I've only got 1 red. I'm just going to sprint.
Yep.
So they've actually given the judge in the final straight is the chief judge.
Yep.
And they have the ability to do an instant disqualification.
I like the rule. I really do like the rule, because we have seen some walks in the past where competitors come into that final straight, they're only on 1 warding, and I'll go for a trot. See you later.
Yep.
See you guys. Just come jogging past. Don't mind me. I'll take my red, cross the line, bang. So bringing in that rule is a fantastic decision by our technical officials. And obviously you can't see it on the screen currently, but it looks like we do have a competitor that's in the pit lane. So that's obviously, he will not be happy with that. Looks like he's still moving around, trying to still stay warm.
You can actually, he could do whatever he wanted there. He could sit down, he could do anything. No rules imply it, but I would be very interested to see how he has to exit the pit lane. This is actually the first time I've ever seen an athlete in the pit lane.
Yeah, it's obviously not like the Formula 1 or the car racing where there's speed limits. As soon as you get that green light, you're out of there. Quick, smart.
So that's Cole Bedford down there.
We can see the footage on him. He's in there in the pit lane. So obviously he's had a couple of cards from the judges. It'll be interesting to see if he can get himself back into this race in contention with the leaders. But it's going to be tough now, because obviously it's a long period down there at the pit lane.
And the rhythm. It's a lot of this distance stuff is about the rhythm. So Dane Bird-Smith is going to cross the line with 3 laps to go, 1,200 metres left, 4 minutes and 20 seconds for 1,200 metres.
Yep.
Tough ask.
Yep.
But like Bob said, Bob spoke to him earlier and he said, look, I'd be happy to get in the 39s. And I think that's what we'll see.
Yeah, I agree there. I agree. Definitely.
Looks like Cole Bedford, he's pulled himself out of the pit lane and removed himself from the race. He would have had another opportunity if he spent the time in the pit to come out, but obviously, as Bob said before, not a fan of the pit lane, and you spend enough time in there. Should I get back out there?
Yeah.
Hey guys, I was just talking to the officials, and unfortunately he had his 3 and he came in here and he threw his 2 minutes off. But then another official had given him a card as well, so she just walked around and showed him the red, and so then he was out. So he looked pretty disappointed. It's really unfortunate.
Yeah, it's disappointing to see. Obviously, comes into the pit lane thinking he's only have to cop 2 minutes, but he's had the official come around and give him the red card. So that is disappointing to see. I'm sure he will be a little upset with that one.
So you might just see just on the left-hand side there of Dane Bird-Smith, his left, our right, is a big whiteboard. There is a truck currently going around the stadium. As you see Dane walk, you may see it go past. It's a little mule driven by, not an actual animal mule. You might see it just pop down the bottom. I think they've just driven out of camera shot as he goes 2 laps to go. So that's actually going around collecting the red cards from the officials, and they actually put it up on the whiteboard so the athletes know what cards they've got. So that's why it might have taken a little bit of time for that card to get. So you can see there's the mule. Normally it's a guy on a bike. I have seen Matt Donker ride the bike.
Yep.
Ride the bike around. I think he split his pants one year riding the bike.
Yep.
I've had to actually walk around. So I think I walked about 8 kilometres in a 10K walk, walking around getting red cards.
Jeez.
And they put it up on the board just so people can see, okay, I'm on 2. I've got it for... And they've got the markings up there. It's for feet or knees.
Yep.
Tamsin down at the finish line. Not too long to go for Dane.
No, I'll keep an eye on Dane. He's coming around for 1 lap to go, but Becky's had to pull out. Are you okay, Becky?
Yeah, I'm okay. I've been a bit sick, had a couple of races in Mexico a few weeks ago, so lucky enough for me, I've already been selected for World, so this was just a bit of a training walk today and just getting through some quicker stuff, which I haven't been able to, so under strict orders from the doc to take it easy. So unfortunately pulled out today, would have loved to have finished, but bigger things to come in August, so we just got to try and stay healthy, so that's the main thing really.
And you were obviously really unfortunate to miss out on that Olympic selection last year. Word on the street was that you were flying as well, so you have a point to prove at London World Champs this year.
Yeah, absolutely. It's super important for me to race really well there, so unfortunately this isn't super important for us being a 10K where we normally do 20K, so World Champs is definitely, my race for some redemption, so hopefully, get healthy and be flying for them.
Okay, Becky, bad luck tonight, but go home and hang out with your little boy Lennon and have a great night anyway.
Thanks, Tamsin. Thank you.
Wow, here we go. Dane Bird-Smith with only just over 300 metres to go, and he's got less than 50 seconds. A 50-second 300 is not too bad. If you could drop that down here, does say 50-second 300 metres. 38.20 is what he needs to get. So he's still got about 40 seconds for a 250.
40 seconds for a 250. That's quick. I don't know if it's gonna get there.
It's going to be close.
A little bit too quick, I would say.
So last year he went 38.44. The record's 38.20. He's definitely on target, so maybe he's feeling a little bit better than he thought. Just around 150 to go for Dane. And a 20-second 150. He might just be shy of it.
I think he's going to be shy a few seconds. Obviously going to be a PB. He's going to get that step closer to that record. Obviously, he's still young. He's still got plenty of time to do it. But he may be a little disappointed not getting that record from his father, especially getting so close to.
So close. But he'll be happy. He said he is pumped. You can see the fist pump up there. The Rio bronze medalist in the 20K. He's pumped with how he's feeling. Look at that. Big salute to the crowd. Well done to Dane Bird-Smith, your national champion for the men's 10,000 metre walk.
Doesn't he love the track here at Sydney Olympic Park?
Yeah, he gives the crowd a clap. Thanks them for the support that they've showed him throughout this 10K walk. So it looks like we've got Tamsin down there with Dane. Hopefully he can have a few words with Tamsin. It's obviously a pretty tough thing out there walking 10Ks.
What an effort, Dane. You're obviously chasing your father's record, but you've got a personal best by 10 seconds. And we're talking personal best for Olympic bronze medalists. They're pretty hard to come by.
Absolutely, yeah. So, I put everything on the track tonight. Let's take a seat and do the interview. I'm a bit cooked.
I'm happy to sit down with you, but I haven't done a 10K walk. But will your dad give you a bit of a ribbing for not doing the time?
Of course he will, but I'm just happy with putting up a PB like that. I've come off the last 3 weeks of training with a massive iron deficiency. So, I was just fighting fatigue today. So it was great to have some of the crowd behind me. And, you guys were awesome, trying to cheer me on, get me to that record. But sorry I couldn't get it tonight, but I'm definitely not giving up. I'm going to come back for it.
Oh, my gosh, don't be sorry about it. When your dad did the record, did he have to go around athletes? It looked like it was pretty tough. You obviously walked a little bit further than 10K because you've got the women in there as well.
Yeah, there's a bit of traffic in there. The GPS was telling me I'd done 10K with about 200 to go. So technically, I've smashed his record.
Yeah, we'll get that's an official split.
It's awesome to see so much depth out there in the walks again. So, I'm just pumped to pull out a PB like that. And yeah, in hindsight of all the training that I've actually been able to get done, which wasn't that much. I've absolutely smashed it, so I'm stoked.
Well, you're a huge talent. Talk us through, how much has your life changed since winning that medal in Rio?
You know, it's been absolutely awesome, you know, as it's a dream that I've had all my life to get to an Olympics and to take a medal. And from 2012, when I missed the Olympics, and I turned around to Dad and I said, look, I don't want to just be an Australian Olympian. I want to go to the next Olympics. I want a medal. I want to be the fastest ever Australian. And, you know, that's exactly what I did. So ticking goals like that is great, but it's now planning forward for the next 4 years. So I've got the support team, and, you know, my fiancée Katie, she keeps me down to earth as well. So that's a big help, is, you know, it's amazing to accomplish something like this, but I just want to share it with everyone. You know, I've brought my medal down as well, so I'm more than happy to share it around. I take it around to all the little athletics clubs and stuff. I just want everyone to share in what I've achieved and to keep supporting me for what I can achieve in the future.
Well, is Katie and your dad and your mum all here in the crowd?
Yeah, Dad's just up the back. He was taking splits. Unfortunately, Katie was on a flight exactly like right now. So she'll be landing soon, but she'll be landing some pretty happy news. So she'll be stoked for sure.
Awesome. Well, that was a fantastic effort. You make sure you get yourself healthy. What are the goals for London?
Take on the Chinese boys for sure. It's redemption time. So, yeah, just keep an eye on it. But, yeah, those Chinese boys are up for a fight this year.
Well, that's exactly what we want to hear. Ladies and gentlemen, a fantastic 10,000-metre walk by one of our gutsiest race walkers ever, Dane Bird-Smith.
Yeah, well done to Dane. Excellent walking. We saw Rydian Cowley just before crossing the line for second place, and a very excited Tyler Jones going across the track.
Celebrated, had a jump in the air. He hasn't had enough energy after a 10K to jump in the air. There you go. Had a seat time of 42.03, so I have a feeling he's dipped under that 42. I just had a look at the clock after I heard the scream and the jump, and it was about that 42.05, so I reckon he's broken the 42 for the first time.
Nah, he's hasn't broken it, but he's got a PB, 42.01.39. So I'm sure he's absolutely pumped to walk all that way, and he's done well right under it. So excellent work there. We see Katie Haywood out there. She's currently in the lead for the women's. Now we'll have to wait and see just how many laps she has to go.
As we see Luke McCutcheon come across the line there from Queensland. He also is bettered his seed time of 44.32.37, so he's gone 43.
Luke, that is a big, big drop there. Excellent work from the Queenslander.
Now, one thing I've noticed, all these walkers out there, pair of splitties. Could you do the walk in a pair of bike shorts? Would that be acceptable? Something to think about. But we're going to cross down to Tamsin. She's with a few more of our walkers.
Kyle and Rydian. Great effort, guys. So second, third, fourth. I got to tell you, when I was interviewing Dane Bird-Smith on the floor then, I nearly got a bit scared because there was a big scream of excitement behind me. That was you, Tyler.
That was me, PB by 2, I think. I think I just missed out on getting that under 42, but...
Well, Rydian said that you should have dipped.
Yeah. Yeah, you just got to dip, even in the distance races. Get under those times.
I would love to see that, a 10,000-metre walk and then the massive sprint dip at the end. But
thank you, yeah, thanks. I felt really good. I probably wish I could have gone that a little bit faster, but you know, at the end of the day, it's still a PB and I've still got third.
Got to be happy with the personal best. Kyle, how was the race for you?
Yeah, very happy. I'm stoked with it. 1 second PB, so couldn't be happy with it. My race time went exactly how I wanted it to,
So is it tough when you've got somebody like Dane in the race who just takes it from the gun, or are you able to just focus on what your splits are?
Yeah, sometimes it's definitely a challenge to focus on what you have to be doing when everyone's spread out so far. But yeah, I just tried to stick to what I wanted to do, and each K going for the time. So was very happy with it.
Well, great. Well done. And Rudian, that's a bit short for you, the 10K, isn't it, on the track?
Yeah, that's actually slower than the what I split through halfway at the National 20K Championships, and I negative split that race, so obviously needed a bit more time to warm up and get faster into it. But yeah, it's just at the moment I've got my qualifier and selection out of the way for the World Championships, so I've just been focusing on my preparation for that. And it's nice to have hit outs here, but also nice to not have to stress too much about the time and just have a nice solid workout.
So because it's obviously not Olympic distance being 10K on the track, do you treat it more like a training session?
You still want to race as hard as you can just because you get those sort of hit outs and yeah, you get fitter from it. It's kind of, like a hard training session, but also you like to knock off PBs where you can, even if it's only 2 seconds or 1 second like these boys. They're heading in the right direction. They're getting closer to me every year, so I've got to pull my finger out to keep in front.
And so the focus for this season, the 20 or the 50?
20 at the moment, and there's only the 20 as the option in the Gold Coast, so I'll stick to the 20 until then, and then consider my options for Tokyo. It depends how much these guys, how much pressure they put on me as to whether I'm forced to kick or jump.
Well, great effort, guys. Well done. Go celebrate your personal best, and well done.
Yeah, well done to the boys there. Looks like we're just behind Katie Hayward, taking out the national title for the 10,000 metre walk. Only 17 years old over the 10,000 metre walk and winning that gold medal. Looks like to be around the mid 45 minutes, which is very, very tough for those girls. Excellent work there for the Queenslander. So it looks like Queensland 1-1 in the men's and women's 10,000 metre walk. Great work there from those athletes. Athletes just getting the belt. Now Tams is down there with the winner of the women's and a few of those other athletes in the women's 10,000 metre walk.
I do. I've got the first 3 places. I've got Katie, Rachel and Jessica. Great effort, ladies. Was it pretty tough out there racing with the men?
Yeah, it was pretty tough, but it was good to have somebody to pace you and help you go faster every time to go past you.
Did you get windburn as Dane Bird-Smith was going past? He was moving pretty fast.
I was trying to stay out of his way, but yeah, he was moving really, really fast, which was good to have that experience, I guess.
And how was the time for you, Kate?
It was nearly 2 minutes off my PB, so it was a great time.
That's okay, but a win's a win.
Yeah, a win's a win.
Well done. And Rachel, what about for you? How did the race turn out?
Pretty good. It's my first one since last year's Olympics. So I went off pretty conservatively. I didn't know how I was going to go, but it ended pretty well.
Now you had a bit of an injury in Rio. Did you have to take some time off after the Olympics?
Yeah, I had a stress reaction in my femur, so I took 4 weeks off after the Olympics, but then I got another one in my tibia.
So for people who don't understand that is a very painful injury. It's in your top of your leg. Yeah, and the tibia as well. So 2 of the worst stress fractures that you can get. It's been a long road to get here.
Yeah, very long. This is the longest I've been without a niggle, so about 5 weeks. So yeah, it was pretty good. I'm just happy that I was super excited to just get to race again.
So from here, you'll just get some more training under the belt, and then hopefully, will you aim for London World Champs, or will you just do a base and go for Commonwealth?
No, I'm still aiming for London. Tonight was just to see where I'm starting at. So my kind of base level, that's about a split that you would do halfway through a 20K. So got a long way to go, but it's somewhere.
But it's a start, and it's so good having you back out here on the track, Rachel. And Jessica, how was your time? Have you seen it yet? We've still got the top 10. And with the men on the race, it's hard to get the results back up, but are you happy?
Yeah, very happy. I think it's about a 20-second PB, and it's the first time I've done a PB in 3 years for 10K, so stoked. Absolutely.
Awesome effort. So is 20K more where you're looking at towards the future?
Yeah, well, we had our 20K titles at the end of February at Adelaide, so I walked a 3.5-minute PB there and got a qualifier for the World University Games in Taipei, so very stoked about that. So, yeah, back into training now.
Brilliant. So you're having a fantastic season. Well done, ladies. What a great race. It's a tough event. Go hydrate and enjoy. I think you guys have earned some chocolate.
Yeah, thank you, Tams. It looks like we've got a few more athletes still out on the track. 2 more going around, and we'll wait and see just how many laps they have to go. Looks like Samantha Finlay. And we just had Emily Hamilton cross the line. Had a seat time of 54, so she's gone through in 51. Very, very handy. As we see, it is a bit tricky to keep track of the lap scores. They do only lap score the winner, the first place. So once Dane finished, it made it a bit harder for us visually to see.
Yeah, it does make it difficult, especially in a field this size on a 400-metre track. They do have athletes on all sorts of different laps. So it's one of those things. That's why we have so many officials down there, obviously tracking the athletes, keeping score, making sure they know exactly what lap each athlete is on.
That's right. Now, Samantha Finlay from South Australia did enter with a seat time of 57.14. And as the clock...
Going to kill it.
Yeah, it's only just about to tick over to 52.
Yep.
So we heard a 20-second PBs, all of these things. This could be a good 3 to 4 minute PB. And that's almost a kilometre for some of these.
It's a fantastic effort by Samantha there. So she'll be pretty happy when she crosses the line, I'd assume.
I can't attest to how much this would wreck your body, a 10K walk, but I can't say you would do too many in a season.
No, I wouldn't assume so. It's like the 50 and the 25. They don't do them, not 25, sorry, 20. They don't do them that often, so it's definitely one thing. They don't usually get the ability to be able to come out on the track and walk a 10K. Down in the ACT, we have many walks there. They're walking every week, but they're 1,500, 3K sort of distances, sometimes the 5K. It's very rare we're out at the 10K mark, so...
Yeah, we keep this. It's, like we said, it is a national championship event, but not an Olympic event. So it's sort of that in between. Most, obviously, big level walking is out of stadia.
Mm-hmm.
It is for the juniors, the 10K and sometimes the 5K for those under 18, under 20 events. But as we see, Samantha Finlay entering the home straight. Clock just ticking through 53.15. So this will be just under a 4 minute PB for the South Australian. She moves wide out of lane 1, as they so often do. Heading down, we'll wait and see as she crosses the line. 53.32. Let's hope all those judges' cards are all good and we have a nice clean race. Everyone's gotten through without any of those reds, and we can see those lap scorers. Their job's done.
Job done. Pick up the chairs. Let's all go home.
Might have a few medal presentations left for some of these other officials, but...
Yep.
Tamsin, you've been down trackside. How's the camaraderie between those walkers after just sharing that 10,000 metres?
It's been brilliant. It was interesting seeing the men and the women in the same race, but the men are like congratulating the women congratulating the men, and they're all still down here. They made sure they stayed around to watch the final competitor cross the line.
Yeah, it's good to see that kind of mateship. Obviously, with events, I think it's 5 kilometres and up. Men and women are allowed to compete together to make it an official sanctioned meet.
Yep.
So it's good to see those guys out together. And Tamsin, what were your highlights tonight of the Friday night at the Australian Athletics Champs?
Look, I really like the qualifying rounds of the 800 and the 1500. I think they've really set up nice battles for those finals on Sunday. So for me, they were my favourite events of the night.
Yeah, definitely. I'd like to say a big thank you to all the people at home watching.
Yep, definitely.
Staying on till 9 o'clock, maybe. There's a lot of Queenslanders, so it's 8 o'clock. It's actually earlier for them. But
yep, there you go. But it's nice to see people tuning in, watching the walk. Obviously, there's a lot of people out there interested. Who wouldn't want to tune in and watch Olympian Dane Bird-Smith go around for 10K? Honestly, we saw something tonight that was actually pretty special. So obviously, it's something that a lot of people have tuned in to see, and we thank them for that for sure.
It's not just state class, not Australian class. That's world class walking.
Most definitely.
From
bronze
Dane.
medalist out there doing a PB.
And I can attest, he does actually take the bronze medal everywhere with him. And the kids absolutely love it. No matter where he's gone, they might ask, have you got the bronze? Like, sure thing, have a look.
Well,
it's got the box, it's everything, and the kid's eyes just light up.
I haven't seen it yet, so I'll be on to him. I'll be messaging him, telling him to bring it straight up here so we can see it too. Because obviously it's not just the kids and the athletes that want to see it. It's people like us. It's parents, families and friends, officials. Everyone would love to get their eyes on a Olympic bronze medalist, because it's not every day you get to see a medal from any Olympics, really.
That's exactly right. Now, we've still got two. Actually, the action gets more. That doesn't make any sense. But we're going to bring more action back Saturday and Sunday for the Australian Athletics Championships. Stay tuned to the rest of the championships. Thank you to Thames and thank you to Ben Offrens. My name's Matt Lynch. Watch again tomorrow.